if you end up with a criminal charge against you, that could affect you. Just using heavy, strong-arm tactics in the streets, but literally threatening people that the rest of their lives could be literally in jeopardy. Opportunities for jobs, that sort of thing, could be in jeopardy if they continue with the protest. But I've been talking to protesters this evening, down some of the side streets, out of the line of sight by police, and down those side streets, by the way, we're seeing new "No to the War" graffiti sprayed up on the walls here. These people are telling me they're afraid of the war, they don't want the war, they don't see why the country's gone to war, they patriotic towards Russia, they tell me, but some of them say they actually want to leave. They don't know how the situation is going to change, they don't know what's going to persuade their president to stop the war. So there is, among some parts of the population here, huge disappointment. But President Putin is intent not only in prosecuting that war, but in prosecuting anyone in this country who stands up to tell him not in their name.
Well, I'll tell you, those sanctions, whatever they may end up being in their full form, will make it incredibly difficult for anybody to leave that country. Nick Robertson, thank you very much. And this morning, our own KSFY Ward spent time inside a subway station in Kharkiv. It's in the east of Ukraine. It had been turned into a bomb shelter. That's what happened. We've seen church basements, subway stations, and look at this, how crowded it is. Everyday citizens fleeing there for safety among the explosions that they were hearing from the Russian onslaught. Clarissa spoke to one woman who, like so many here, said she never believed this would happen.
We never really believed that our neighbor can just come and just grab our land and tell us what to do. And we are independent country, Ukraine, and we are totally not same as Russians. And we don't want to be a part of Russia or any other country. It's really getting very emotional. And I cannot believe it's happening, really. And I just hope that some people in Russia may see this and just stand against the Putin and the war. That's it.
What would you want people in Russia to know or hear from you?
I would like to know, I know that Russian media is blocking all information, and I would like them to know that they're not attacking just their military bases. They're actually attacking in our neighborhood, and they're making us feel insecure and very unsafe.
That was our Clarissa Ward reporting there. And Allison and Victor, just so many people scared, emotional, and just incredible patriotism that we are seeing on this day and this night as the onslaught continues.
That really captured the emotion, that interview that Clarissa did, because this is somebody who thought, whose life was relatively normal a few days ago, and now the insecurity and the fear and the panic. And you just heard it there, obviously, so clearly. Aaron, thank you. We'll check back with you. President Biden threatening direct sanctions against Putin, but not answering why those are not happening today. So we're live at the White House next.
At Intracellular Therapies, we're inspired by our circle, a circle that includes our researchers, driven by our award-winning science, who uncover new medicines to treat mental illness. It includes the compassionate healthcare professionals, the dedicated social workers, and the supportive peer counselors we work with to help improve and even change people's lives. Moving from mental illness to mental wellness starts in our circle. This is Intracellular Therapies.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now, because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-882-0987, 800-882-0987. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B. That's right, there are people on Medicare but don't have a Medicare Part C plan, which covers everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C. Here's the good news. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call to speak with a licensed insurance agent during the special enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2022 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Just call 800-882-0987, 800-882-0987.
We help open doors for our 12 million customers every day. Doors that create.
Thanks so much. So President Biden's path to deterrence and diplomacy, that's the policy of the White House in order to stop this. So now what we have is Vladimir Putin has launched a path of death and destruction on Europe's second country of 10 million people. War in Europe. Our breaking coverage continues with former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo.
Risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
No one deserves the American dream of
where even the experts don't know the full ramifications.
Senator Mark Warner, I'm grateful for your time on what I know has been a long day and will be a long night for you. We hope to see you back on the show again soon, Senator. Thank you. We are staying close to the White House, about to get an update on the situation in Ukraine this hour. You see the podium. We're going to take you there live when that briefing starts. But first, we also have some news from the FAA, which is now expanding its no-fly zone. We're going to tell you where. And then later, global markets tanking today. We're going to get an update from Wall Street just before the closing bell. Stay with us.
My name is
God willing, and so
tomorrow when the leaders meet at the virtual summit, what does this mean for our longer-term relationship with Russia? How shall we continue to defend and protect allies in this new security reality? And how can we make sure that we uphold the values we believe in, freedom, democracy, faced with a more aggressive authoritarian regime in Moscow? A regime which is willing to openly contest our values and to threat and actually also use force to try to coerce other nations. So this will have some long-term effects on our security, on how we respond, on how NATO is reacting, and also on how our relationship with Russia can evolve. We don't have all the answers today, but there will be a new reality. It will be a new Europe after the invasion we saw today. And therefore I welcome the fact that we are so closely coordinating, so closely working together in NATO. We stood together in warning against the Russian aggression, the plans. We stood together in reaching out to Russia and try to prevent the attack. And now we need to stand together in responding to the attack. And that's exactly what we are doing. That was the first question. The second question? Well, that's part of this new reality we have to look into. And there will be a different reality, and we need to respond. But I think this is not the day to draw all the conclusions. But we will have an important discussion among leaders tomorrow.
And okay.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Secretary General, today Ukraine has called on Turkey to close the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles Straits for Russian vessels. Is that an action that was discussed in this morning's meeting, and are there other similar actions that have been discussed today?
That was not discussed in the meeting today. Turkey is, of course, a NATO ally. Turkey has a special role when it comes to the Bosporus Straits, but this was not an issue in the meeting this morning. What we discussed this morning was the need to activate the defense plans. We made a decision to activate those plans, which enable us to move forces more quickly to where they are needed, and also to agree a statement where we express a very strong condemnation of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and also announced that we are going to have a NATO summit, a virtual NATO summit tomorrow.
Wall Street Journal.
Dan Michaels, Wall Street Journal, thank you for the question. Could you talk a little bit more about the activation of the defense plans? What exactly does this change, and when was the last time this was done? Thank you.
These plans are plans we have developed over the years to make sure that we have plans in place to react to crises like the crisis we are faced with now. And they are defensive plans, they are prudent plans, and they are plans that covers the whole east of our lines from the Barents Sea down to the Mediterranean, and they give our military commanders some more authorities within politically defined guidelines and frameworks to deploy forces where they deem it needed, and that's exactly what we have agreed today. So these again are defensive plans, ensuring that we have forces at the sufficient readiness at the right place throughout Europe.
Have they ever been activated before?
So I don't know whether it's right for me to answer that question, because I don't know whether it has been made public before, so I only say that we activate them today.
Associated Press.
Hello, Mark Carlson, Associated Press. Is the NATO response force inside Ukraine right now?
No, there are no NATO combat troops, no troops, NATO troops at all inside Ukraine. We have made it clear that we don't have any plans and any intention of deploying NATO troops to Ukraine. What we have made clear is that we have already increased, and we are increasing the presence of NATO troops in the eastern part of the alliance on NATO territory. Ukraine is a highly valued partner. We have supported Ukraine for many, many years. We helped them to build a more modern, capable armed force, military. We have helped them to train, equip, and in many different ways strengthen their armed forces. We help them with cyber defenses, NATO and NATO allies in different ways. But we don't have NATO troops in Ukraine, and we don't have any plans to send NATO troops into Ukraine. But we are there to protect and defend all NATO allies. So we support Ukraine. We provide absolute security guarantees for NATO allies. And we demonstrate that commitment by increasing the presence in the eastern part of the alliance.
We'll try to take a couple of questions online before we come back to the press room. So we'll go to Steve Erlander from New York Times.
Thank you, Secretary General. Two quick questions. One, does NATO, do you still have military deconfliction contacts with Russian forces today? Are those ongoing? And secondly, a lot of NATO countries are going to want to keep supplying weapons to Ukraine. Do you foresee this as a major risk of NATO-Russia conflict? And where else do you see risks of conflict now between Russia and NATO countries that could spill over into something worse? Thank you, sir.
We have increased the presence in the eastern part of the alliance, and we have activated NATO defense plans today to make sure that we do not see any spillover to NATO territory. Because as long as Russia knows that an attack on a NATO ally will trigger a response from the whole alliance, they will not attack, because we are the strongest alliance in history. And as long as we stand together and make clear that we are committed by our collective defense commitments, that's the best way to prevent any attack, any spillover from the tragedy, the heinous attack we see in Ukraine, spillover onto any NATO allied country. The NATO allies have provided support to Ukraine in many different ways over the last years, especially since 2014. NATO has helped them with the cyber defenses. We have also helped them with some different trust funds for different activities, and then on top of that, and different capacity building measures help them to strengthen including the naval forces and other elements of their armed forces. But then on top of what NATO has done as an alliance, NATO allies have also provided military equipment, including defensive weapons and other types of support training. It will be a national decision in what way allies continue to provide support. So that's for individual NATO allies to decide.
Is, I promise you, you have not seen one like this.
Beginning to move in the south as well. I think this is in his heart. He sees himself as the heir to the greatness of Peter the Great. We can't permit that to happen.
This soundbite from the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Let's play that.
Peace on our continent has been shattered. We now have war in Europe on a scale and of a type we thought belonged to history.
So that's where we find ourselves today. And also, before I let you go, is there any way to stop Vladimir Putin from taking over Ukraine right now?
It's hard to imagine the tools that we would have. There are things we can do to make it incredibly costly. We should arm the resistance and the Ukrainian government if it moves into exile. There are tools that can raise the cost and one day convince him that continuing to occupy Ukraine is not worth the cost. Hard to think about how one might stop it at this moment. We should do everything we can to see if we can't possibly make that happen. When I hear Secretary General Stoltenberg speak in the way he did, he's a good leader and a good friend. I spent much time with him. He needs the European nations to rally around him and to begin to do the things that Europe should have been doing for these last decades and preparing for just this moment so Putin wouldn't have the free run he has today and the capacity to continue to do harm in other parts of Eastern Europe as well.
You know, one last thing, if I may, Secretary Pompeo. Peter Doocy asked about how painful it was going to be for the U.S. economy this period of time. And President Biden's answer, which hasn't gotten a lot of attention, he said this won't last a long time.
Yeah, two things, Martha, I thought were surprising that haven't gotten much attention. One was his comment about China that said he didn't want to talk about what he was telling the Chinese. We need to tell the Chinese Communist Party, this is going to be painful for you, too. If you continue to support this thug that's killing innocent Ukrainians, we're going to put real costs on you as well. So I was very surprised there. Second, this may well drag on for longer than President Biden says. He said this wouldn't happen. He said he could deter it. He said that when President Trump and I left that the smart guys were in charge and Putin would fear them. That has just proven not to be true. I fear that this will go on longer than President Biden allows, and more importantly, that he won't do the things that he could do. For instance, turning on American energy all across the world that could reduce the cost to Americans right here at home.
Yeah, a massive change in energy policy would certainly get a lot of attention. We've discussed that before, and we'll see if he uses this moment to pivot. Thank you so much, Secretary Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State.
Thank you, Martha. Have a good day.
You as well, sir. Thank you very much. So the attack underway 5,000 miles away in Ukraine, now being felt here. Here is a live look at the Dow, which I would mention is well off of its lows, but it has taken a serious hit throughout the course of the rising of these tensions. Down 200 and change right now at 3:32 Eastern time with 28 minutes left to go in the trading day. Senator Tom Cotton on what he calls Putin's unprovoked naked war of aggression after this.
How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country?
escalation to really get crazy, and this is pretty crazy. So I think now it's anaconda, sanctions, stifling sanctions, a political isolation, and how about just societal, just condemnation? If you're a Russian, even if you're an oligarch, this is really bad for the Russian, for the Russian brand, and bad for business. So you just make it really hard and do everything you can to support, short of military intervention, supporting the Ukrainian military with weapons, and they need more than anything else right now, more anti-tank and more short-range, if you will, anti-aircraft type weapons.
So, Courtney, let me go to you here on the movements of troops. President Biden has made clear, as he did again today, and he has reiterated this, I think, almost every time he's talked about the crisis here, that U.S. troops, boots on the ground in Ukraine, fighting Russia directly, not an option on the table. The troops are there to bolster NATO allies. Give us the view from the Pentagon at 3:33 this afternoon, because there have been some developments I know you're reporting on.
Yeah, that's right. So one of them, today we learned that at the direction of the President, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has ordered 7,000 U.S. troops here in the United States to move forward to Germany. So as you said, Hallie, these are not troops that will be going into Ukraine to fight Russia. In fact, they'll be going to shore up or bolster the defenses of some NATO allies there in the Baltic region, and particularly in Eastern Europe. We don't know where beyond Germany they may go, and it's also not really clear if they could be used ultimately as part of the NATO response force. So a couple weeks ago, we were talking a lot about this. It's something that NATO, or specifically the North Atlantic Council, would decide to activate. It's potentially tens of thousands of NATO allied troops that would be used to help defend against a potential invasion or incursion of Russia of some of those NATO allies. Now, there are still no U.S. intelligence, anyway, that Russia has any plans to move beyond Ukraine. But this is really about showing a united front among these NATO allies, especially now that Russia has begun this full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So those 7,000 troops will move forward in the coming days. There is still no indication that NATO has made a definitive decision about activating the NATO response force. But I also have to say, Hallie, just in the last few minutes while you've been on the air, we have gotten a little bit more of an update of what's been going on from a U.S. military perspective, what they are seeing happen there in Ukraine. So according to a senior defense official, they now believe that Russia has launched somewhere in excess of 160 missiles into Ukraine since this invasion began about 9:30 p.m. Eastern time last night. The senior defense official also says that Russian forces are getting closer to Kyiv. We know that they had been encircling the city, moving down both, starting from the air with missile strikes, with air strikes, but they also did start moving down across the border from Belarus around the Chernobyl pocket, which we've been talking about, closer to encircling and isolating that city with, as the senior defense official said, the ultimate goal of taking over the capital city of Kyiv. In addition to that, there are now new reports, according to this defense official, of airborne operations into Kharkiv. That's one of the major cities in the eastern side of Ukraine. By airborne operations, we mean the Russians are bringing Russian troops in, parachuting them in, with again, the goal, according to this U.S. assessment, is to isolate that city and ultimately take it over. Hallie.
Our Matt Bradley, I think, is there, Courtney, so I'd be interested to hear from him if we can get him back up live. I listened to what you're saying, Courtney, this new reporting that is coming into us just in the last couple of minutes as we've been on the air, and I think about what we heard from Senator Mark Warner earlier in the show, of course, the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, real concern about the possibility of exactly what you're talking about here, that Putin is not going to stop at simply encircling Kyiv.
That's right. And the assessment from the U.S. military, according to this defense official, is that Putin's goal is to install a new governance, to essentially bring in a puppet government. We've been hearing in recent days that the Russian government has already created a list, in fact, of who they want to install, a more Russian-friendly, anti-West government there in Kyiv. The concern for weeks now has been that they would try and do that by encircling, taking over the city. The defense official is saying that, in fact, they do assess that Russia is trying to take over the capital city. There's no timeline. What assessment that we were reporting on a couple of weeks ago, that they could potentially even take the city within the first 48 hours after this initial launch of airstrikes. It's not clear whether that's actually still on track for that timeline to hold, but we'll continue to ask that question.
But Ambassador McFaul, I want to go to you here because as Courtney was talking, we got another piece of developing news, and I want to be careful on this one because for a reason I'll explain. A senior State Department official confirming to our team here at NBC News that the U.S. has expelled Russia's #2 diplomat in Washington. Now, that State Department official is also clear to clarify that this is not part of the response to what we are seeing from Russia now, what is described as this premeditated invasion, of course, of Ukraine, but part of more of the long-standing bilateral dispute between the U.S. and Russia. I want to bring viewers that development, and I also, Ambassador McFaul, am continue to be struck by the way that you characterized your thoughts on this at the beginning of our conversation, that this is a tragic day for you personally. I know that you are in conversation with your many friends and people that you talk to in the region. Tell me more about where they are and how they're doing.
So 2 things I want to say about that. President Putin, in his ranting speech, the hour and 10 minutes or so, which I listened to very closely, made it very clear what the goals are here. Demilitarization, so he wants to wipe out the Ukrainian military, and what he calls denazification. But what that really means is to wipe out the government and that came to power first in 2014, and then when President Zelenskyy was elected in a free and fair election in 2019. That means that's why they're going to Kiev. They're going to take him out. By the way, I would not be surprised, I'm just speculating here, if he reinstalled President Yanukovych, the president of Ukraine that was overthrown in 2014 from Putin's perspective. Because what he's doing here is he's wanting to roll back what is called in Ukraine the Revolution of Dignity from 2014. He's been obsessed with it ever since. He's wanted to seek retribution. And finally, as he announced, he's very blunt about it, by the way, if you listen to him. He said, we waited too long. We're finally going after them. What that means for my friends, some of my friends were the ones that organized the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, and I've been in touch with several of them over the last 8 to 10 hours. Some are leaving to Lviv, like many others. Some have decided, because they're in the government today, that they're going to stay and they're going to fight to the end in their capital of Kiev.
Ambassador McFaul, General Zwack, I'm going to ask your patience here because we are getting a lot of news developing, and I want to bring it to viewers, and I want to bring a couple other people into the conversation. Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell and Evelyn Farkas, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. Courtney, I'm going to ask you to stay with us, too. Obviously, if you have to go get on the phone, go do it. Same for you, General Zwack, Ambassador McFaul. I know you are all doing that very actively at the moment. I want to update you on the latest numbers that are coming into us on casualties from the Ukrainian government. The Minister of Health there says 57 people have been killed in the country because of this invasion by Russia. Nearly 170 others have been hurt. These are the latest numbers that we have. We also understand that hospital and medical workers have come under fire and that there were some casualties among those medical workers as well. This is according to the Ukrainian government. So the crisis continues to escalate, Andrea. I know you've been working your sources at the State Department. Bring us up to speed.
Well, for one thing, I think you just may have mentioned the fact that the U.S. has expelled the #2 or is expelling the #2 diplomat. They say it's unrelated. They've been in control of the timing. This is a long-standing dispute. Russia acted against our diplomat last week. This is retaliation. It's not going to help the overall situation, but as you heard the president say, we have no relationship with Russia right now, except we're still dealing with them on Iran, but that's another whole issue. The other thing here is that the sanctions. The president saying that the sanctions were never intended to prevent him from acting, and it is the case that for at least a couple of weeks, they've been telling us, based on the intelligence, their analysis, that Putin could not be deterred. That Putin, I mean, they had been trying to decide whether this is ideological with him or if this is the pragmatic Putin, and they had decided in recent weeks that this is ideological, that he is committed to doing this, and that nothing they could do would stop him because he wants to rewrite history. So there is that push-pull on the sanctions. Why are they sanctioning him? Well, it's to punish him, and it's to make him feel the pain so that perhaps he doesn't go as far as he would or keep this going as long as he would. But that is the basic intelligence analysis. So far, the intelligence has been dead on, as you know. But the sanctions themselves, according to several analysts I've talked to, are tough. They're not weak just because the SWIFT was not done. And yes, the Europeans blocked it, and it's a European It's a European program based in Brussels, so without Europe they couldn't do it. But that what they have done with these banks is so tough, and Gazprom, banning them from any kind of exchanges, is that they have done about as much as they can do. It's tough as it can be, as tough as sanctions can be. Now the point of the troops, and Courtney perhaps can give me some clarity on this, because we've been confused all day as to what is the North Atlantic Council of NATO doing. We thought, you know, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, they were, once the handwriting was on the wall, that they were going to have those 8,500 troops going to Europe. They'd been on standby. Why didn't they, you know, trigger the NATO rapid response force? And perhaps they did that today, but it's not as clear-cut as what we had expected. I had talked to former Defense Secretary, you know, Bill Cohen, about it, and he was also confused as to why this had not been done. It should have been done, he thought, already. So what are they doing in terms of, you know, showing strength to Vladimir Putin right now? Well, the sanctions, as tough as they are, you know, that is somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but financial experts say that they are pretty tough. And what are we doing with troops? We're moving them as close to the borders to protect our NATO allies as possible, moving these additional troops today to Germany to backfill. As to the energy component, the Saudis, our friends the Saudis, have said no. Yet we're siding with Russia. So they are not going to help us by pumping more oil. And one of the other reasons not to do, they've done the export. The U.S. today, the president did the export controls, which is, you know, they say, at least in the long term, significant. But they did not hit the energy sector per se, partly because that is playing into Russia's hands. It would only raise the price of energy and give him a much bigger profit margin.
Andrew, you raised the NATO question. The inimitable Courtney Kube is working the phones right now. You'll notice that she has dropped off our grid here because she is working on her reporting. But Evelyn, let me go to you on that, because if we get her back, we'll try to get an answer on that. This summit, the president
eat all of those and get all of the nutrients provided. So.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Hey, quick observation.
Some have been put on trains now, headed west toward Lviv.
So joining us with more, we have Mark Edwards Davis. He runs 2 orphanages in Ukraine for the nonprofit Abundance International. So Mark, it's hard to overstate how dire the situation is for you right now. So can you tell us where you are, how many children you're caring for, and what your biggest fear is right now?
Sure, Allison, Victor, so great to have this opportunity. Thanks so much. I am in Mykolaiv, Ukraine, and if you look on a map, you're coming from Crimea area and coming north as the soldiers and the tanks are coming towards Odessa. We're right in the middle. And in fact, I've been receiving calls just in the last hour from neighbors of mine that says they're here. The tanks are on the streets, don't go outside. So it's that real and in our face. I've been working with 2 orphanages we've been supporting for a decade and providing really almost everything they need. The state government doesn't provide enough, and we've done rehabilitation centers, food, so many things. These kids just deserve a good start in life, and it's been a rewarding work, but now there's a chance of death, and we have to fix this.
How many children are you talking about? And I understand that your concern is obviously life and limb, but also access to food.
Yes. In this case, the orphanage in Mykolaiv is about 140 kids, and to run it 24 hours a day is about 370 volunteers and workers. In Kherson is about 60 kids, and we just take care of the kids that are from birth until 4 years old, not the ones that are in the school age. We just want them to get a healthy start and to get a good stretch in life. Right now, the issue we're going to come up against is not only has the COVID limited what they were getting anyway, but now I'm really truly afraid that the government, as it does a shift, who's going to be in charge of the department that continues getting checks to support the orphanages? Now, I have just this group of maybe 300, 400 total kids in this thing. There are 100,000 orphans in Ukraine in hundreds of facilities. I was very inspired to say we need to reach out and do more, and I appreciate this opportunity. People go to abundanceinternational.org and please give whatever you can. And I was reached out to really expand what we do as an operation with a business consultant, Adam Lyons at Smart Blueprint. We're really ready to help now, to go out and make a difference and really try to save these kids' lives.
But Mark, what's the plan? As you say that tanks are there where you are, Russian troops, what's your plan?
Well, it's an interesting hybrid because truly today we've been going to grocery stores, and there's some of the big ones. There's one over here called Metro. It's kind of like a Costco-size food empire, and there are ways for us to get food. We can, and the stores seem to be open. And right now, I'm talking to you on the internet. Cell phones seem to be still working. Cash register are working, so I can use the company card to go ahead and buy what we need and drive it over there. And I don't believe the harassment has been to civilians, and especially if we're on a mission for these orphans, I don't believe we're going to be harassed, and we can get them what they need. But it's certainly got to move very quickly.
Yeah, you mentioned that there are, 100,000 orphans, you say, in Ukraine. We know that after the 2014 invasion, there are 1.5 million people in Ukraine who were displaced across the country.
We're already seeing.
And we're already seeing that there are people who are heading to Scott McLean's there at the Polish border as people are trying to leave.
Mark, listen,
it's true. It's really hard.
I'm sorry that we have so much breaking news. We have your, it's abundanceinternational.org.
International.org, yes,
Got
please.
It. Mark, best of luck to you. We will check back with you.
Thank you.
You're doing God's
Allison,
work,
Victor,
obviously.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks,
you,
Mark.
All right, of course, you can find ways that you can provide help, humanitarian aid in Ukraine. Just go to cnn.com/impact. We'll be right back.
I'm Ben Affleck, and I want to thank you for joining me and supporting Paralyzed Veterans of America.
I joined the Navy to serve my country as a Navy SEAL. I wanted to protect the people I love and the country I love. Being a SEAL gave me so many things, but I gave something too. While parachuting with my platoon, my parachute didn't open. When I broke my neck, it left me paralyzed. I realized that everything I had planned for was now gone. Paralyzed Veterans of America was by my side from that moment on.
Since 1946, Paralyzed Veterans of America has kept a promise to our wounded veterans. We will never leave a fallen comrade behind. Our vets need you. Join me with your support.
Please call or go online now to pvahero.org. Your gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, will provide the life-saving help our paralyzed heroes need now.
With your monthly support, you're honoring the sacrifice our wounded veterans have made to defend our freedom. Show them their sacrifice has not been in vain.
Your monthly support will help paralyzed veterans receive specialized medical care, support research and treatments, and fight for the accessibility they deserve.
PVA fights to help veterans like me from the moment of injury and for the rest of our lives.
Call or go online right now with your gift of just $19 a month. Use your credit card and receive this PVA Team t-shirt to show that you are fighting for our paralyzed veterans.
I just don't think my family would be as happy as they are without the support that I received from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
Your letters. So you're gonna put, like, here. You put your. We'll have we each wrote these letters to each other or
right.
whatever. There's no, and we're gonna put our letters in here. So put it in the envelope. You want to put your letter in here.
All-purpose cleaner. $1,500. We're done here.
Andrew, who's Napoleon?
Oh, but it's too far.
Rebel against Putin.
Oracle Irish penny is the old currency. They're no longer being minted or produced.
Do those things.
And you're only 24 miles from Kyiv, the capital city. Another area up here, this is Chernobyl. You might remember from April of 1996. This is where there was an enormous nuclear disaster in April of 1986. Earlier today, the Russian military made a move through this area. There's an exclusion zone here. You see it right here marked in red. There's a power plant that's under operation. The Ukrainian military held off for some time, Martha, but ultimately were unable to keep the Russian military out, and Moscow was able to claim victory in that area there. Let me just clear this and go back one time here. This is what Mike was talking about. The areas where the Russian military chose to go in, you can pinpoint 3 areas. From the north in Belarus. Remember, this is a border now. This is not Russia up here. Sorry, it's not working great, but I'll try and make do of it. What a senior defense official said earlier today is that from Belarus, which, remember, they allowed the Russian military to base out of here over the last 60 days. It's not Russia. It's Belarus. It's a different country. So they allowed the Russian military to come down here in the capital city of Kyiv to the northwest and to the northeast. That is one prong. In the south, this is Crimea. They took it over 8 years ago. They've been able to come into the south. That is the second prong. In this area here, Mike mentioned it, Kharkiv is a town on the Ukrainian side of the border. This apparently is the scene of heavy and intense fighting. The Ukrainian military has been able to fight back against the Russian forces that were based on the other side of this border here in southwestern Russia. But Kharkiv is the scene of a lot of military action throughout the day. So if you sum it up here, it is 1 here, it's 2 here, it's 3 here, and we've yet to really hear what's happening down in the southeast in the Donbass region, which was taken over again 8 years ago by the Russians. It's the second time they've invaded this country since 2014. Martha, you asked me a few hours ago what comes after phase 1. Right now, we don't know. We believe we're still in phase 1. It's a military operation, and it's not done. And I would argue, based on what we're hearing today and what we're seeing today, we might be a long way, in fact, from the conclusion of phase 1. We'll see.
Yeah, there was some discussion that perhaps the power that was being used was not as strong, as shock and awe in nature as some might have anticipated, even though it was coming from all 3 sides of the country. But who knows what is waiting in the wings in the next couple of days. Bill, thank you very much. So the biggest attack on one nation against another in Europe since World War II. 40 million, over 40 million people live in Ukraine. It is the second biggest country in Europe, and it has now been invaded by Russia. Ukraine's foreign minister saying that Vladimir Putin is, quote, plunging Europe into the darkest time since 1939, which of course was when Hitler went into Poland in 1938 and moving across the country in 1939 and beyond. And this foreign minister warning the world, do not allow a repeat of the mistakes of the past. Let's bring in Dan Henninger, deputy editor of the Wall Street Journal editorial page, and Mark Thiessen, former chief speechwriter for President George W. Bush, now an American Enterprise Institute scholar. Both.
And the Russians just brushed them aside. So there will be a place for diplomacy, I hope, at some point, but it may be a while. And there has to be an indication, first and foremost, that the Russians are moving to de-escalate this crisis before you can really have a serious conversation.
Yeah, we're seeing the opposite, obviously, of Russia escalating. And sanctions haven't seemed to be a deterrent. And one of the things that we've learned over the past week is that Putin has spent years amassing this rainy day fund, upwards of $630 billion, that inoculates his wealth and the wealth of his inner circle, the other oligarchs. And so do you think that they'll really be hurt by these new sanctions?
No. I think the funds that he has built up inoculate Russia in some ways, but not in all ways. And the fact that the United States and the European Union are the 10 largest financial institutions in Russia, the export control sanctions that will go into effect, I think they will exact real pain. Now, at the end of the day, are they going to coerce Mr. Putin into withdrawing from Ukraine? Probably not. But I would still argue that even if the sanctions fail to deter him or can't coerce him to leave, it still is important that they be punitive, because the outside world has to signal to Moscow this kind of unprovoked, unjustified attack on a country in the 21st century is simply not acceptable.
All right, Ambassador Stephen Pfeiffer, thank you so much. So it's unclear if Western sanctions will stop Russia from further invading Ukraine. We've heard from many analysts they don't believe that they will, but they're working to bring back the markets from the brink.
So let's bring in CNN's Matt Egan. So Matt, how is this affecting markets and oil and everything today?
Well, markets have been on just a roller coaster ride. Within minutes of this invasion starting, we saw stock futures tumble, oil prices spike, but they've both reversed. As you can see, the Dow is actually up 100 points. It's basically closing about 1,000 points higher than its worst point of the day.
Is that after President Biden's speech? Well, how do you explain that?
The market had been coming back throughout the day. Markets are near session highs right now, and I do think that there's some sense of relief that while the president is imposing tough sanctions here, he's not maxing out on the penalties on Russia. There's no ban from the SWIFT payment network, no direct penalties on Vladimir Putin. Importantly, no direct penalties on oil and gas companies in Russia. That is viewed as possibly bullish for the economy and the stock market, even if it's not bullish for democracy. I think that oil prices have also rebounded in part because of, have actually come back because of that. We saw oil hit $105 a barrel at one point, world oil prices, closing the day around $99 a barrel. So I think there's some relief on that front, but this is going to be a fast-moving story. I mean, we could see this evolve again. What's really interesting is that the Russian stock market, totally different story there. We saw Russia's stock market lose 1/3 of its value today alone. It's down nearly lost half its value on the year. I think there are some real concerns from investors about Russia becoming a pariah state at this point.
And the value of the ruble plummeting too.
A record low, and that could be inflationary for Russia.
I mean, but will they do you think they'll bounce back?
We don't know because Russia's stock market closed prior to this sanctions news, so we could very well see Russia's stock market rebound. One interesting point here is that Russia has really amassed a lot of cash. They've basically doubled their international reserves since 2014 to nearly $650 billion. That gives them some leeway to ride out this storm. It means they're not as reliant on borrowing in dollars or euros. It means that they could come to the rescue and prop up their currency and their stock market. So there's a lot at play here, but it's been a wild day in the stock market, and it's ending the day basically at session highs in the United States.
Okay, Madigan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so major cities around the U.S. and the world are showing solidarity with Ukraine. Several pro-Ukrainian protests are happening in Chicago, New York, and Washington, D.C.
In London, hundreds more demonstrators gathered to protest the Russian invasion. Downing Street is now lit up with the blue and yellow colors of the Ukrainian flag, as is Paris' City Hall and the Brandenburg Gate, I should say, in Berlin.
Obviously, we've seen some in Moscow as well, and those were treated much, much differently.
Yeah, solidarity we're seeing around the world. Of course, we'll continue our breaking news coverage of the Ukrainian, we're seeing in Ukraine, Russia attacking that country. The Lead with Jake Tapper starts right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And welcome to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. We begin with the breaking news coverage of the unprovoked and violent Russian invasion of and assault on Ukraine. President Biden this afternoon announcing what he called a significant series of new economic sanctions and other measures designed to punish Russia, including against 5 additional Russian financial institutions. 2 others were targeted earlier this week. Biden saying, quote, every asset they have in America will be frozen. The president also imposing new sanctions on oligarchs close to Putin and also restricting technology exports from the U.S. to Russia that Russia uses for its military. Biden added that sanctioning Putin himself remains on the table, though he did not answer as to why he is not sanctioning Putin now. As President Biden was laying out that U.S. response, CNN's teams in the northeastern city of Kharkiv reported hearing a loud series of booms. Explosions have been reported in at least 15 cities across Ukraine since war began overnight, all over the country, not just confined to the southeastern Donbass region, where Russian-backed separatists have been waging war against the Ukrainian government for 8 years. It must be said the world appears to have little appetite for taking any serious military measures to stop the Russian invasion beyond sending weapons to the Ukrainians themselves. President Biden confirming in his afternoon remarks U.S. forces are not and will not be engaged in a conflict with Russia on the ground in Ukraine. The question then becomes, of course, whether and for how long this conflict will be confined to Ukraine. We're covering this story as only CNN can with our teams of journalists spread across Ukraine and Russia. We're going to start with CNN's Jim Sciutto, who's in.
Let's start right now with Trey Yingst on what he's seeing. Hey, Trey.
Neil, good afternoon. Russian forces are inching closer to the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. It's important to note, though, there was a victory for the Ukrainian forces this afternoon. Earlier in the day, an attack helicopter brigade of nearly 20 helicopters targeted the Antonov airport just outside of the Ukrainian capital. And when this happened, Russian forces were temporarily able to hold this base. Now, it's a critical piece of infrastructure because it would have given the Russians the ability to land planes just outside of the Ukrainian capital and then ultimately move forward with bringing in more equipment and personnel. The Ukrainian Defense Ministry says tonight that they have been able to launch a counteroffensive against those forces, and they now have reclaimed the airfield. Further north along the border with Belarus in the Chernobyl region, there were Russian troops that crossed the border earlier today and engaged Ukrainian forces in a firefight. We understand that, according to a source close to the president's office, those Ukrainian soldiers were pushed back, and the Russians now maintain that entire area around Chernobyl. So that is a significant push forward for the Russians. At this hour, there is an advancement of troops in the Kharkiv area. This is the second largest city in Ukraine. We understand that there are a number of strikes at this hour targeting that area, and Russian forces are trying to advance. The big concern here is that there could be an attack on the Ukrainian capital, and it could come from multiple different directions. If that does indeed happen, we can expect a heavy resistance from Ukrainian forces and civilians here. Today, we learned from the Interior Minister that more than 10,000 weapons have been given out to civilians today so that they can try to repel any sort of urban attack that takes place by those Russian forces. Neil?
All right, Trey, thank you very, very much for that. Let's get to read from the Pentagon right now and exactly how they're gauging reaction from Vladimir Putin and what could come next. For that, to Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer.
Neil, I just came out of another briefing with a senior U.S. defense official, and I can respond to some of what Trey is reporting. The Pentagon says that it has seen that Russian forces have moved through that Chernobyl area, but they do not have any evidence that Russian forces are holding that Chernobyl plant. We expected the forces, those tanks and troops, to move through Chernobyl en route to the capital, Kyiv. So it is notable that that tonight we are not hearing any confirmation that they are in fact staying at that Chernobyl plant. Also, in terms of what Trey is reporting about that, how the Ukrainian forces are fighting back, earlier today I was reporting that the Russians had taken over that key airfield about 45 minutes outside of Kyiv. And so if that is now contested, and we've heard from a senior defense official that they do not have any evidence that that is in Russian hands, that is certainly good news tonight. We can report a bit more on those U.S. forces that President Biden announced would be going to Europe. 7,000 new U.S. troops being sent. They're coming from, for the most part, from Fort Carson, from the 3rd Brigade of the 4th Infantry Division, who are out at Fort Carson in Colorado, also from Fort Bragg. Some of those 7,000 forces are among those 8,500 that the Defense Secretary and President Biden put on alert just a few weeks ago. We had reported on that. They will be going to Germany. This is a armor brigade combat team. It's not clear yet what their assignment will be, but they will be taking with them certain enablers, and they will be under the command of the 18th Airborne Corps under General Kurilla, who was placed out in Germany just a few weeks ago. Neil.
All right, thank you very much for that, Jennifer Griffin. We are expecting a White House briefing in about 20-25 minutes. We've already heard from the President of the United States the fallout from his sanctioned response to all of this. Jillian Turner at the White House with more. Hey, Jillian.
Hi, Neil. So we're learning new information now about the threat of a Russian cyber attack targeting the United States. A Department of Homeland Security official tells us all systems are a go. The threat is still active as of this hour. They also say it's not at all diminished now that Putin has launched this full-blown invasion into Ukraine. Now, over the last couple of days, Ukraine's government systems and banking systems have fallen victim to these sweeping cyber attacks. Lawmakers attribute those attacks directly to Putin's cyber henchmen. Take a listen.
I think the likelihood of cyber attacks on Ukraine, I mean, it's happening every day. They were attacked yesterday. Just their special security services were hit right before the attack. So cyber warfare against Ukraine already deep into it. As far as the United States, absolutely. We know elements inside of Russia have attacked the United States multiple times before. So we can expect that to happen.
Now, here at home, we are told that existing intelligence points to the fact that should the worst case scenario come to be, should the U.S. power grid come under attack and go down, it could take as long as 1 to 2 weeks to come back up at full capacity. Despite this information we're getting just yesterday, the White House was still in
surreal. I know I keep using that word, but it is such a surreal situation to be in Europe, to be in a city that hosted the UEFA Cup in 2012 with Poland, is now under possible aerial bombardment, is something that I think, even though people are now living through, in hour number 15 of this, they still can't quite believe it.
And tell me about Chernobyl. What are the concerns on the ground about Russia seizing control of Chernobyl, Cal?
It was really unclear to me what was going on, and in the early planning of this, the assumption was that the Russian troops would avoid the area. We had this red arrows, going around Chernobyl. Well, they've secured the area, we understand, and there is an infrastructure reason for doing so. There is still a power plant there. We thought initially the request to go to blackout conditions was to save energy, and we were corrected by both the government and our hotel. They said, no, this is a blackout for security reasons. So you have this concern about the basic infrastructure here. Certainly the Russians are starting to take out that infrastructure. I mean, the goal here is to make this an ungovernable place. If you're trying to, as we know Vladimir Putin is, if you're trying for some kind of change in the government, he's hitting all the right targets, because you want to make this impossible to govern. So power, water, the sewage, all of the basic things that people rely on, the gas lines. I mean, if you can unravel the society, that's as destabilizing as an occupation, even possibly more destabilizing. If the end goal here is government replacement, certainly it would explain some of the targets. Very quickly, one of the things we do need to mention, the Ukrainian president is keeping his location undisclosed for all the obvious reasons. There was discussions about maybe him coming here to Lviv. The American administration made it clear they really want him to remain in the country, but he's taken himself off the location grid. We don't know where he is, and that, again, as I come to you from a hotel room with the blinds closed, is for fairly obvious reasons.
Obvious reasons, but not without its own destabilizing effects. Keir Simmons, what I want to say, what I'm going to say, as usual, I have some distance between them, but tell me how starting a war in Europe has been received in Moscow.
Well, Nicole, people are stunned, shocked here in Moscow, and I think across Russia, and I think that's because, keep in mind, and we just have to say it again and again, that there are millions of Ukrainians living here in Russia. There are many, many Russians living in Ukraine. These are two countries that are interconnected. I don't think that people here really believed it was going to happen. They certainly hoped it wouldn't happen. I actually spoke to one woman and her daughter, 11-year-old daughter. The daughter's grandfather, the woman's father, is in Ukraine. They haven't been able to talk, they haven't been able to be with each other for 3 years because of COVID, and now they are torn apart, their family torn apart by the war, and that story is being repeated again and again and again, and it goes to the question of whether or not President Putin is going to be able to take his country with him. Earlier today we went out just to ask people how they felt about it. Take a listen.
I've been crying from the morning, so I know what to do. My man, the man that I love, is a Ukrainian citizen, so for me it's quite a tragedy.
It's horrible, yeah. It's horrible. It should be done by diplomatic way.
And Nicole, there have been some protests here in Moscow, people arrested, but small, as you can imagine. You know how President Putin has crushed opposition. And I will say this, because things unfold in unexpected ways when it comes to a conflict. If the Russian people turn against what President Putin has done, that will be threatening to President Putin. He may feel cornered. The implications of it, well, we wait to see what happens.
Well, super follow-up for you. You're going to have to say more. And two, I mean, expand on this point. And it's been presented to me as not implausible that someone fighting on behalf of Russia could end up, face to face fighting against an immediate family member, fighting on behalf of Ukraine. That this is not like distant relatives. Nuclear families live across those two borders. Can you add some meat on those bones?
Yeah, that's, it's completely possible. And, at the same time, we've heard President Putin talk about the two countries as one. Of course, they're not one, because Ukraine is a democracy. That's the point. It doesn't matter what the family ties or the friendship ties are. Ukraine is a democracy. That's the crucial question. Listen, I think there's something important here to talk about too, though, Nicole, and you and I have had so many conversations over the years about who is this person, Vladimir Putin. Well, that conversation has never been more important, has it, as right now, because we know inside the Kremlin, he is the person, he is the one guy who is making the decisions. We heard President Biden talk about sanctions today. Just a few hours before that, President Putin was talking to business leaders and told them, don't worry, Russia's not going to be ejected from the world economy. Now, there's going to be conversation going forward about the nature of the sanctions and whether they were strong enough. But here, there's going to be conversations, and there are conversations about whether President Putin, let me put it like this, whether President Putin is deluded or whether he's being deluded. What I mean by that is, for example, his television address this morning announcing that there would be war in Ukraine and railing against NATO and the US. At times, you watch and you wonder, where is he getting his information from? Does he really believe this? Because he seems so earnest. And I think one of the answers to this might be that he has a very small circle around him, and he doesn't use computers, he doesn't use phones, he doesn't use emails that aren't secure. So the information that he gets is limited. So many people talk about this in relation to President Putin. One more thing just to say about all of that, Nicole. Earlier in the week, we saw President Putin dress down the chief of his foreign intelligence service, the SVR, Sergei Narishkin, interrupted him at the Security Council, made him sit down. A terrifying display, honestly. And it tells you something, because Sergei Narishkin has known Vladimir Putin for 40 years. They were both in the KGB together, and that's how he treats him. So ask yourself this. Are the people around President Putin giving him the information that he needs, or are they giving him the information that he wants? Are they telling him, for example, that Kyiv will fall, that the government will fall, that a pro-Russian government will take over there? Because that doesn't seem like it's very likely. What is President Putin being told about what's happening in the conflict? What is he being told about the potential for economic sanctions? All of these issues, because, again, remember that it is President Putin who is leading this. He is making decisions, nobody else. So it's an absolutely crucial question.
And it's a portrait of a leader that I think we've all covered and talked about as well, cloistered and cherry-picking his own intelligence and information. And I guess I want to just close the circle here by asking you if the outcry among the public is likely to even make it to Putin. I mean, I know he's thin-skinned and sensitive and vain, and hence all the shirtless photo ops, but will he hear how disgusted his own population is by the fact that their leader started a war in Europe?
It's a great question. We should remember that there are lots of Russians who do support him, who believe the things that are being said on television. The television networks here playing over and over allegations, propaganda, suggesting that Ukraine is attacking Russians in eastern Ukraine. So there is that aspect of it. We should remember that. But it's a great question, because it is, of course, the people that President Putin is most frightened of. It's actually part of the reason why this is happening, because he doesn't want, there were revolutions in Ukraine that brought in new leaders, new governments. President Putin is determined not to let the Russian people believe that you can overturn a government and then live in freedom and democracy. That would be incredibly threatening to him, and that is part of the explanation for why we are where we are now.
You know, I am always honored to talk to both of you, but NBC's Keir Simmons, NBC's Cal Perry, thank you to both of you. We'll be here for a while, so wave your arms if you've got any updates for us. Thank you so much. Stay safe. Joining our coverage, former U.S. Ambassador to Russia and MSNBC International Affairs analyst Michael McFaul. Also joining us, former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor is here. Also joining us, Anne Applebaum, a Pulitzer Prize-winning historian, staff writer for The Atlantic, and author of the book, Twilight of Democracy, The Seductive Lure of Authoritarianism. And joining me on set, John Heilman, executive editor of The Recount and host of the Hell and High Water podcast. I want to start with you, Ambassador Taylor. It's a privilege to get to speak to you, and it is seared in my mind your recollections of war that was ongoing even during your time in Ukraine. This is obviously something on a different level. Your thoughts?
Thanks, Nicole. It's great to be here with this group. It's a great group. A great report there from Keir Simmons about the effect on Russian people. I think this is going to be something to follow, and Mike McFaul will have some answers about that as well. I have been on the front lines. I have been talking to, when I was there, I talked to Ukrainian soldiers. They will fight, Nicole. They are fighting. We are seeing the Ukrainian army put up a fight in various places, and your people have described exactly this. It's not a fair fight. The Ukrainians have been on those battlefronts for 8 years. They're hardened, but the Russian army is clearly superior. It is clearly enormous. So it's going to be brutal. It has been brutal so far. Putin does want Ukraine, and Ukraine does not want, and the Ukrainian people do not want to be part of the part of Europe that's on the other side of the Iron Curtain.
Ambassador Taylor, was diplomacy a ruse? I mean, could Putin have been reasoned with, or was this, from Putin's perspective, preordained?
We tried. There's no doubt that the West tried, that President Biden tried, that NATO tried. That we put things on the table that would address some of Putin's stated concerns about his security concerns. So there was that effort. I think it was a genuine effort. What appears to be the case now is Putin was never interested. He was never interested. He was not worried about sanctions. He was not worried about the costs that we said he was going to feel, and he's going to feel them. He was not worried about that. He was intending, he has been intending, it's almost clear, to do this in any case. So it was not a ruse on our side. It could have been on his.
To be clear, I meant on his. You know, he sent Sergei Lavrov to meetings with Tony Blinken. Obviously, American and Western efforts were earnest to avoid a war. Ambassador Taylor, I also remember you, I think the country got to know you outside of your circle of diplomatic and foreign policy peers when you talked about the danger of playing politics with military assistance for an ally like Ukraine under constant threat from Russia. This administration obviously did the opposite and helped this country arm itself and prepare for war. What can we do now that the war has commenced? What do they need now that some of their military installations have been targeted and taken out?
Nicole, they still need weapons. They still need military support. They need that same support that we were talking about in greater numbers. Been in touch with Ukrainian officials today. They still need that kind of support from NATO. They appreciate everything they've gotten so far. If the Russians do come in, then the Russians will face the Ukrainian people who will be fighting them. And these will be territorial defense forces. They'll be partisan forces. These will be citizens who will be trying to defend their own homes and their own towns. So this is also a requirement that we can provide weapons and communications, transportation. We can help them to fight this fight.
Ambassador Taylor, do you believe Zelenskyy is doing the sorts of things that you'd counsel him to do if you were still in country? Would you like for him to be seen more by his population? Talk about the excruciating experience of being President Zelenskyy today.
Nicole, you're right. It's excruciating. Here's a young leader. You know, he's 43. He hasn't had political experience. He's had 2 years in office. President Putin's had 22 years in office. President Zelenskyy, though, I believe has surprised President Putin with his strength, with his determination, with his calm. And maybe he was too calm. But he has stared down President Putin and continues to lead his country. I think, Nicole, he's actually stepping up. I think he is stepping up. He's growing as a leader. He's addressing his people. Even the opposition leaders. And I talked to several opposition leaders when I was in Kyiv 3 weeks ago, as well as talking to President Zelenskyy. They are grudgingly respectful of the job he's doing. And they know, the country knows, he's the only president they've got. They elected him, he's their president, and they're falling in behind him.
Ambassador McFaul, as Keir Simmons pointed out, the difference, even if family members end up fighting in this war against one another, is that one is fighting on behalf of a democracy That democracy has one leader. It is President Zelenskyy. The other side, very cloistered, and I take all of your descriptions of Putin's unpredictability to heart. An unpredictable leader, but one that right now, as the ambassador just said, has the military advantage. How do you see the next 18 hours shaping up?
Well, 18 hours, I'm not sure, but I think Putin has made it very clear what his objectives are now, and we need to take it seriously. He said in announcing this invasion, this horrific, tragic, senseless invasion, in which Ukrainians and Russians will die together. And I want to remind all your viewers, there are a lot of ethnic Russians that live in Ukraine, including in the capital city of Kiev. But he made it very clear. He wants demilitarization. You're showing it right there, attacking and destroying the Ukrainian military. And then it's what he calls denazification, a horrible word. But what he really means by that is he wants to roll back the revolution of dignity from 2014. In his view, as he's described it many, many times, that was in his words, not mine, a neo-Nazi coup backed by us that usurped power illegally, and he wants to restore what was there before. And I think I will not be surprised if that day comes. I hope it doesn't, because the Ukrainians, I hope, will resist. But if it comes, he might even reinstate Viktor Yanukovych, the person that fled the country in 2014.
Coming down over this important city. Essentially, it's the route up from the long Russian-occupied peninsula of Crimea. And we've seen since this morning's invasion began those armoured columns moving north, but they moved north through here very fast, frankly. Actually, there's an ambulance just rushing in the darkened out city round behind me here. Those airstrikes seem to drop, those aircraft seem to drop bombs. We heard some thuds in the distance after they'd flown low over this town, which is trying to enforce a blackout. It's pretty ineffective, but it's sort of startling to go around a town looking for the hospitals that we understand have taken in injured from the fighting near here, and seeing that they've essentially closed their outer doors so they can't be spotted from above. Quite a chilling scene here. As we came in to the town, it seemed as though the Russian forces that were initially south of the Dnieper River that this town sits on were fighting hard for a key bridge across it, but they had in fact crossed over north to the side where we're standing here. There were clashes certainly on this side here, and then the suggestion is that they were for a period on the outskirts of this town. Quite what their next moves are for Kherson, it's unclear. We heard small arms fire in the distance around this town in the dark a little earlier on, and there are suggestions that some Russians may have gone west and also others to the east too. But this a key strategic city for the passage north from Crimea up to those separatist areas, Jake.
All right, Nick Payton-Walsh in southern Ukraine, thank you so much. Be safe. On the Russian side of the border, you're looking at mobile artillery, howitzers, heading towards Ukraine this morning from Russia. And that's where CNN's Fred Pleitgen is right now, just on the other side of the border from Kharkiv, Ukraine. Fred, and you've been watching Russian rockets fired into Ukraine, Russian artillery rolling past on the road to Ukraine. We should note, Putin does not apparently have any issue with these images of his unprovoked war on neighboring sovereign country being broadcast to the world.
No, I certainly think that he didn't, and it's certainly something that we saw the entire day. And I can tell you, Jake, just before we went to air right now, we heard a massive salvo of what seemed to be Russian artillery rockets being fired towards the area of Ukraine. It's quite interesting because the outgoing fire seemed to come from a position several kilometers further towards Ukraine than what we saw earlier today. We saw them fire earlier today from sort of around where I am right now. Now it seems to be a little bit forward deployed a rocket. So what we can deduct from that, I think, is that the Russians have made some advances today further into Ukrainian territory. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the entire day that we stood here, you can look behind me. That's the checkpoint, the last one before you get to Ukrainian territory, before you get towards the town of Kharkiv, where, of course, we have some crews as well who have been feeling the brunt of some of those rockets that have been fired from the positions here on Russian territory. There have been military convoys going through that checkpoint through the entire day. And you're right, Jake, to point out that there were heavy howitzers that went through there. There were main battle tanks that we saw that still had their treads completely full of dirt, because obviously they were dug into positions here around this area and then just took the main road to go into Ukraine. And then also lots of convoys with massive amounts of troops as well. So from the vantage point that we have here, which again is the last checkpoint before you reach Ukrainian territory. This invasion certainly does seem to be very, very big, and it seems to be the case that it's ongoing and indeed accelerating as time goes on. There have been a lot of convoys that were parked out here that then drove in, and it really showed no sign of letting up. It's gotten a little bit more quiet now, but at the same time, we are hearing those artillery rockets still very much being fired at Ukrainian territory, Jake.
All right, Fred Pleitgen on the Russian side of the border. Thank you so much. Let's talk about all this with Democratic Senator Jack Reed. Over at Rhode Island, he's the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee and serves on the Senate Intelligence Committee in addition to being a veteran himself. Senator, do you think Putin intends to conquer all of Ukraine, including the capital of Kyiv?
I think he's set upon capturing Kyiv and other major cities in the eastern part of the Ukraine. And then I think he will stop and his forces will reset and reform. And then there'll be a decision at that point whether they'll continue forward. I think there's a very high likelihood that he would continue forward. One reason is I think he would, his military advisors would be uncomfortable with an ungoverned space in Ukraine and having the Ukrainian resistance use that to attack Russian forces. There's a very good chance that he will take the whole country.
Do you think that he'll just have an occupying force of hundreds of thousands of Russian troops for an indefinite period of time?
Well, I think he will move his National Guard troops, which are primarily designed for that type of operation. A lot will depend on the scope and intensity of the resistance. What we're hearing, what you're hearing, is that the Ukrainian people feel strongly that they want their independence, that they are not Russians, and that they're resisting. We're getting reports that there's, in some places, significant resistance by Ukrainian military forces, but it's sporadic because they don't have the numbers nor the ability to move with the same ease as the Russians. So again, I think the judgment will be what is it literally costing the Russians in terms of the lives of their soldiers and military personnel, and what does it cost them internationally, both in terms of economics, but in terms of just the international condemnation.
Clearly, sanctions from the U.S., the U.K., and the EU have not deterred Putin from waging this unprovoked, undeclared war on a sovereign state. Do you think anything can stop him at this point?
I think the sanctions will be an impediment to his economy, obviously. I think you'll see more sanctions. And one of the issues with sanctions is not just imposing them, but sustaining them, because they do take a while to have a full, powerful effect. And I think the president is trying to ensure, as he has to date, that these sanctions are supported across the board by our allies in NATO particularly, but other major economic powers. So those sanctions will increase, and they will put pressure on him. We always saw, as you've reported, that there's been some spontaneous demonstrations within Russia, which is quite surprising. The Russians are looking closely at their economy. That could be a real point of pressure against Putin. That, I think, is a strategy at this point that we should pursue and allows us the best opportunity to reverse or at least stop this invasion.
In addition to being a veteran, you're the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. President Biden is sending more troops to Germany, and he's redeploying troops that are already in Europe to the eastern flank, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. But the troops that they're sending from the U.S., I believe, are from an armored brigade combat team, which means these are not the light forces the U.S. sent earlier with just trucks. The armored team means tanks, fighting vehicles, significantly more firepower. Interpret that for us.
Well, the first response was to move elements that were in Europe. They were Stryker brigades, which are mechanized infantry, which does have considerable striking power. And then to quickly move additional forces, they took out the Ready Brigade from the 82nd Airborne Division. That brigade went into Poland. Now we're beginning to move, as you indicate, Jake, stronger forces with the significant tanks, significant fighting vehicles, the ability to, if necessary, protect NATO countries. The President's made it clear we're not going to introduce troops into the Ukraine, but protect NATO countries against what you've already seen in your reporters have described, significant armored forces backed up by air and artillery.
All right, Senator Jack Reed. Rhode Island, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your time today.
For Western countries. And we have gone into this.
22-year-old girl take a swan dive from the 17th floor.
On Russian energy, but as you say, some other European countries are. We very much support what Chancellor Scholz has said about halting Nord Stream 2, but we now need to work together to find alternative sources of supply. The United States has been very helpful in that regard. We need to reduce the long-term dependency, and you're absolutely right, in the short term, we need to take measures that will smooth the shock to individual households of these energy increases, and we're doing all of that.
Ambassador, what is Britain going to do if Vladimir Putin doesn't end here? This notion that he's kind of advanced, one and done, it's just Ukraine, that's all I'm really looking at, but he advances elsewhere. He's already got 30,000 troops in Belarus. He could be looking at some of these other former Soviet Union members, now breakaway republics, and piece together the old Soviet Union that he misses. And made clear this week it was one of the greatest tragedies of the modern era. What do you think?
I think that you're right to point to that. I think it's 15 years ago this year that President Putin first said that the demise of the Soviet Union was one of the greatest tragedies of the 20th century. I think most other people, including most Russians, actually think of it the other way around. The demise of the Soviet Union freed Europeans. It enabled a Europe whole and free. And now President Putin is taking a huge step backwards by bringing war and conflict back onto the streets of Europe. And I just wonder what the 13 million Russians who died in World War II would have to say about that outcome. A Europe whole and free was what the whole continent desired. The US and Canada supported that. Russia supported that. And now it's President Putin who is pulling that apart. I don't think his ambitions do stop at Ukraine, to be honest. Whether they extend to the former Soviet Union republics or whether they take a different turn and go to the Balkans, where there's already extensive Russian meddling, we will have to see, but we are on the lookout for that. We are working with NATO and the EU to try and support the forces of democracy and open societies in our Balkan friends.
Ambassador, very good catching up with you. Again, I'm sorry under these circumstances. The British Ambassador to the United States, Karen Pierce. Ambassador, thank you very much again. All right, a couple of other issues we are looking at right now, exactly what the Russians are doing now. It's a multi-pronged attack, and you really need a big old view of the entire country to get a sense of that. No one does it better than my buddy Bill Hemmer, who joins us right now. Bill, what can you tell us?
Hey, Neil, good afternoon. I just listened to your conversation there, Neil. Just so you know, this is the western border of Ukraine, and look where you are. You know, knocking on the door of Poland, just to go to the scenario that you were painting with the ambassador there a moment ago. Neil, I want to go through a couple things here with you. This is as of 1:30 Eastern Time. You can see, and there's been more hits since then, by the way, north, south, east, and west, different parts of Ukraine. We keep an eye on Kyiv here. We're getting reports of this airstrip 24 miles to the north. It used to be an air base for the military. Now it's used as a cargo airport. Neil, there is fierce battle between the Russian force and the Ukrainian military. It appears the Ukrainian military has won that battle so far. But if the Russian military is able to win that cargo strip there, Neil, you've got the ability on behalf of Putin to fly men and machinery into that airport that's only 24 miles north of the Ukrainian capital. Let me go to another map here. And I wanted to show you, Neil, come over here. See Belgorod here? That's on the Russian side of the border. It's got a lot of military installations on the northeastern side of Ukraine. We were looking at these satellite images back from the 4th of February. You know it's cold, right? All that snow on the ground. But this is an empty field. And then on the 22nd of February, just a few days ago, all the snow's gone. You see all the military trucks and all the personnel that have lined up. I'll give you another one here. Further down the map here in Saloti, again, Russian side of the border. This is February 13th. Snow on the ground just about everywhere. All these military areas set up here. Personnel, tanks, tents, trucks. And on the 20th of February, they were gone. So now a bigger picture here. What's happening with the battle right now? We're in phase 1, we believe. That's the military operation. How long does it go? We do not know. Senior defense official said earlier today, pretty much admitted that we don't know how much longer this could last. But clearly the Russians have the advantage, especially at night. You know, we rule the night in the U.S. military when we go to Iraq and Afghanistan. This isn't apples to apples here, but the Russian military, far superior to the Ukrainians. They have night vision goggles. They can see as they go, all right, as of 1:30, okay? Here's the border with Belarus. Why am I bringing this up? Well, we had, sorry about that. We had talked about this border here with Belarus. This is Russia right here off to the east. Belarus allowed the Russian military to establish numerous military outposts over the past 60 days. There was a lot of talk that they could come down to Belarus, but really, I don't think, Neil, I don't think anybody was much convinced of that. But it's happened. And so based on the reporting we know now, there's a front coming down to the northwest of Kyiv and a front coming down to the northeast of Kyiv. There's this here in the northeast that has already crossed that border. Fierce battle on behalf of the Ukrainian military. They're holding out right now, but again, it's only still within really that 24-hour window. The other area is down here in Crimea. That's an area that the Russians took in 2014. They have been able to come from the south up to the north, and based on the reports we're getting, and maybe we can clear this up throughout the evening hours here, very little resistance in the south. Why is that? Can't say, but that's the report we're getting at the moment. So it's a
is he will take not only these areas right here, so Kharkiv is, you know, first of all in his target set. Mariupol, as you mentioned here, is also this way because that gives him the land bridge to Crimea. And then you have Odessa, and then that goes up here to Kyiv. So I think his next area is really going to be Kyiv, and then followed by all the other areas that he would need to mop up the basic areas there.
All right, Colonel Layton, thank you so much. Let's bring in former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, retired General Wesley Clark. General Clark, you've been speaking with your sources and colleagues in Europe. What are they telling you about the situation on the ground?
Well, first of all, the Ukrainians are fighting very hard. They've inflicted significant losses on the Russian forces in various locations, including in the south and around Kharkiv. They do need more munitions, and this is what always happens in combat, because when you distribute the ammunition before the fight, you don't know where the key fight's going to be, and so then you've got to go redistribute. So some of that's going on right now. The main effort, it seems to me, first of all, why are they coming in from so many directions? Well, as the colonel said, of course he wants to take as much as he can, but also because it really complicates the command and control issues for the Ukrainian staff. You get good information, you get bad information, you get no information, you don't know what's happening, and it's overwhelming when that information flow starts. So they know this. So, but I think the main objective is going to be Kyiv. I think that what they want to do is what we call in the military a coup de main. That is to say, go right into Kyiv, change the leadership, put a Russian stooge in charge, and then tell the Ukrainians stop fighting. Some would stop fighting, some would be confused, some would continue to fight. But this would be the basic strategy I think that Putin is following. So we have to look at what's happening around Kyiv. Now, a couple of airports were seized earlier in the day. There's fighting around those airports. We don't know whether they've been taken back or not. During the hours of darkness, this would be the time that you'd expect Russians to bring in air mobile or airborne reinforcements to those airports. So that's the danger period right now. And then we know there's been some Russian armor movement coming down from the north, both from the northeast and the northwest of Kyiv. How far it is, what's opposing it, it's not clear. Those reports aren't clear to us, but that would be a reinforcement. And their intent would be then encircle Kyiv, penetrate it exactly like we did with Baghdad in 2003, and get regime change.
So Russian forces have seized Chernobyl, the site of the worst nuclear power plant disaster in history. Why would the Russians seize that? And are you concerned about what they might do, what might happen intentionally or unintentionally with all that radioactive material?
Well, yes, I'm concerned. There are other power plants, nuclear power plants in Kyiv also, more than a dozen. So they're all significant risks. Chernobyl was on an avenue of approach into Kyiv, so I think they went through that area. They thought they could go through it, would be relatively unprotected. This is the way the Nazis invaded France and Belgium in 1940. Find the forest, go through the forest, nobody sees you, get on the road, go as fast as you can. So I think that's some of what the Russians have tried to do here. I don't think they're going to try to destroy that power plant and make a mess, because some of that would affect Belarus. So it could happen, but I don't think that's a good weapon for them. They've got other weapons if they need them to deploy against the Ukrainians.
All right, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander General Wesley Clark, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. We're following all the breaking news, including a look how the Russian attack sent global markets spiraling, the economic impact of this war. That's next.
When traders tell us how...
We'll have Sweden, Finland, and the 2 EU presidents present, showing in a way the very...
As a veteran yourself.
Sure. Well, look, John, I'm not sure it's entirely contrary. I do think that that Putin is going to care more about the resistance. I'm not sure, sadly, that he's going to find the Ukrainian military terribly effective at repelling an invasion. I think this could be over from a military perspective very quickly. But the resistance, on the other hand, is something that we all expect to be strong and something that America is prepared to support. And ultimately, that's what could prove Putin's undoing. I heard Ann earlier say that, we're not quite sure what Putin is thinking in terms of occupying the country. I've always imagined that he doesn't need to occupy the country to have some success here. But Putin is clearly making some irrational moves. He's making some irrational decisions. He doesn't understand the opposition that he's going to get in Ukraine or the opposition he might, frankly, get at home. And if he's planning for a long occupation, if he's planning to truly control Ukraine, I think he's going to be in for a rude awakening.
You are apparently, so I get that those two things aren't in total opposition, your position and Michael McFaul's position, but at this moment, it sounds as though you are still more optimistic about the potential effect of sanctions on Putin's thinking than some are who think he's basically immune to that kind of pressure.
Well, obviously, it depends on how effective these sanctions actually are, right? If they're targeted directly at him and his allies, I made the point back in December that he needs to find it hard to buy a soda from a soda machine as soon as this invasion starts. That means truly disconnecting Russia from the banking system, finding ways around what innovations they are going to try to bring to get around the traditional banking system. That means stopping innovative fintech companies from coming in from China and elsewhere to kind of save the Russians here when they need the financial help. There's a lot more that we need to do. We need to truly target these oligarchs who have money all around the world, make them feel the pain and convey that to Putin. If we do all of that, this can be effective. But look, here we are today. Russia has invaded. This deterrent obviously hasn't been effective enough to work. I think the administration feared that all along, and rightly so. So we need to do more. And it's not just about the Ukrainian resistance. It's about presenting a united front all across NATO, showing that we're going to push back, not just with tanks and troops like in the old Cold War, but against this new version of hybrid warfare, where Russia is working to undermine elections, to put little green men into our allied countries, to conduct cyber attacks of all sorts, and actually target the American people right here at home through Facebook. We need to show Russia that we can do the same, that we're prepared to do the same, and that whatever aggression he shows, it will be met with a strong and unified Western response.
It's such an important point. They've been deeply enmeshed in our politics, at least as far as we know, way back since 2015 and 16. Congressman Seth Moulton, it's always a privilege to talk to you, especially today. Thank you for spending some time with us. Joining our coverage is New York Times diplomatic correspondent Michael Crowley. He's been covering the Biden administration's response to Putin's invasion in Ukraine. Ambassador McFaul, Ambassador Taylor, and John Howland are still here. Ambassadors, you've both been invoked several times. I want to bring it back to you. I mean, first to you, Ambassador Taylor, on this idea that people here may conflate sanctions with a response to an invasion. They're tools that may sort of be in the same suite of services, but one doesn't necessarily address the other. What are your thoughts about what is done, other than what we've already talked about, getting more weapons and more sort of military assets to the Ukrainian people while the sanctions take effect and do the damage they're designed to do?
Right, Nicole. There was a hope that the threat of sanctions would deter, and as we see, it didn't. The sanctions now are focused on a different goal. That is to harm, frankly, the Russian economy, to make it harder for the Russian economy and for President Putin using the resources that he's got to conduct this war. This is an attempt to make it hard on Russian people. And the way we talked about before, that might cause them to turn against this war in even greater numbers. But it's also to affect the Russian ability to manufacture weapons and to manufacture other items that they do with these components. So the export ban is an important component of this as well.
Ambassador Taylor, do they work if China is willing to stay as cozy as they appear mostly so far to be to Russia?
The Chinese can start to help to ameliorate some of the effect of these sanctions, but not very much, Nicole. But they can over time. Over time, yes, but it takes time to shift their banks. It takes time to establish a new SWIFT system. If we were to use that, it takes time to shift from selling most of the oil and gas to the Europeans to switch over to selling to the Chinese. So it does take time, and there is an immediate effect.
Ambassador Taylor, I know you've been so generous with your time, and we're going to lose you in a minute here. What are your thoughts, and what are you looking for? I'll shorten the time span that I gave Ambassador McFaul over the next 12 hours.
So I'm looking again for President Zelenskyy to continue to rally his people, to continue to rally Ukraine. He can be a strong leader, stepping up to be a strong leader. It's hard. As you say, he doesn't want to expose himself now. He's a marked man, no doubt. But he is also a really important man in Ukraine. So even if he's not in Ukraine, if he's not in Kyiv, if he's in Lviv, or if he's in the south, in the mountains, in the southwest, he can still rally his people. So that's an important component. Ukraine will make this, Nicole. Ukraine will get through this one way or the other. Putin will lose. Ann Applebaum made the point that Putin comes in strong, he has no end game, and he will lose in the end.
It's so interesting to me that you have this optimism. Colonel Vindman yesterday had this optimism. It's really important for us to hear that from people who know best. Thank you so much. It's truly a privilege to get to talk to you today. Thank you, Ambassador Taylor. We're going to do two things here. I want to pull Michael Crowley in. Ambassador McFaul, I think John Heilman has a 6-point question for you, so I'm going to be quick here with Michael Crowley. We just had up on our screen a small protest, pro-Ukrainian protest that has taken shape outside of the White House. Tell me the view from the West Wing today, Michael Crowley.
Well, you know, I think there's a kind of shock and horror at what Vladimir Putin is doing. At the same time, you know, you look back at the intelligence and all the warnings that came from this White House, and they saw this coming a long time ago. So, I mean, there's shock at actually seeing the reality of it unfold. At the same time, it is remarkable how accurately the Biden administration was able to predict the way this would play out. I think, Nicole, there's also, look, you know, it probably feels good to come out and punish this aggression. And, you know, the U.S. is asserting its role as a leader in the world and defending what the Biden administration calls the rules-based international order. But I think there's also trepidation. What is the cost of this going to be? What's it going to do to energy prices? Are Americans willing to pay this price? You've heard President Biden refer to it a couple times. He's preparing Americans for it. But I'm not sure there's total confidence that, you know, the vast majority of Americans are in for a long and economically painful fight over Ukraine. That, to me, is the really big question right now.
Michael McFaul, Nicole said it was going to be a multi-part question. It's not going to be a one-part question, but it's got a few things that it point. It's got a few things that it points.
Get a pencil.
Well, you are a skeptic about sanctions working. Number one. Number two, I saw you retweeted a thing from Edward Lucas, who's a longtime analyst and journalist who's covered Central and Eastern Europe for a long time. Now is actually a politician in Britain who's running, who's going to be a parliamentary candidate coming up. And Lucas makes a list of things that he thinks the West should do now. I'm going to read a few of them and then ask you whether any of them stand out as particularly good ideas. That's why it's a one-part question in your mind. Things that are both practical, that we could do, and that would have an effect on Putin. Here are a couple of examples. First, withdraw all Western, meaning NATO, EU, OECD ambassadors from Moscow and send their Russian counterparts home. Close all Russian consulates, trade missions. Remove RT and other Russian propaganda organs from the airwaves in all countries that have regulated broadcast media, visa bans on government ministers and members of the Duma and Federation Council. And then the last thing I'll say is delisting, announce a sweeping program of asset freezes on basically Kremlin cronies. Delist those companies from stock exchanges in London, Frankfurt, New York, and other Western financial centers. Stop trading their debt, bonds, and other financial instruments. Really go hard on financial sanctions that will really cut on friends of Vladimir Putin. So of those things, do you think, here are the ones that I'd go for that we can get done and that might have an effect?
Well, let me start with what the president announced today, because some of that he did do today. And I want to be clear about my position on sanctions. I want sanctions. And I want to punish Putin and everybody around him. If you want 98% of them, I want 100%. If you want 100, I want 110. So everything on Ed's list, I support. That's easy for me to say. I don't work in the government. I think many of those things would be very hard for them to do. A couple, though, I think are worth talking about. Visa bans for all those parliamentarians that voted for this ridiculous, senseless war. 100% agree with that. I think we have to have a much harder take on Putin's propaganda machine, RT and Sputnik around the world. I think that's very smart too. And I want to make a very clear statement. Now we're not trying to deter Putin. Putin's invaded. Now we're trying to punish Putin. And I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of how the Russian economy works. I think people are thinking, oh, now he's punishing the oligarchs, right? Bill Gates and Zuckerberg, they're now punished by these sanctions, and they're going to fly to Moscow or to Washington, to mix the metaphor, and tell Vladimir, hey, Vladimir, you got to stop this because it's really hurting my businesses. The two big banks that were sanctioned today, I know both the guys that run them, Andrei Kostin and German Gref. You know how they got in those positions? Putin appointed them. And so when people think, oh, the oligarchs are being pressured, so then they're going to pressure Putin, they're not understanding the distribution of property rights inside that system. They don't have any say. You can just remove them and move on. So don't get me wrong. We need sanctions. We need to do more. I hope the president is planning for more, by the way. There are many other things they can do, but we're going to have to measure their effect in years, not months. And to the point we made earlier, John, I actually think the fighting on the ground in Ukraine, that's the #1 thing that will affect Putin's calculus moving forward.
Let me just bring it back to the fighting on the ground, Ambassador McFaul. When you talk to your friends in Ukraine, what are they seeing, what do they fear, and what do they expect to happen when they wake up tomorrow?
Well, in the long run, I think we have to remember that we did provide military assistance. We upped it. I applaud it. The Stingers could have been done earlier, but the Javelins, all that. But remember, we also interrupted military assistance in the last administration, and there's all kinds of weapons that my Ukrainian friends would have loved to have had that they didn't, like Patriots, for instance, anti-aircraft kinds of weapons. They didn't have that. What they need now is they need new supplies. They're going to run out of supplies of everything fast. I think people need to understand that. And then what you were talking with Ambassador Taylor about, territorial defense, civilian defense. I was on a call earlier, I guess it's yesterday by now, and we were talking about, I was asking Ukrainians your very question, Nicole. And one of the interlocutors said, you know what we need, Mike? We need knee pads. And I was like, knee pads? Why do you need knee pads? And he said, Mr. Ambassador, because when you're on your knees shooting, you want to have a good pair of knee pads if you're going to be on your knees for hours. And he said those are simple things like that are in short supply in Ukraine. So anything that we can do to help the civilian territorial defense also should be part of the equation. And of course, now is the time to try to provide that kind of assistance.
It's just a sensory, the sensation is of horror. Just thinking of that, it brings it home in such a vivid manner. Michael Crowley, tell me what you're looking for as this sort of, not that the news cycles end anymore, but as the day closes here.
Well, a couple things. I mean, one is obviously how much further Russia goes on the ground, what things are going to look like in Kyiv in 24, 48, 72 hours, how violent things might get in the capital, particularly whether the Russians are going to follow through on this kind of horrifying list of people who are to be possibly rounded up, captured, maybe executed as potential dissidents. And then as this sanctions story unfolds, which is what I'm writing about with my colleague Edward Wong for tomorrow's paper, the effect of these sanctions, but also how Europe is going to follow suit, what the European Union is going to deliver. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who I follow most closely, has spoken twice with his EU counterpart in the last 2 days. It looks like they're really trying to coordinate the rollout of these sanctions. Will the EU come out as strong and as tough as the U.S. and Great Britain notably have? Europe is a little bit of a tougher sell, and it's going to be a big and interesting test to see how strong their sanctions package is.
We'll be reading everything that you report on with your colleague and following it closely here. Michael Crowley, thank you. Ambassador McFaul, thank you so much. I know there are a lot of demands on your time in this country and around the world, as we learn. So thank you so much for making time for us. John Heilman is just getting warmed up, sticks around for another hour, thankfully. Our coverage continues after a quick break. Stay with us, please.
The area around the Chernobyl nuclear facility, as you know very well, was the site of the 1986 nuclear disaster. And Mikhaila Podolyak, an advisor to the president, says the problem with that now is you have no idea what the status is of the area around Chernobyl, the nuclear facility itself, or any of the nuclear waste. Now, the fighting has been intense, particularly in the eastern part of the country, near the town of Kharkiv. And that is an area from which we are getting some video of an apartment building out there. And the reason I want to highlight that particular video, it's the first example we have of any collateral damage. We don't have a lot of information coming out of that particular video in that particular area. But we do know from the health ministry overall right now they have a record of some 57 people who have been killed, 169 who have been injured. The aerial strikes seem to be strategic in nature. They are spread out all over Ukraine. The targets have been everything from airstrips to air defenses to military barracks. The military intelligence headquarters in Kiev was hit. What remains to be seen is if the Russians have been able to disable the ability of the Ukrainians to fight back, which really was their goal in the short term. The Ukrainians claim they have not. The Ukrainians say they have taken some 7 Russian aircraft out of the sky. 4 helicopters, 2 tanks, and 10 armored personnel carriers. Here in the town of Lviv, we talked with a number of people coming and going. We talked with retired soldiers who say they want to go volunteer to pick up a weapon. People on the street who vow that this is their home. It's not like 2014. They will fight.
You know, Mike, I'm sorry, I thought you were throwing to a Biden. My apologies. Very quickly, okay. What is the mood of the people there? I mean, obviously, they know that the invasion is on, but very few are leaving. And I talked to a parliament member. He's not leaving. He's holed up in his home with a gun and everything else. So how are they handling this?
I think their mood is one of resolve, Neil. It's interesting how much it changed over the past few days. Last week, you talked to people, and they were still optimistic that it was never really going to manifest. After they heard Putin's speech, things changed. Now they're ready to fight.
All right. All right, Mike, great reporting. Be safe. To all you guys out there in harm's way.
Thank you.
Stay out of harm's way. Mike Tobin in the middle of all of that. That'll do it. Here comes the 5.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino, along with Judge Jeanine Pirro, Geraldo Rivera, Jesse Waters, and Will Cain. It's 5 o'clock in New York City. This is the 5. Russia launching an all-out invasion on Ukraine, battering the country from land, air, and sea. That scene from earlier today. Vladimir Putin ordering airstrikes on cities and military bases, sending in tanks and troops from 3 different directions. The Russian invasion so far has killed nearly 60 people, with that number set to rise. And a U.S. official warning Russia's goal is to decapitate the Ukrainian government and says what we are seeing now is the first strike of many to come. Ukrainians are fighting back. Trey Yinks is reporting live from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Good morning.
Dana, good afternoon. The Russian offensive against Ukraine continues at this hour. We are seeing reports of renewed fighting and clashes in a number of different locations. Today, just outside the capital of Kyiv, there was a back and forth between Russian and Ukrainian forces. The Russians brought in attack helicopters taking over a strategic airfield. We are learning this evening, according to the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, that airfield has been recaptured by Ukrainian forces. That was not the case in other parts of the country, including the north, where in the Chernobyl region, Russian troops crossed over from Belarus and they were able to advance against Ukrainian forces and take over that position. In the eastern part of the country, there is still fighting, but it is in different pockets across the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. These are the separatist-controlled areas of eastern Ukraine that were used as part of this offensive as President Putin ordered an invasion across the entire country. And then in the south, Russian forces worked their way up through Crimea, trying to make basically what will look like a land bridge so that they can hit the capital of Kyiv from a number of different angles if they do indeed launch that larger invasion to try to basically take the capital and make sure that it does not have any support from the other Ukrainian troops who are still operating within the country. Dana?
Trey, we have some questions for you, and we know you've been working all day under very trying conditions, so we thank you for being with us on the 5. I'll kick it over to Jesse Waters first.
Hey, Trey. The vibe right now in the Capitol, it's got to be like being at the Alamo. You know you're going to be surrounded and you're outnumbered. What are people thinking? How are they feeling? Do people regret not leaving soon enough? Take us through it.
We learned today from the Interior Minister that more than 10,000 weapons were given out to civilians who have pledged to stay here and fight. There's a real understanding that if these Russian forces are able to choke off the Ukrainian capital, as they are suspected to do in the coming days, this will turn into a more urban warfare situation, and you will see Ukrainian forces in somewhat of a guerrilla warfare format because they will have to try to protect the capital and the head of government. The concern that the Ukrainian military has at this hour is that what we saw last night and throughout the day today, the air raid sirens and strikes not only on the capital of Ukraine, but also the second largest city, Kharkiv, and other major Ukrainian cities and population centers, is that they could launch more waves of attacks, and it would ultimately overwhelm the forces that are outside in these different military locations. So if the fight does come into the city, it will look very different. It will be far bloodier, and that death toll will certainly rise. Jesse?
Geraldo?
Trey, great job. Very courageous. You and the rest of our mates over there. Wish I was standing shoulder to shoulder with you. You're experienced enough to get the vibe. Are the Ukrainians determined to fight this out? Are they going to fight to the death? Are they really going to, put it all out there right now? Or will they fold in the face of the overwhelming superiority of Russian arms?
They are determined to fight it out, but we are getting some new information this hour that's really important when you think about their chances fighting the Russian military. Ukraine's armed forces believe that more than 60 Russian tactical battalion groups have been used in this fight so far. We're talking about 30,000 to 60,000 troops. Remember, there are nearly 200,000 Russian soldiers along Ukraine's border. So even if they take heavy losses in a more urban environment, or if some of these reports that we are seeing from the eastern part of Ukraine of these Javelin anti-tank missiles actually doing their job and stopping these battalions from getting closer to the larger population centers, it still might not be enough. It may be too little, too late in terms of the weaponry that the Ukrainian forces have. They no longer, according to the Russians, have any air defense systems. We have not seen any air defense in the capital since we have been reporting here, but we do hear fighter jets often in this city. And Still tonight, there are strikes taking place, and Ukrainian officials are worried that as we get closer to 3 a.m. local time, that's the time they are putting out, that another campaign, an air campaign against this city, will take place.
Judge Janine.
Trey, first of all, our thoughts and prayers are with the Ukrainians and with their families all over the world. I think we have to recognize the pain that this country is in. But given what you've said about arming the citizenry, do the people in Ukraine understand that ultimately it doesn't seem like the cavalry's coming in to save them, that they are literally at war with an aggressor who has done this in front of the whole world? He lined it up. He's been lining this up for weeks with tanks and soldiers. And the truth is that there is no way other than a sanction here or there to stop him. Is Kyiv the end game here?
It's certainly the end game here. President Putin does not want Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy to be running this country. At best, he wants some sort of puppet regime that he would be able to control, much like we are seeing in Belarus, where the president there, Alexander Lukashenko, has called Russia and Belarus basically the same country. President Putin would like that situation at a minimum to take place in Ukraine. What's interesting, though, when you talk to the civilians here who have pledged to stay and fight, they understand just how gruesome and violent this war could be. Already, the death toll is rising, and some of the images that we are seeing from the fighting in the eastern part of the country, and even some of the strikes and missile strikes that took place in and around larger population centers, it's quite gruesome. The ability of the Russian military against a civilian population would be quite bloody. And so while there is this patriotic push for Ukrainians to say we will stay and fight and protect our homeland, it is going to be very, very difficult to do so when there are Russian tanks in the streets. But make no mistake, these civilians that we talk to and even the soldiers who have been called up from reserve forces say they will stay and they will fight and they are willing to die for their country. And we have heard that message again and again, not only here in the capital, but also when we were visiting the front lines in the eastern part of Ukraine.
Will Kane.
Trey, just to get a sense of that resistance, you've been covering this wonderfully all week long. We saw you embedded with those forces in the east when you were taking fire. I'm curious, have you managed to stay in communication with those forces in the east? Do you know what the resistance is like, how quickly the Russians are moving, what kind of casualties even from where you were earlier in the week?
We understand there are a lot of casualties in the east. The Russians used those Russian-backed separatists to move up those lines very quickly. And from what we saw out on the front, they were literally in trenches. In terms of the ability of a Russian airstrike from a fighter jet to target someone like this in a trench, they have very limited places to go. And it looks like that on a lot of the Ukrainian front. Remember, that line of contact has been there since 2015 when there was a peace agreement cut between the Russian-backed separatists and the Ukrainians. Still a bloody conflict with nearly 14,000 deaths since it began in 2014. But we do fear some of those people that we were with over the weekend may be injured or killed, given the fact that this offensive has moved so quickly and the Russian air power has been quite significant. We are talking about not only fighter jets targeting different locations, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and those ground forces. Again, the Ukrainians are putting up a fight, and they have hit a number of these battalions that are coming in across the border using anti-tank missiles and other weaponry. But the reality is this is already a bloody war, and it could get far worse in the coming hours and days as the Russians are expected to launch more waves of attacks.
Trey, I just have a question that is more, I think, something our viewers might be wondering as they've watched you and Steve, Lucas Tomlinson covering this conflict. How do you stay safe?
I mean, look, Fox is built by people who used to be field producers. And so the executives at this company understand the importance of getting into the field, but also staying safe in the field. So we have a massive team working with us, not only here in the capital, but we have 4 teams on the ground in Ukraine right now. And everything is very calculated. We have safety plans in place, and we execute those plans each and every day. And we did last night when this massive invasion started. The real story here, though, is not the journalists, it's not us, it's the people of Ukraine, it's the civilians who are picking up arms to defend their country. Tonight, it is the women and children who are currently sleeping in the subway system of this capital city because they are worried about air campaigns. And it's the soldiers on the front lines who are currently risking their lives for the sovereignty of Ukraine.
Well, and you are bringing us their stories so well. Trey Yingst, thank you, and no doubt we'll see you a little bit later tonight. And President Biden slapping another set of sanctions on Russia, targeting banks, oligarchs, and Moscow's tech sector. The president also condemning Vladimir Putin for choosing war instead of diplomacy.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. And I want to be clear, the United States is not doing this alone.
Biden was also grilled over the effectiveness of previous sanctions and contradicting something his Vice President Kamala Harris said in Germany just over the weekend.
No one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. It has to show, this is going to take time, and we have to show resolve so he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what's on them. That's what this is all about.
The purpose of the sanctions has always been and continues to be deterrence.
All right, so there's a little confusion there, I guess, Jesse. But the fact is there are sanctions that are being placed today. But President Biden says we'll see how it looks in a month.
It's a long time if you're hiding in a subway trying to sleep out the air raids. Listen, sanctions are not a silver bullet. If you're an oligarch, you can go raise money in the Mideast. You can raise financing in China. And if oil's over $100 a barrel, that's financing this military operation. So until the European powers say we're not purchasing any more oil and gas, that is the only thing that's going to stop Russia. Right now, they crushed the ruble, and the stock market in Russia was down about 40%. So in the short term, that was a lot of shock and awe. But you're right. It's going to take some time to see how effective this is. I just can't believe that he went to swallow Ukraine that fast. I thought he'd come in the east like that. He's going right, lightning strike to the capital, surround it, try to negotiate some sort of surrender, or just hang the president. Who the hell knows? But then, if he occupies it, he's going to have to go town by town, city by city, and pacify the countryside. And I don't think that's going to go very well, especially if they hate the Russians, and we're going to be sending them a lot of military equipment, and we'll probably be sending them night vision equipment because it doesn't look like the Russians can fight at night. They went in during the day. If you have night vision capabilities, you usually first strike at night. That's what the Americans do. That's the move. So they don't have that. So we got to pump a lot of night vision equipment into that country and bleed the Russians dry in a bloody occupation. So we'll see how it goes. They're moving in on Odessa, which is the southern port city. It's the commercial agricultural capital. If they control Odessa at the Black Sea level, they control every import and export coming in and out of that country. That's when they really tighten the grip.
Let's play call for number one, if we would. This is when President Biden was characterizing how Putin will be, how people will react to Putin around the world. Watch.
Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Any nation that countenances Russia's naked aggression against Ukraine will be stained by association. When the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger.
Geraldo, do you think Putin cares about how he's perceived around the world?
I don't know if he cares particularly about his popularity, but the one thing that I am troubled by is this pushing Putin and China closer together. Is now Russia and China, are they going to be a world unto themselves? I don't know much about economics. The sanctions hit. I was told they would be very severe, but I noticed that the American stock market, after tanking, being down 600-700 points after President Biden spoke, the stock market rebounded and went into positive territory. That, I can only surmise, means that the brilliant minds on Wall Street think the sanctions ain't that bad. You know, they can live with them. They're not going to get hurt. The world economic system's not going to be hurt that bad. So I don't trust the sanctions to do anything. I think Jesse used the term the Alamo in describing the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. This is Ukraine's moment in history. This is where Ukraine's history begins. Do the Ukrainians stand and fight? Are they going to be a Thermopylae? Are they going to be the 300? Are they going to sacrifice themselves and really let their country bleed and let the world know that Ukrainian blood is in every barrel of Russian oil? Are they going to do that? I want that so much. I can't begin to tell you that if the Ukrainians stand, even though there's not an American GI on the ground, even though there's not an American fighter jet in the air or ship at sea, this will be the beginning of their story, the Ukrainian story, the true independence of Ukraine, and screw Putin. Eventually, those people, if they stand, if they fight, Putin will lose.
Judge, you've mentioned the people of Ukraine a couple of times. If you could pull up call for number 7, please. We were able to get some video of people talking about what it's like to be there and what they're hearing and what they're feeling.
Everybody is in Kiev now, and they are calling us and telling what is going on, and it's awful.
Well, we're going here to Poland, and then we may probably go to Cyprus.
To our friends.
To our friends to stay for when the bombing, the hot situation comes down a little bit.
We're going to Cherkasy to our family to be together now in this not very safe time in Ukraine, but we will have a victory, I believe.
Judge.
You know, what we've just seen in those interviews are the people who are being sacrificed because a thug on the international stage is taking over a country with little, if any, pushback from the rest of the world. One of the things I want to add to what Jesse was saying is that I have heard that the Russians are at a distinct advantage in terms of their ability to wage war at night, more so than the Ukrainians, unless I misunderstood you. But the Russians, and as much as you want them to stand, Geraldo, and fight, these people don't have the capability with 190,000 military and hospitals and blood and everything else to fight back. This isn't, you know, some kind of theoretical scenario. These are real-life people who are going to die. And in the end, what frustrates me is what we've done is we've created a dependence on Russian oil. Europe and Germany. Germany was in a bind because they're dependent on Russian oil and gas. We closed down our pipeline, so we're dependent. So what happens? You're right, Geraldo, about China and Russia, because Russia can sell its oil to China. So then the question is, what sanctions do we have that will make a difference? I don't
fundamentally confident that our model is going to prevail. The Achilles heel of a dictatorship, of an autocracy, is that they have no dissent. They have nobody telling them they're wrong. And as you know, whether it's in government, in your business, or even in your own family, if no one's willing to tell the boss they're wrong, the boss is going to trip up. I guarantee you that.
Well, it is interesting. I mean, since we've been on the air together, it is Ambassador Taylor, Jeremy, yesterday it was Colonel Vindman. Some of the people that know this part of the world best are expressing the most sort of surprising notes of optimism. And I think you could look at it as a horrible defeat for democracy today, a horrible tragedy that for all of the tools we pulled out of the toolkit, Eileen had that first fantastic story. You had this real sense that maybe this rapid declassification and dissemination of what Putin was going to do could deter it. This fact that there was no appetite in his own country for war. This feeling that none of that worked, and here we are covering a war in Europe. It's still sickening.
It's sickening, and look, you know, if you step away from this and you think, well, Vladimir Putin He's over 70. He's a revanchist. I don't know if he's crazy or not, but he certainly has delusions about what his role in history is going to be and about the ability of trying to reconstitute the Soviet Union, all those things. Will that happen? That will not happen. We know that. Russia is a pathetic country on some level with a big, giant army that can do a lot of damage. And I guess that's the point. I agree with Jeremy and some of the ambassadors who think in the long run that Putin can't win this in the long run. But the long run is a long way off, and a lot of damage can be done to a lot of human life in between. And you know, what we've seen, and we haven't gone into this down this path, and I don't want to really go down it right now because there's too many other urgent things, but the question of what Putin's game has been in the United States about the kind of sowing of dissension and discord and division, about remaking the Republican Party into a more autocratic party, pushing it in that direction, what we've seen, what you've talked about on the show, what I talked about earlier this week in the show, the fact that there are these people like Donald Trump and Mike Pompeo out there who are like in Putin's amen corner right now. An enormous victory, I think, for Vladimir Putin that he's now trying to capitalize off of. And when I say the long run is a long way off, it brings me to Admiral Stavridis, because I want to ask this question. Admiral Stavridis, you know, last night when Putin gave a speech, he invoked the fact that Russia has nuclear weapons, right? I've heard about this all day today from people who are not in our business, right? And a reporter asked the French foreign minister today, said, do you think that that's tantamount to a threat to use nuclear weapons in this Ukraine conflict? And the French foreign minister said yes, and then said Vladimir Putin needs to remember that NATO is a nuclear alliance also. Now, I think that's true, but it's a little unnerving to hear Vladimir Putin saber-rattling with nukes, and now the French foreign minister saber-rattling right back at him with NATO's nukes. Tell me whether you take all of this as just rhetorical flourishes, or does it, on your view, too, that people on the global stage right now are talking about the use of nuclear weapons in this context?
Unfortunately, John, it's the latter. And someone asked me, what can you compare this moment to? And again, I said, we're kind of watching the History Channel, say in 1939, unspool in front of us black and white images of tanks rolling into Poland, except now they're rolling into Ukraine. But I'll tell you, the one that keeps rattling around in my brain, maybe because I'm an admiral, and it's an at-sea one, but it's the Cuban Missile Crisis, John, when two nuclear-armed powers were saber-rattling at each other. Hey, that's when the midnight clock that the doomsday scientists keep came, you know, within a minute of closing. Yeah, we ought to be concerned about that. And, you know, see paragraph 1 about our inability to imagine something really terrible happening. And I'll tell you what I worry about is miscalculation. You know, these are fundamentally very young people who are out there. Our military, the Russian military, these are people in their 20s and 30s. You know, it's not Tony Blinken out there, great statesman, flying a Hornet around. These are the people who were in the Top Gun scene, in the volleyball scene in Top Gun, are flying that plane around, and their equivalents are flying it on the Russian side as well. A collision, something that sparks two ships together in the Black Sea, a missile that flies from a Russian launcher and hits a U.S. installation accidentally on the far side of the Polish-Ukrainian border. These are real incidents that can spark catastrophe because you can lose control of the ladder of escalation. There's a good example of that, and it's called 1914, when World War I started after an assassination in an obscure corner of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. 4 years later, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is gone. The Russian Empire is gone. The Ottoman Empire is gone. So yes, John, we should worry about it. And I think the administration's done a good job of considering that. And that's part of the logic in maintaining control of this ladder of escalation. I think they've done a reasonably good job of that so far. And boy, they better continue to.
Let me add to our conversation someone we're grateful to get to talk to today. State Department spokesman Ned Price is here. Ned, tell us the latest that the Secretary hears. We've heard from our reporter on the ground that Zelenskyy is in an undisclosed location. I'm not going to ask you to disclose it, but do we know where he is, and are we sure he's safe?
Well, we have a good idea, Nicole. We have a good idea because we've been in regular contact with the Ukrainian government. President Biden was in contact with President Zelenskyy last night. Secretary Blinken had an opportunity to speak to Foreign Minister Kuleba earlier today. In both of those conversations, we underscored, we emphasized our enduring partnership with the Ukrainian government, with the Ukrainian people. And more than the rhetoric, we have made very clear that if Russia were to move forward with this aggression, which it has now done, we would demonstrate that commitment to the Ukrainian government in very concrete ways. We have provided more than $650 million in the last year of defensive security assistance to Ukraine. We will continue to do that. In fact, we will double down to make sure that the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian people have what they need to defend themselves against this ongoing Russian aggression.
Ned, Helene is on with us right now, and we've talked about her reporting about the administration strategy of almost as soon as intelligence was collected and confirmed of disseminating it as part of a strategy of deterrence and trying to prevent war, was the administration's view. Is the intelligence as good in terms of what Putin's end game is, and what is your sense about what happens tomorrow on the ground in Ukraine?
Well, Nicole, this is one of those rare circumstances where the American people are now in a position to judge just how good, how precise, how insightful our intelligence has been. There have been skeptics, but at every corner we have been one step ahead of Vladimir Putin, and we essentially laid out his playbook. We told the American people, we told the world exactly what he would do, and it's almost as if he followed our script. We told the world that he would seek to fabricate a pretext. We told the world he would engage in disinformation. We told the world that he would manufacture what we call false flags. We told the world that there would be theatrical convenings of his National Security Council, which we saw play out over the weekend. We told the world everything that he would do. And let me put it this way. In some ways, we wish I could be here today with egg on my face, that I could be here today and to say we were wrong, our intelligence was faulty. Unfortunately, lamentably, that is not the case. Everything we've laid out has happened. But so too, everything we warned about that would happen to the Russian economy, to the Russian financial system, to Russia's standing, to Russia's geopolitical capabilities and ambitions, so too that has happened. Because today, we, together with our allies and partners around the world, have put in motion a set of swift, severe, decisive measures that will hold back Russia's economy, hold back Russia's financial systems, and set back Russia's and Putin's geopolitical ambitions, not for days, not for weeks, but for years to come.
I know you're the agency in charge of sort of the geopolitical calculations, but I'm sure you saw the images of terrorized Ukrainians. You've seen the number of dead. You may even have an update that we don't have. In terms of not having egg on your face and being right, I take all your points. But in terms of not being able to save and protect our allies, what is the end game for them?
Well, a couple things on that, Nicole. One, we have been very clear that we have provided unprecedented levels of support for our Ukrainian partners. Beyond the security assistance that we provided directly, we've authorized our NATO allies to provide U.S. origin equipment. We have provided funds and loan guarantees to stabilize the Ukrainian economy, to stabilize the Ukrainian financial system. We've provided humanitarian support for our Ukrainian partners, and we will continue to do that in the days and weeks ahead. We also, Nicole,
later on tonight through Friday morning, central northeastern South Dakota, again because temperatures are getting down to about 10 to 15 below again, and even a 5 to 10 mile an hour breeze will produce wind chills of 25 below or colder.
And once we get past tomorrow morning, a lot of improvement on the way. And by the way, again, those wind chills, like you mentioned, getting back to those 20s below zero at times, but even by the noon hour tomorrow, significant improvements on the way.
And there's not going to be a heck of a lot of wind. There's going to be some sunshine. It's going to actually feel pretty decent.
Colder starts across the eastern parts of the area, even central South Dakota too. But then tomorrow afternoon, look at this warmer air advancing in.
Yeah, so not quite back to where we'd like to be this time of the year, but a lot better than we've been the last couple of days. And then as we head into Saturday, we're going to get even warmer. I mean, still chilly in the morning, but at least we'll be above zero. And then look at that. 30s, maybe some 40s in some spots Saturday afternoon.
Those of us that didn't see a lot of snowfall so far this week really going to be losing anything that's left on the ground, especially once we do get above freezing that day. But the 10-day forecast gets even better yet. This weekend's quiet. above freezing, and it gets warmer next week.
And we're talking upper 30s this weekend. That'll feel nice, and then 40s Monday, Tuesday, maybe hitting 50s on Wednesday before we drop that a little bit Thursday, Friday. Now, next weekend could be a little interesting. I mean, still, that's 9-10 days away. There's a system that the model's trying to pick up on that, you know, so we'll keep an eye on that. But that's way down the road. Just keep that kind of in the back of your mind for next weekend. But until then, things looking pretty good.
First weekend in March, potentially a little interesting. And now a little bit of improvement here with that 8 to 14-day temperature outlook.
I don't think Putin was ever serious about diplomacy here, and he certainly has a long record of lying to other world leaders that should make them very wary of being credulous when it comes to any commitments he gives to them.
Seth, a Kremlin spokesperson gave this bizarre and rather offensive explanation for the invasion, saying that the Russian forces are in part engaging in denazification of Ukraine, removing Nazis from Ukraine, even though there's zero proof of any Nazi-like efforts. And we should mention the democratically elected president of Ukraine, Zelenskyy, is Jewish. How do you explain this? What do you make of this?
Well, look, I think this is part of the Kremlin's rationale, disinformation campaign to go in. But I'll tell you, Jake, what has me worried about that kind of language, and I'm already hearing from sources inside of Ukraine along these lines that the Russians are making lists of individuals. I actually worry that they'll start to conduct killings against individuals in Ukraine, government officials, members of the security services, and the military, particularly ones that have vowed to fight against Russia. And I worry about war crimes now coming up with those kinds of words.
And Phil, U.S. intelligence appears to have been pretty accurate when it comes to Putin's thinking in the lead up to the invasion, not to mention it was yesterday that we were saying that the U.S. intelligence they were warning Ukraine it was going to be a full-scale invasion, not just a partial one. None of this clearly stopped Putin. What more do you think the U.S. intelligence community is doing right now?
Boy, we're missing half the question. We focused on the question of what the Russians will do. I remember back in the day, I used to support the CIA program to oppose the Russian invasion into Afghanistan. So let me take you into that piece of the puzzle. Question one, from the intelligence perspective, how are the Ukrainians doing against the Russians? What are their strengths and weaknesses? Are there opportunities there that we're learning about in terms of the Russian offensive to support the Ukrainians? There's intelligence coming in, I guarantee you, on how the Ukrainians are performing. Second and final question, looking at the perimeter, in particular Poland. If we want to support the Ukrainians, if we want to use the Europeans, including Poland, how willing are they to support us? How willing are they to back, for example, shipping of weapons through Europe? And what are the attitudes of political elites in Europe about providing military support to Ukraine? So we focused on one piece, Jake. What are the Russians doing? Now some of the attention's got to shift to the other piece. Can we help the Ukrainians? What are their strengths and weaknesses? And who's going to be with us if we want to do that, Jake?
Susan, we're seeing the Russian government arresting anti-war protesters in Moscow and throughout the country. We saw something similar during the 2014 invasion of Crimea. Does Putin care about this internal dissent?
Absolutely. You know, he is, like many dictators, an insecure dictator, and it's almost certain that this external aggression will go hand in hand with a further round of internal crackdown and, you know, the evisceration of civil society and democratic small d opposition has been fundamental to, you know, Putin's rule over these last 2 decades. In fact, over the last year, you've seen a very significant crackdown by Putin, the arrest of Alexei Navalny, the most significant potential political opponent to him. Navalny is actually on trial again this very week on trumped-up charges from his prison cell. You saw the shutting down of Memorial, the leading human rights group. You know, the fact that so many people did come out despite this risk to themselves in the police state is I think, notable, but that will be cause for further crackdown and paranoia on the part of the government. There's always been a connection between the internal cracking down of dissent in Russia and Putin's use of external aggression, and I think we're going to see that again this time.
Phil, multiple Russian government websites appear to go offline outside Russia today. Cybersecurity experts tell CNN that the outages could be part of the Kremlin's own moves to preempt any potential cyber attacks by, I suppose, the United States or others. President Biden says the U.S. is prepared to respond to any Russian cyber attacks against us. What's going on here, do you think?
I don't think you can be prepared for that. Let's look at two dimensions of that. The first is what we saw in the election campaign in the United States last time around. If the Russians want to get involved in social media in the United States and try to influence people by explaining how this was a legitimate intervention, they can do that. The second piece I would be looking at is if the Russians want to start intervening by sort of interfering with government websites, with government activity, for example, by getting into websites that are owned by Western governments, I suppose they can do that. I think they have one fundamental problem, and that is if you want to influence foreign perceptions of the intervention, you have to start with a basis where the foreign perceptions are able to be influenced. And I think most people already have realized this is a Russian invasion. There's not much the Russians can do to persuade the West in Europe and the United States that it's not.
All right, Susan Glasser, Seth Jones, Phil Mudd, thanks to all of you. Appreciate it. We're tracking the breaking news. Russian forces seizing control of Chernobyl, the site of the world's worst nuclear power disaster. Coming up next, we're going to talk to a congresswoman who operated nuclear reactors in the U.S. Navy about why that may be concerning. Stay with us.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade.
The study analyzed more than 2 million applications filed between 2014 and March of 2018. About 94% of white women and about 92% of white men were approved, while black men and women received an approval rating at or below 90%. New data shows more than half of U.S. abortions in 2020 were conducted using medication, the first time medicine-induced abortions have crossed that threshold. According to a reproductive rights think tank, that's a significant rise from 2017, when medicine was used in 39% of abortions. For a medication abortion, patients use a 2-pill regime to end their pregnancies. Its use has been steadily increasing since it was approved in 2000. Meanwhile, research is shining new light on infertility treatments. New data from the American Heart Association finds women who use assisted reproductive technology have an increased risk for vascular and pregnancy-related complications compared to those who don't.
And these can include placental abruption or increased risk of C-section, small babies, preterm deliveries. The findings are confirming things that we already know, that women who have cardiovascular risk factors when they're entering a pregnancy do have increased risks.
The research show that these women are also 38% more likely to need a cesarean delivery and 26% more likely to have the baby born prematurely. Well, winter weather still with most of us in the Dakota News Now viewing area, but soon things could be getting a lot warmer. Meteorologist Tyler Roney has a full look at that forecast when we return. Stay with us.
The First Alert Weather Team helps you plan and prepare for the next big thing. The next big thing, only on Dakota News Now.
Hi, this is Mike.
When you're shopping online, I noticed that I
click away.
accidentally get 2 of everything.
Me too, accidentally. How does this happen? How? Right? It literally just happened to me.
0331 now.
It's both a
Here on News Nation Rush Hour, I'm Nicole Burley. We are continuing to stay on top of every new detail on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Hours after the assault began, President Biden hitting Russia with new sanctions meant to punish the country. He also condemned Putin for his act. News Nation correspondent Allison Harris joining us live at the White House. So, Allison, explain those new sanctions and what Biden had to say about Putin.
He had a lot to say about Putin, Nicole. President Biden is calling this Putin's unprovoked, unjustified war of naked aggression, saying the U.S. and its allies will make sure that Russia comes out of this weaker. The president saying Putin will be a pariah on the international stage as the world holds him accountable.
Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
President Biden announcing in those remarks that the U.S. will sanction major Russian banks that hold a combined $1 trillion in assets, that the U.S. will impose sanctions on more Russian elites, and will impose sanctions that will curtail Russia's high-tech imports. The president saying that every asset that Russia has in America will be frozen, and that these sanctions will ensure that Russia cannot finance and cannot grow its military. The president making the announcement after an hour-long meeting earlier today with G7 world leaders, in which the president says the leaders of countries that represent half of the global economy are on board with these sanctions. Now, what we did not hear President Biden announce were personal sanctions against Russian President Putin, saying that's still on the table, implying that there are even more steps the U.S. could take against Russia that don't involve military action. It could be interesting to see whether we could have a third round of sanctions eventually against Russia. The president announcing what the Pentagon later detailed, that 7,000 additional U.S. troops will deploy to Germany to help defend NATO allies, but making it clear he's not going to send U.S. troops to Ukraine.
And Allison, making clear those new sanctions against Russia, but the president also warning that this war will have costs for Americans here at home.
Yes, Nicole, and this is something the president has been talking about at length and really for weeks, especially in his remarks Tuesday when he announced the first round of sanctions. The president saying today that they will release more barrels of oil from the strategic reserve as the conditions warrant. Now, the plan in doing that is to help alleviate those prices at the pump. Gas prices, Americans all across the know, have been soaring. Inflation is expected to rise because of this conflict. It's already been an issue since the pandemic. The president saying, though, there is a cost to defending democracy and liberty, and that this is going to be part of that cost for Americans.
All right, Allison Harris live at the White House. Thank you. Still ahead on Rush Hour, Russian forces have taken control of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster site in Ukraine. What this means for Ukrainian forces and why Russia wanted that site.
What are you recommending for muscle pain?
Based on clinical data, I recommend Salonpas.
Agreed. My patients like these patches.
Civilian, and of course, unwanted spillovers back to the U.S. or the global economy. Number three, we want to stay coordinated. And so we calibrate our sanctions to maximize the chance that we move in lockstep with our allies and partners. Number four, they should be flexible so that we can escalate or de-escalate depending on facts on the ground. And lastly, as I mentioned before, they have to be sustainable. These sanctions work over the long term. That's what will guide our design.
Okay. In light of the sanctions that were announced against individuals and entities in Belarus, can you tell us whether there are sanctions against any other countries that are being seriously considered at the moment? And what is the line nation would need to cross in this conflict for them to be on the receiving end of sanctions from the U.S.?
Well, the Belarus measures were about delivering cost to a country that aided and abetted what we saw yesterday and overnight. But I have nothing else for you in terms of other countries being targeted.
JJ. Oh, did you have a question? Oh, yeah, definitely. I know I didn't mean, I was confusing the arms here. You want to go in the middle?
Thank you, Philly.
We'll come back to you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the carve-outs. There are general licenses for more than a dozen areas, agriculture, energy, and you just said that the importance is to limit the impact on Americans. But I was hoping that you could say, is there a percentage that you can share of the number of exemptions that make up the overall transactions? So the general licenses, what percentage of the transactions are under those licenses?
I would refer you to Treasury and OFAC for the details on what exactly is being exempted and the percentage of business that would be included.
I mean, could you say, is it a third? Is it a half? I mean, is it a small percentage?
So that was the Deputy National Security Advisor briefing the press there about sanctions. One of the things he said, Will, they're keeping sanctions in reserve. They're not going to hit them with a 10. They want to start maybe with a 2, see how things go. Boost it up to a 3 if he goes into Belarus, if he goes into Poland. They want to be able to keep that flexibility. Do you think that's a good idea, or would you have hit the Russians harder out of the gate?
Well, if the scenario is what you just described, that we're saving a few bullets if the next step is into a NATO country, I would hope the response would be a little more than sanctions at that point. There is a bright line. It is the NATO line. Yeah. And as we listened to Jen Griffin earlier, it appears, shockingly in that answer to your question, Jesse, he's putting troops on the border of Poland. And so once we get to the Baltic states, once we get to Poland, once we get to Romania, we're treaty bound at this point to respond more heavily than with sanctions. So what are we saving some sanctions for? What are those few bullets you described, Jesse, for? I don't know, because I don't know what more Putin can do in Ukraine that wouldn't warrant our full economic response. I would imagine we should usher in.
Well, I mean, he could do a number of things. He could cut off the pipeline that goes through Ukraine. He could execute the president. I think they are trying to save some things in reserve. They keep asking about SWIFT. But I don't think the president wants to do SWIFT. Why? And explain to the audience what SWIFT is, because we keep hearing SWIFT, SWIFT, SWIFT. What does that mean?
I got to go back in time a little bit to when I was White House press secretary. When I first learned what SWIFT was, I had no idea. But it was actually, I think it was
with this problem. But I think it really tells you something, because as you say, the Russians, they not only don't hate the Ukrainians, they think of them as, in many cases, as family, as you know, people that are very close to them. And I think Putin really underestimated the degree to which Russians and Ukrainians are no longer Sovietized in the way that he is, thinking of themselves as Soviet citizens, but thinking of themselves as ethnic Russians, ethnic Ukrainians, people who are alike, rather than under the umbrella of this red banner that he misses and grieves for so much.
Hey, Jeremy Bash, Heilman, I guess Tom Nichols just put in play the question of sort of PSYOPs in some ways, of what the human level of Vladimir Putin here, right? We talk about these things. We talk about bombs and bullets. We talk about the maps, and we see that's like a risk board, and we talk about sanctions. We talk about all this stuff in a very kind of like abstract, arid kind of way. In truth, there's this guy who's doing all this stuff, and one of the questions that people at the CIA and people in national security and intelligence in America do is they think about the psychology of these people. We have these debates. Is this a rational actor even on their own terms? Is this person rational in their own deluded way? As you've confronted those questions over time, and you now look at Vladimir Putin, what do you think Vladimir Putin thinks the end game is here? And not, just what in a realistic scenario planning way, which is another thing that our foreign policy apparatus does a lot of. What do you think he's pursuing as his out strategy?
Well, first, I think this is a very pertinent intelligence question. And if you looked at an intelligence article that would appear in, for example, the President's Daily Brief, oftentimes there'd be like a little sidebar column that would be a little bit more of a personal window into what really motivates Putin. Something maybe from his childhood or from his formative professional career years, something that would indicate exactly where he wants to take this. And so our intelligence community is scrutinizing that, and they're talking to experts, and they're trying to analyze it. From my perspective, I think Putin has sort of outlandish grand ambitions to reassert the USSR, to avenge the fall of the Berlin Wall and the lifting of the Iron Curtain. I think he saw it as the great open wound that was hurting the Russian Federation and the Russian people. And I think fundamentally he believes that democracy is a flawed model. He thinks that the United States is in terminal decline, and that our own political chaos, and by the way, there's some element of truth here, which is that our own political chaos is something that actually hampers our ability to show a united front. But of course, at the end of the day, Putin is foundationally wrong, which is democracies are inherently stronger than autocracies. And I do think, as we talked about earlier, the real realignment that's happening here, and this is what the intelligence community is no doubt focused on, is this alignment between China and Russia. That's the thing that's different this time. That's the thing that I think U.S. policymakers are going to have to grapple with, because China is a rising power. China has a very forceful foreign policy, a forceful international economic policy. They're important on the international markets. Sanctioning China, for example, the way we sanctioned Russia, would do a lot of damage to the United States economy. So we have to carefully think through how we're going to confront this new axis between Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping.
So, Tom Nichols, to bounce back to you after what Jeremy Bash just said, you've written in the last week or so about the kind of the paranoid conspiratorial worldview and both grandiose and paranoid at the same time that Putin is evincing. And I know you asked the question, so now to ask you to answer it is sort of unfair, but listening to Jeremy talk about it, as a practical matter, sitting up there at the Naval War College, like if Putin now takes Kyiv, what is, knowing what we think about his psychology that you've laid out and Jeremy just discussed, what do you think the next move could be, or what are the range of next moves if he's now sitting there essentially occupying this country? What next? What are the possibilities?
Well, there's a couple of things. First of all, there are other former Soviet areas that he will definitely think about going after, and I think Moldova would probably be an easy addition to that list. But again, I'm not sure that he's sure. I think in part this was a reaction that's been brewing for years, since 2014. I was one of the folks who thought that seizing Crimea and moving into the Donbass was a deeply emotional reaction to being humiliated in 2014, and I think he's been stewing about that ever since. I think aside from trying to consolidate his gains in Ukraine, which I don't think he's going to be able to do. This is partly why, John, you asked about a rational actor. I think he is rational, but I think he is somewhat detached from reality about a lot of things. I mean, he's rational in the sense that he can think through problems. He's not insane, but rationality also implies the ability to process information in some intelligible way that's connected to reality. I mean, I find it hard to believe that the Ukrainians, 40 million Ukrainians, are going to say, okay, well, we got a new regime and it was instituted by Moscow and we'll all just go back to work now. I don't think that's going to work. It didn't work in 2014. I don't think it's going to happen now. And so he may have quite a bit on his hands if he thinks that he can just sort of implant a new regime and go home. It doesn't work that way. But in military terms, he may try to strengthen logistical and military infrastructure connections into Russia, move toward Moldova, put Russian peacekeepers. This is another thing that he's done in other former Soviet republics. Leave, but say that part of the price of going is that near Ukraine's western borders, there have to be Russian military units to help keep the peace and, assist the Ukrainians and so on. But I mean, I admit I'm kind of flummoxed by that myself to think about where he goes next. And I think he got through the planning stage and really committed a lot of thought and effort. But I think this is a case where, he hasn't. I think he expects things to go differently than they're probably going to go in the next weeks and months.
Jeremy, as we're talking about him as a sort of living on the knife's edge of rational and irrational, stuck in a time capsule, hearkening for a time that his own population isn't the majority of them. I'm thinking of this question I asked you earlier in the week about our domestic divisions, and I want to put it differently. What does Putin take from it? Because you think about his version of a PDB. Surely he sees all of the, I don't know what the cable-friendly word is, but butt-kissing he's getting on Fox News from the likes of Donald Trump last night, who was showcased on Laura Ingram's program as the invasion commenced, as the Ukrainian people were under attack by Russia. The sycophants continued their love parade for Vladimir Putin. What does Vladimir Putin get from that in terms of a boost? And does it give him more confidence to stamp down the protests in his own country?
Oh, he's no doubt emboldened by that. I mean, I think, he looks at the body politic here and throughout the West, and he tries to cherry pick those voices that support him. And undoubtedly, when someone calls him a genius or someone lavishes praise on him, even if it's to ostensibly just marvel at the military sophistication, ooh, ah, even if it's done in sort of in that light, like there's somebody's impressed with Putin, Putin will obviously pocket that and take that as an endorsement of his activities. And look, I think one of the things that we have to confront the reality of is that over the last 5 years, Putin got a lot out of the United States in terms of our degradation of the NATO alliance, in terms of where we rank it, in terms of our security architecture. The United States almost pulled out of NATO under Donald Trump. And in fact, it happened like almost at the last minute that we prevented that catastrophe from happening. Imagine if we were sitting here today on February 24th, 2022, and the NATO alliance didn't exist. We didn't actually have arrangements to allow us to flow forces to Poland, to Romania, to Lithuania, to Latvia, to Estonia, because we had already pulled out of the NATO alliance and broken it several years ago. Where would we be today? We would be looking down the barrel of Putin's gun aimed right at the democracies in the heart of Europe. And, you know, again, I think that's where, you know, but for the grace of God, we're able to avoid that situation, because we need to strengthen that alliance, not weaken it. And I think that's going to be a big policy issue that's going to dominate discussion over the years to come.
Jeremy Bash, Tom Nichols, thank you both so much for spending some time with us today. Really grateful to both of you.
20s across the region, even a few low 30s too for those of us that don't have a lot of snowfall on the ground, and it gets even better for this weekend. Upper 30s, plenty of sunshine, quiet weather.
Jen, just picking up on that, has the president made any additional foreign leader calls today? Has he spoken to President Zelenskyy since their call last evening?
There's not been another call to President Zelenskyy. I expect, as you have seen over the past several days, he will continue to have calls with leaders. We will keep you abreast as those happen.
And with the U.S. government saying that it believes that the Russian objective right now is to decapitate the Ukrainian government, does the U.S. believe that President Zelenskyy at this moment is safe?
We're not going to get into security questions, but we are in touch with President Zelenskyy, and we are working to provide him a range of support.
And President Zelenskyy, in addition to calling for the West to cut Russia off from SWIFT, also proposed or called for, demanded, I think was the word he used in a tweet, that the U.S. And its allies impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. I know the president has said that he won't put U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine to fight Russia. Is Ukrainian airspace in play? Is that something that is subject to any discussions?
We've certainly seen his tweet or his request via tweet, but I don't have an update on that request.
That's not off the table. The no-fly zone's not off the table.
Again, I don't have any update on this point in time or status of the discussions. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a follow-up on Troops Fest and a few cyber questions. Sure. Do you expect NATO to call up a major response force, and how many U.S. troops could be called to help in that effort?
That's really up to NATO. As you know, we have a number of troops, thousands of troops that are on call, but that is a decision to be made by the NATO alliance.
And the president said, if Putin pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. So just clarifying, does that first mean that there has not been any evidence of any cyber attack from Russia against any American companies at this point?
Not that we have identified or attributed at this point in time.
And can you explain?
I mean, aside from past ones that you were thoroughly tracking.
Yeah, I guess I mean in the last 24 hours.
I understand.
And can you explain more of the White House's thinking on kind of this debate in Washington about whether a cyber attack against a NATO ally would trigger an Article 5 response, a response from the alliance?
Well, that again is up to the NATO alliance to determine, but obviously a cyber attack does constitute an attack, so that would certainly be a point of discussion among the NATO members.
Okay, one more really fast. On the USAID disaster response you just mentioned, a 17-person team, is that enough? I mean, we're talking about, we've heard you guys talk about the potential of hundreds of thousands of refugees.
You're absolutely right, and I think that's an important point. But what we're trying to do here is provide any incremental update on the status of what our work is. And I'll just note, and you may be fully aware of this, but in terms of humanitarian assistance, we have been the biggest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. We've provided over $52 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine in the past year. Over the past few weeks, we've committed additional funding and supplies to humanitarian organizations. There's been a specific need and therefore a focus on support services, food, clean water, hygiene, shelter, trauma, primary health care, and we are prepared to certainly provide a significant amount more. So this is just one step, obviously less than 24 hours after the events of last night, and we will continue to plus up from here. Go ahead.
Jen, there are a number of protests within Russia itself. Are you monitoring this? What's your message to them?
Well, there certainly are, and I know with everything going on, this may not have caught everybody's attention, but let me just note that, Today we're seeing Russian people in the streets, open letters from leading Russian journalists and cultural figures denouncing President Putin's war of choice, and reports of Russian mothers concerned about the reckless deployment of their sons to this fratricidal war. I think it's important to remember back in 2014 when they didn't even acknowledge that they were sending Russian soldiers. They didn't even acknowledge when there were body bags coming back from Ukraine into Russia. And there is an outcry in the streets by Russian people, by more Russian people than I think many would expect. So despite Putin's crackdown at home, dissenting views remain. And I think that's important to note. To publicly protest against President Putin and his war is a deeply courageous act. Their actions show the world that despite the Kremlin's propaganda, there are Russian people who profoundly disagree with what he is doing in Ukraine.
And one more. Speaker Pelosi's talking.
Depriving Floyd of his right to medical care when Officer Derek Chauvin pressed his knee into Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes. Now, King knelt on Floyd's back, Lane held his legs, and Taau kept bystanders back. Now, it's shaping up to be a late night for the committee investigating whether South Dakota's Attorney General committed an impeachable offense. This is a live look coming up of today's hearing in Pierre. About a half hour ago, lawmakers started questioning Tim Borman, who is the chief of staff for Jason Ravnsborg. Today's meeting is scheduled to go until 9 o'clock tonight. Lawmakers are planning to question 4 more people about the deadly crash involving Ravnsborg in September of 2020. Interviews will also include the prosecutors from the criminal case. Now, we have a team of reporters covering tonight's event. We'll have live reports coming up at 6 and 10, and you can also watch live on KELOLAND.com and our KELOLAND News app.
New tonight, the Garrison School Board has voted to terminate Principal Chris Long, effective immediately. According to the board, he violated and failed to follow district policies and procedures. No details, though. Long was the principal at the middle school and high school and was also Garrison's head football coach.
Well, Miller isn't used to being in the spotlight, but after an explosion and fire closed the school, people from all over the state have been reaching out to help. Tonight, KELOLAND's Lauren Solich takes us back to the day the explosion happened through the eyes of those who witnessed it firsthand.
February 2nd, 2022 is a day students in Miller won't soon forget, especially Briggs Runge and Trevor Wordle, 2 juniors who were in the ag shop as the explosion happened.
Well, we were running a chop saw, cutting a piece of metal, and all of a sudden we just heard a boom in the background, and we turned around and the fireball was in the ceiling coming down at that point.
Everyone got out safe, but now the shop is blackened by ash.
We just grabbed the fire extinguishers, tried putting it out, and it just kept getting bigger and bigger as we kept spraying them on. I pulled the alarm, and at that point, I ran back in to make sure Mr. K got out, and he was just getting out as I went back in, and we just left after that point, and about that time, the fire chief showed up.
Stress levels were high for first responders as they made their way to the high school.
Well, when the page first came through, I was like, oh, maybe it's false alarm, you know, because we've had them there before. And then when our other chief said that he could see the smoke over the radio, then kind of started hitting home that this is serious.
In a town of less than 2,000 people, this type of incident isn't common.
It's usually cropland and, you know, car wrecks and stuff that we have. And then to have the school to start on fire that I actually graduated from kind of gets at the heart a little bit.
Now, students are finishing up the school year in nearby churches as crews work to make the school safe again. In Miller, Lauren Solich, KELOLAND News.
The superintendent of the Miller School District says the ag shop will have to be torn down and rebuilt. She says the school's kitchen, which is right next to the shop, was also destroyed. Now, all ceiling tiles have been removed throughout the building so that crews can clean the heavy smoke damage.
Another cold and snowy day in KELOLAND. Here's Chief Meteorologist Jay Trobeck.
All right, Angela, what's left of the snow?
I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies.
Ukrainian forces are fighting back. They say they shot down at least 2 Russian helicopters and 5 other aircraft. A senior U.S. official familiar with the latest intelligence assessments tells me there is fairly good resistance by the Ukrainians, particularly around the city of Kharkiv. However, it's the U.S. view that Russia has already established air superiority over Ukraine. Its intent to control at least the eastern two-thirds of the country. Russian troops allowed a CNN team to film them on the ground. These forces less than 20 miles from the capital, Kyiv. And tonight, Ukraine says the Russian military has taken control of Chernobyl, the site of the infamous 1986 nuclear disaster. Some Ukrainian citizens attempted to flee, with a possible refugee crisis developing.
My family stays in Lviv, and I feel like I don't know when I will see them. You know, I don't know if any of them will die or my friends will die.
As Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy urges calm and shows strength.
Dear world leaders, leaders of the free world, if you don't help us today with a strong and powerful response, war will come knocking at your door tomorrow.
The horrors of Putin's war are becoming apparent. In multiple cities, civilians were killed as Russian forces shelled residential areas and beyond. It is 1 o'clock in the morning here in Ukraine. Last night it was around 5 a.m. when this began. So we're just 20 hours in, and this really, in the view of U.S. intelligence, just the first of many phases of action from the air, on the ground, but also a phase that the U.S. believes Russia is planning for, a political phase, that is to surround the capital, Kyiv, and arrest, even kill, perhaps, political leaders, replace them with leaders friendly to Russia. This is a daunting time. It's a harrowing time in this country. Lives are being lost. And the country, with that now general military mobilization we were discussing, is really calling on everyone to do their part to stand up and try to defend their country. Wolf.
All right, Jim Sciutto, stand by. We'll get back to you. Thank you very much. Stay safe over there. Right now, I want to go to a major target of Russian forces right now, Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. Our chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward, is on the scene for us. Clarissa, you've been with innocent civilians who are so desperate to try to escape the violence. What are you seeing?
That's right, Wolf. Well, what a difference a day makes. Last night we were standing out here. The square behind me was brightly lit, and it was tense, make no mistake about it. But there was nothing like the level of activity that we are now seeing today. There have been explosions, artillery strikes throughout the day. People here completely panicked, having no idea where to go, fearing that there could be an all-out assault on this city, Ukraine's second largest city, just 20 miles from the Russian border, and they went and took shelter wherever they could. Kharkiv residents scramble to find shelter as Russia's brutal assault unfolds. Deep underground, scenes reminiscent of the Second World War, the shock just sinking in that what was unimaginable is now reality. As 36-year-old Daria tells us.
You wake up in a totally new reality at 5 a.m. and you find out that the world is no longer the safe place you imagine. We are an independent country, Ukraine, and we are totally not same as Russians. And we don't want to be a part of Russia or any other country. It's really getting very emotional. And I cannot believe it's happening, really.
Yesterday, this was just an ordinary metro station full of people going to and from work. Today, it has become a de facto bomb shelter, and there are just hundreds and hundreds of people who have descended on this place, fearful for their lives and uncertain of what the future will bring. And the thing you hear over and over again from people is, where can we go? Where is it safe now to go in Ukraine? And I want to be clear about something. This is not a frontline city in Ukraine's 8-year war with Russia. This is a thriving metropolis of 1.4 million people who have never experienced anything like this in their entire lives. And now they're being forced to literally camp out with their families, their pets, their loved ones. They grabbed whatever they could from their homes and they brought it here. And they don't know what's next for them. They don't know what the new Ukraine will look like and what place they will have in it. Many we approach are too overcome to speak. I'm asking them if they're afraid. They're very nervous. Why are you? Look at the situation around you, this woman says. Это очень страшно, это ужасно. I'm so sorry. It's a terrible, terrible situation.
There's no doubt here about who is responsible for this conflict, but few can understand why.
So it's interesting. I just asked them, what do they think of President Putin? Do they think he's crazy? They said he's not crazy. He's sick. He's sick. We just want to live peacefully.
And I just hope that some people in Russia may see this and just stand against the Putin and the war.
A simple plea for mercy that has so far fallen on deaf ears.
So, Wolf, there is now a curfew in place here from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and the Kharkiv Civil Military Administration has also issued a set of appeals. They're looking for drivers not to be involved with any military activity, but just to ensure that the basic services of this city can continue. And they're also asking people to continue to donate blood. Apparently 400 people showed up today to give their blood for their country. They're really just looking to build up stock at this stage as the situation continues to deteriorate, Wolf.
This clearly is deteriorating. Clarissa Ward, we'll get back to you as well. And once again, stay safe over there. I want to bring in our CNN senior international correspondent, Matthew Chance. He's in the
nuclear tests, along with the continent's first Olympics, are
Nobody's going to have much more than an inch here in southeastern KELO, and then the snow will end and the clouds will break up and it's going to be cold by tomorrow morning. Here's your futurecast. Look for blue, which is snow, and that gets out of here by about 10 o'clock tonight. You can see it's in Minnesota and Iowa. We do have the clouds starting to break up, the whiter clouds. That'll break up overnight, and when it does, it is going to cool off. That's why it's going to be a chilly morning. 11 below Sioux Falls, 16 below Aberdeen, 13 below in Pierre, 0 in Rapid City. During the day tomorrow,
they were asked how likely they'd be to recommend their employer, as well as rate their companies on factors like working conditions, opportunities, as well as compensation.
I was just incredibly humbled and honored that all of our people who have just worked so hard over the last 2 years and have been through so much are recognized with this honor, being the only senior living provider in the nation recognized.
The Good Samaritan Society employs 15,000 people across 300 locations in 22 states.
Governor Noem is set to speak tomorrow at CPAC. According to the event's agenda, Governor Noem is now scheduled to make a speech at 1:10 Central Time. Former President Trump is also scheduled to speak Sunday evening at 6. The 2022 CPAC runs Thursday through Sunday in Orlando. Lady A is coming to the South Dakota State Fair. The country music band is scheduled to perform at the grandstand on
sanctions.
This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time.
The president admits Putin won't feel the pain for a while.
It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming, I'm going to stand down.
But that's exactly how sanctions have been advertised.
The purpose of the sanctions has always been and continues to be deterrence.
The latest punishment comes after a virtual meeting of the G7.
We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy.
The West is not yet going as far as they can, as they are not yet kicking Russia out of the SWIFT financial system, holding back some sanctions to see what Putin does next.
Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening.
Nukes or not, the president argues Putin is a villain.
Putin will be a pariah on the international stage.
Much tougher talk than June, when Biden and Putin tried to iron out new rules of the road.
He's bright, he's tough, and I have found that he is as they say when he used to play ball, a worthy adversary.
Now Biden accuses Putin of creating a false pretext for war.
This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression.
Aggression designed to redraw the map of Europe.
Did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, I made it clear as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about.
I also had a chance to ask President Biden about this forecast from White House officials that there's going to be some financial pain for people in this country as a result of Russia invading Ukraine, particularly regarding energy prices. And President Biden assured me, he said, the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely. Brett?
Peter Ducey live on the North Lawn. Peter, thanks. Let's take a closer look at what the Russians are doing militarily. You heard a little bit from the foreign minister there in Ukraine, heading to Ukraine. National security correspondent Jennifer Griffin is at the Pentagon tonight. Good evening, Jennifer.
Good evening, Brett. This was not shock and awe last night, but senior defense officials warn this is just the initial phase for Russia. Putin has used only a small portion of the forces he has arrayed on Ukraine's borders. What we can report tonight is that Russian forces began by attacking on 3 axes. From the south, troops and tanks moved north to the city of Kherson, which sits at the mouth of the Dnieper River, which bisects the country. From the north, Russian forces moved south toward Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, where there is heavy fighting tonight, an airborne assault on that city of 2 million. And then third and most important are the 2 lines of attack from Belarus, with Russian soldiers en route to the capital, Kyiv. Some of the Russian forces just 45 minutes outside the capital, attempting to take that strategic cargo airbase that Minister Kuleba described. According to a senior U.S. defense official, quote, they have every intention of decapitating the government and installing their own government. This veiled threat last night from Putin got NATO's attention.
For those who could be tempted to intervene from outside, whoever tries to hinder us, and even more so, to create threats to our country, to our people, should know that Russia's response will be immediate, and it will lead you to such consequences that you have never encountered in your history.
Some read this as Putin threatening to use nuclear weapons, to which the French president responded by saying that NATO is also a nuclear power. As of 3 p.m. Eastern, Russia had fired more than 160 ballistic missiles into Ukraine, striking air defense and military command and control targets, according to a senior U.S. defense official. President Biden also agreed to send 7,000 additional U.S. troops from Fort Bragg and Fort Stewart, Georgia, members of the 1st Armored Brigade Combat Team, 3rd Infantry Division.
I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago.
Those U.S. troops won't be sent to Ukraine, but they will bolster NATO's eastern flank. Brett?
Griffin live at the Pentagon. Jennifer, thank you. Global stock markets tumbled big at the news of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Wall Street started off the day very, very poorly, but rebounded. The Dow finished ahead 92. The S&P 500 was up 63. The Nasdaq surged 436. Let's get some analysis tonight from Charles Payne of Fox Business. I mean, what a rocky day, Charles. Why the bounce back?
It was one for the record books, Brett. Just so you know, for the S&P, there have only 2 other times we've seen the market open down 2%, hit a 6-month low, and close up 1%. Only 2 times in history. And by the way, we don't even have the Russell up there, which made a 5% intraday reversal.
You know, as you're finishing, I want to put up the graphic. The S&P stocks in red at 9:30, and you see all of them, and you just look at the red on that screen, and then at 4, the green on the other side. It was really stunning.
And what's stunning is that the few that were green at 9:30 were the ones that were deep red at the close. It was a tale of 2 worlds, and I think a lot of it goes way back to the piece that you just did on SWIFT and President Biden's press conference. After around 2 o'clock, 2:15, everything changed. Bond yields rocketed higher after plummeting big time earlier in the morning. The stock market obviously made a big reversal. Oil was over $100 a barrel. It only closed up like $1 maybe. Here's what really moved. Global markets were down, including Russia's market, which was down to 45% at the start of trading. It finished down 33%. The difference there, after 2 o'clock, it rallied almost 18%. And a lot of it gets back to the fact that these sanctions weren't as tough on some of the key components. Obviously, nothing on oil. Take a look at platinum. A key Russian export, was down 4.4%. Palladium, which was up almost 3%, up 9%, down 3%. So because these sanctions weren't nearly as biting as some people thought they could be, we saw major reversals across the board.
Yeah, I have a few seconds here, Charles, but how much did the market think about the Fed possibly dialing back that interest rate hike that's coming?
Amazing question. Immediately, the odds went from a 90% 50 basis point hike to 90% 25 basis point hike. We heard from two Fed officials, Messer from Cleveland, Barkin from Richmond, both sounding more dovish. That's another reason the market rallied.
All right, Charles, as always, we appreciate it.
You got it.
Here's some of the other headlines.
Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if not,
It's not a bluff, it's on the table.
sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
We have this story covered on several angles, and again, we begin in the region with Keir Simmons in Moscow. Keir, you've been covering both Putin and this region for a very long time, and then, of course, you're familiar with everything the president said here today stateside. Walk us through what your reporting shows and what's important here in this economic showdown.
Well, they aren't the sanctions that some had hoped for, particularly inside Ukraine. I think they are tough sanctions. Some of the banks that now have been added to the sanctions list, if you like, are banks that do support the Russian economy, support President Putin. In terms of that question about whether President Putin himself should be directly sanctioned, of course, trying to find his money can be a challenge. There is an old friend of President Putin called the Cellist, who is said to have been responsible for some of President Putin's money, but being President Putin, he likes to keep things difficult to trace. So there is that aspect. And then there is this question of whether Russia should be removed from the SWIFT system. It is a tricky one, Ari, because the SWIFT system, if you like, is kind of a bedrock piece of the trading system. And there are fears that if you remove countries from it, then, for example, and this is where it becomes a kind of game of three-dimensional chess, for example, you improve the chances of the Chinese alternative to SWIFT. I'm not surprised, honestly, that there are some challenges in those negotiations with the Europeans, as President Biden suggested. Just to give you a picture, America's trade with Russia, about $35 billion a year. China's trade with Russia, around $150 billion a year. Europe's trade with Russia, $250 billion a year. So you can see that the financial pain, if you like, will be on Europe if there are restrictions in trade, and that's not to mention Europe's dependence on Russian gas. Some irony, of course, though, that it is a war in Europe that these sanctions are all about.
Yeah, and before we lose you, Keir, you've also been following what's happening inside the country. We've seen some reports and footage of certain level of protests, be they anti-war or voicing some sort of solidarity with the Ukrainian people. What can you tell us about what you've seen and how it fits into the broader picture of what is a very large population there?
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, look, around about 1,700 arrests are being reported by an NGO. I suspect it will turn out to be more than that. Around 52 cities across this very, very large country. Keep in mind, of course, that President Putin has made it his business to try to crush protests. So those numbers, in that sense, I mean, every one of them, you could say, is brave. And just to top it off, Ari, Alexei Navalny, the leader of the Russian opposition, making his opposition to the war clear. He was speaking in court before being sent back to prison, where he is facing a potential sentence of another 15 years.
NBC's Keir Simmons reporting from Moscow. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your reporting. Appreciate it. We turn now to the U.S. ambassador, former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst, who served in the Bush administration. Evelyn Farkas also with us. Welcome to both of you. Ambassador, let's pick up on the same point. President Biden, in his remarks today, showed that he was dialing up pressure. He also was very explicit about where the sanctions regime was going to be complicated. The Putin issues we just had walked through by Keir. The SWIFT issue is also complex because apparently it takes a lot of European coordination. It's not an on-off switch for any one country. What do you see as both that process and the import of that if there's going to be long-term pain for the Russian economy?
I think the president's performance today on sanctions was uneven.
He did a good job on Tuesday putting down some serious sanctions. He added to that somewhat today. He made a serious mistake when he said, well, when he asked about SWIFT and other sanctions, he said, let's see how things go in a month. I mean, the Ukrainians are fighting for their lives. That's a very bad message to send. And in fact, while I understand the complications of going after SWIFT right now, he could have taken down the central bank of Russia, which would have been a truly punishing sanction. And given the massive aggression Putin is currently unleashed on Ukraine, I think that would have been the right step to take.
And Ambassador, let me, before we go on, let's close out this point a little more in detail. Walk us through then, from your view diplomatically, about what it takes. It would seem that on the American side, they're concerned they don't yet have the proverbial coordination or consensus to do SWIFT.
Well, here's the point. Leadership of an alliance and of partners involves not just listening and carefully and consulting, but also nudging them in the right direction. And I think the Biden administration has done very well on that first part, less well on the second part. And I can give other examples, especially their mishandling last year of Nord Stream 2. So again, they get credit for bringing the allies along, but not bringing them along as far as they need to bring them, as I would say.
Let me get Evelyn on that point, and then we'll go deeper into the other stuff you wanted to raise. But Evelyn, anything on the SWIFT and the economic piece here?
Well, I would agree with my good friend, the ambassador. Really, we could have, the sanctions package today is fantastic. I wish we had just been able to roll them all out simultaneously on whatever day it was that they first rolled them out, Tuesday, I think. And I think we could go farther. But the sanctions aren't the only thing. And I really would like to hear the president talk about providing military support to the Ukrainians as they face potentially an insurgency.
Let me read from Colonel Vindman, who's, I think, remembered by viewers for more than one thing, but is knowledgeable about this region as well, who hits a similar note to both of you, saying the U.S. previously had not provided advanced weapon systems to Ukraine or paired diplomatic overtures with a credible military pressure, and could have imposed earlier targeted sanctions on Russian leadership. And as promised, Ambassador, I believe you wanted to bring up other points beyond SWIFT. So your reaction to Vindman and those other points you wanted to raise, sir.
Look, Vindman is absolutely right. Last spring, the Russians put that buildup on Ukraine's border, and we talked about providing Ukraine additional weapons, but we didn't when they withdrew. Had we done that last spring and summer, Ukraine would be much better placed to deal with this aggression. Also, the administration has been slow to send more advanced weapons. Ukraine really needs the American Stingers, which are much more powerful than the Stingers coming from the Baltic nations. It's my understanding they have not sent many of them there. So the administration needs to maintain, Evelyn is absolutely right, we need to maintain military supplies to Ukraine. We probably cannot do that by air anymore, but by land we can do this. We should be sending more advanced weapons. We should be sending drones and predator drones, because casualties for Putin are deadly, meaning that, as Evelyn said earlier today, Russian mothers don't like when their children die in wars, especially wars that the Russian people disapprove of. No one in Russia wants, except for Putin and a few people around him, want to be committing aggression against Ukraine. So for Putin, a major liability are Russian casualties, but also knowledge in Russia of what Putin is up to. He has told his people, Russian media are telling the Russian people, there's only a limited peacekeeping operation going on in eastern Ukraine. They're not telling the Russian people that bombs are falling in Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk, in Kiev, and the are dying. The United States needs to be getting into the Russian media space on social media, pointing out that Russian soldiers are attacking innocent Ukrainian civilians and Russian soldiers are dying. This is a Putin weakness. And the big sanctions are needed. One, because this will hurt the Russians economically. That's bad for Putin because the standard of living will drop. But also it will weaken the Russian military in the medium term. And we don't want an aggressive Russia to have a strong military. Hitting their economy does that.
And Ambassador, how does that point and that potential weakness on the home front, when reality catches up with Vladimir Putin, potentially with people's lived experience in the country, how does that dovetail with what Americans saw, what you and Evelyn might study quite closely, but we don't always watch here, which is the way that Putin held forth this public meeting, at times browbeating his own officials, but also using that to have a Kremlin message that, according to their argument, he was getting a kind of co-sign or support, however he does it, to try to argue in the future that, hey, everybody was on board with this thing, which seems to be his brainchild.
Look, I think that theater in the Kremlin actually works to Putin's disadvantage. People are not idiots. They see that some of those advisors were deeply uncomfortable. With that, he was clearly signaling to the entire world and his own public that this is Putin's baby. So here's the key. Ukraine has said it's going to fight. Zelenskyy is not Ashraf Ghani. He did not get on a plane. Whether or not they prepared sufficiently for this invasion, they've prepared sufficiently to maintain continuity of government. So I don't think the Russians are going to decapitate the Ukrainian government. If the Ukrainians demonstrate the ability to resist, and I think they will, then Putin has a major, major problem. And at the
Outskirts of Kyiv, and tanks roll into the country. And after a pitched battle at a radioactive nuclear plant, Russians gain control, raising fears of a potential disaster at Chernobyl. The mass exodus. As the UN warns of a refugee crisis, roadways jammed and subway stations turned into bomb shelters. Plus, we're on the front lines tonight as Ukrainian troops vow to fight back against Russia. Taking aim. President Biden issues new sanctions as Russian stocks nosedive, wiping out $200 billion in value.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war.
And our interview tonight with the Secretary of State. Here in the United States, with 1 million Ukrainians in America, their fears for family and friends back home. Dangerous winter weather. Thousands of flights canceled as snow, ice, and rain moves across the country. Guilty. 3 police officers convicted of violating George Floyd's civil rights by failing to intervene as Officer Derek Chauvin killed Floyd. And we end tonight with a moment of reflection as war returns to Europe for the first time since World War II.
This is the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, reporting from the nation's capital.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. Tonight, we are witnessing history, the largest war in Europe since the end of World War II. And this is the nightmare scenario that the world feared. The full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine is well underway tonight. Vladimir Putin unleashed a tidal wave of violence across Ukraine, firing 160 short-range and medium-range missiles. That's according to a senior defense official. And at least 137 Ukrainians have been killed and hundreds wounded. But those numbers are expected to surge in the hours ahead. Fierce fighting is happening along several front lines as Russian forces move into Ukraine from 3 sides and are advancing on the capital of Kyiv. These new images show the first pictures of damage inside Ukraine. Military installations and airports have been targeted, but so have civilian apartment buildings and hospitals. Roadways are jammed as civilians attempt to flee large cities while subway stations have turned into bomb shelters. President Biden announcing today a new round of punishing sanctions and the deployment of 7,000 additional troops to Europe. We have a team of reporters covering this story, beginning with CBS's Charlie DAKOTA in Kyiv. Good evening, Charlie.
Good evening to you, Nora. It has been a tough day for Ukrainian forces. They've been fighting Russian troops on multiple fronts, and now we're getting late word tonight that those Russian forces are advancing on the capital itself on day 1 of this invasion. Air raid sirens and explosions shattered the peace today. In a conflict that will send shockwaves far beyond the battlefields of Ukraine in the biggest attack on a European country in nearly 80 years. This is what Vladimir Putin's operation to demilitarize the country looks like after declaring war in a pre-dawn announcement. Tonight, we're told a major battle is underway at the Gostomel airfield on the outskirts of the capital itself, where Russian paratroopers swooped in today. The president of Ukraine confirming paratroopers had landed, saying Russian airborne troops are surrounded. But one battle they lost was for the former Chernobyl nuclear power plant around 60 miles from the capital, now fully in the hands of the Russians. The clashes followed a campaign of aerial bombardment across the country. The streets of Kyiv are virtually deserted, and with good reason. Ukrainians here are in a state of shock. Nobody here wanted to believe that the capital itself would come under attack, and it's impossible to predict what the next 24 hours will bring. Nonetheless, as President Putin boasted in his declaration of war this morning, Ukraine and NATO allies are only too aware that Russia is one of the strongest nuclear powers in the world, an ominous threat. That first bombardment triggered a mass exodus from the capital today. If it happens again tonight, those who remained in the city might be the next ones to flee. Now, the Ukrainian government has declared martial law with the curfew in place here from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and they're expecting another round of airstrikes to happen here in the early hours. President Zelenskyy has gone on television moments ago. He said, "We're fighting this war alone." He's now barring men from 18 to 60 from leaving the country. Nora?
Calling up all the forces. Charlie DAKOTA, thank you. Well, we go now to one of the first cities targeted by the airstrikes, Kharkiv. It's located just 20 miles from the Russian border. And to give you an idea of the size of the city, the eastern Ukrainian village is about the size of Dallas. CBS's Holly Williams is there, where she met some of the innocent victims of the deadly attack. Good evening, Holly.
Good evening, Nora. Here in Kharkiv, we've been hearing what sound like either missile or airstrikes tonight. This is Ukraine's second largest city and a major strategic target for Russia. A Russian fighter jet over Kharkiv, according to a Ukrainian official. Russia claims it isn't targeting civilians, but in the town of Chuhuiv, Ukrainian officials say the Russians bombed this apartment building, killing at least one and injuring 15 residents. I never thought this would happen on our land, said Olena Kurylo, a local teacher. The outskirts of Kharkiv have been pummeled by shelling, ruining homes and shattering lives. And the Russians are also taking losses. We believe this soldier was killed by Ukrainian forces on the edge of the city. After months of stoical calm in the face of a possible invasion, in Kharkiv there's now panic buying in supermarkets, a rush to donate blood, and a search for shelter from Russian missiles and airstrikes.
It's really terrible. I got up at 5 o'clock and I listen a lot of bomb.
Look at this. Andriy Ostapenko showed us where he and hundreds of others will likely sleep tonight, the city's subway. With the trains halted, people are camped out with their children and their pets. Marina Omelyanenko works in IT and is here with her mother. They heard it was too dangerous to flee the city by road.
It will be scary to stay at home at night. It will be dark.
Many civilians in Ukraine are trapped in the firing line with nowhere to run. The United Nations says around 100,000 people have already fled their homes in Ukraine since early today when Russia began its assault. Nora.
Holly Williams, thank you. Well, in his first remarks since Russia's full-scale invasion, President Biden said he has no plans to speak with Vladimir Putin and that relations between the two countries are, quote, completely ruptured. And in an alarming comment, President Biden today said Putin has larger ambitions than just Ukraine, that he wants to reestablish the former Soviet Union. CBS's Weijia Jiang reports tonight from the White House on new crippling sanctions.
President Biden condemned what he called Vladimir Putin's premeditated, unprovoked attack.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
The president announced new sanctions aimed at crippling the Russian economy, targeting 4 large Russian banks, several more oligarchs friendly with Putin, and new restrictions on key high-tech exports to Russia. For weeks, the administration has insisted sanctions would curb Putin's aggression.
it out for control, and that could decide how much the capital comes under fire. David?
And Ian, I wanted to get back to your reporting there that the Russians are now in control of the Chernobyl nuclear plant. We took World News viewers to the exclusion zone and the communities around it some years back here. We remember, of course, the children, the families hopeful for their futures, but they were always aware of the dangerous nuclear waste that remained there. What are authorities saying about Chernobyl tonight and the security of that facility?
Yeah, I mean, the fighting around Chernobyl certainly raising concerns about the potential for some kind of disaster. But tonight, despite reports that it has fallen into Russian hands, the authorities are insisting that those nuclear facilities are safe and secure. David?
Ian Panel leading the way with our reporting again tonight. Ian, thank you. And just before we came on the air this evening, we asked Secretary of State Antony Blinken why the U.S. hasn't sanctioned Putin directly, what they're seeing just outside Kyiv right now, and is there a chance that Vladimir Putin goes beyond Ukraine? Secretary Blinken, thanks for coming on again tonight. We heard the president list these new sanctions today against several Russian banks, among other steps being taken. The president also said direct sanctions against Vladimir Putin himself are still on the table here. You've got Putin invading Ukraine from the north, the east, the south, ignoring all calls from the U.S. to stop. So why is the U.S. not sanctioning him right now?
Well, first of all, David, the sanctions that we've taken, not just us, in coordination with European partners and allies, are going to have severe consequences on Russia. Some immediate, some that play out over time. We've taken 10 largest financial institutions, holding about 80% of Russia's banking assets, can't do transactions in dollars or for the most part in euros. The ability for Russia to raise money on international markets, we're taking that away. Their ability to import the technology necessary to modernize their economy, to put into critical industries like defense, like aerospace, that too being taken away. And this is going to have a very significant impact. Now, having said that, as the president said, other things remain on the table. If they continue to escalate, we'll have the ability to do the same thing.
Is there any sign here, though, that Putin cares about these sanctions? The threats don't appear to be working so far.
You know, sanctions have an immediate impact. We're seeing that in terms of Russia's currency, in terms of its markets. But the impact is really felt over time as, again, it spreads across the economy about their ability to raise money, to conduct transactions around the world. That will be felt more and more and more over time. So if this continues, the pain will continue, the pain will grow, and that's going to have an effect too.
But to be clear here, you are willing to sanction Putin directly if you have to?
As the president said, everything's on the table, including that.
I want to ask you about the fighting we know that's taking place at a military airfield about 20 miles from the capital of Kyiv. Do we know who's in control of that airfield tonight, and is it possible Kyiv falls in the next 24 hours?
I'm not in a position to comment on exactly what's going on the ground at this moment, but what we do know, and part of the Russian plan has been to put Kyiv in danger, to assault the capital, to go after other major cities. We're seeing forces come in from the north, from the east, from the south, and that's all part of the plan that we've laid out for the world in recent weeks.
You're convinced Putin's going to overthrow this government?
I'm convinced he's going to try to do that.
We've seen Ukrainians fight back the resistance to the Russians in the east. Is there any chance the Ukrainians can hold on here?
You know, one of the things that Vladimir Putin has done, starting back in 2014 when they first went into Ukraine, seizing Crimea, seizing a part of eastern Ukraine, is to totally alienate the Ukrainian people from Russia. Before 2014, actually, Russia was pretty popular in Ukraine. It had a 70% favorability rating. Right now, it's exactly the opposite, more than the opposite. 90% of Ukrainians now, if I can use the word detest Russia, and certainly detest President Putin. My prediction would be that one way or another, they will strongly resist any effort to take away their sovereignty, take away their independence, take away their government.
They'll resist, but can they beat the Russians here?
You know, whether it's in the near term, whether it's in the medium term, whether it's in the long term, I'm convinced that democracy and the independence of Ukraine is going to prevail.
Secretary Blinken, I know you know there are a lot of people watching tonight likely wondering, could Vladimir Putin go further here? The president was asked today, what if this goes beyond Ukraine? And he said, if Putin moves into NATO countries, we will be involved. He said, we will be involved. Is this a possibility?
Is it a possibility that Putin goes beyond Ukraine? Sure, it's a possibility, but there's something very powerful standing in the way of that. There's something we call Article 5 of NATO. That means an attack on one member of NATO is an attack on all members of NATO. The president's been very clear that we will defend every inch of NATO territory. I think that's the most powerful deterrent against President Putin going beyond Ukraine.
You know, the president has said all along U.S. troops will not fight in Ukraine against the Russians, but again, this hypothetical. If he goes beyond Ukraine and into NATO, given what you just cited, that means all bets are off the table here.
Well, it's not a question, David, of all bets being off the table. It's being very clear that we are committed to Article 5. We're committed to defending our NATO allies. And if it comes to that, we'll do it. But right now, our focus is on Ukraine. Our focus is on trying to prevent President Putin from going even further. But it looks like he's going for everything he can get. And so we're doing what we said we would do all along. We're imposing massive costs. We're doing it with allies and partners. We're doing it together. We're doing it swiftly. And you've seen that already today.
Secretary Blinken, we do appreciate your time again tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Good to be with you.
Secretary Blinken just a short time ago. Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Cecilia Vega, tonight. And Cecilia, you pressed President Biden at the White House today. Are these series of sanctions, several of them now, are they working? Let's watch.
Sir, sanctions clearly have not been enough to deter Vladimir Putin to this point. What is going to stop him? How and when does this end? And do you see him trying to go beyond Ukraine?
No one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. It has to show, this is going to take time, and we have to show resolve so he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about. This is going to take time. It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming, I'm going to stand down. He's going to test the resolve of the West to see if we stay together, and we will. We will, and it will impose significant costs on him.
Cecilia, we heard the president there say it will take time to see if these sanctions have the intended effect, but of course the world is watching as this Russian invasion unfolds right now.
And lives, David, are on the line as we speak. The president is really saying two competing things here. You heard him just say if Putin isn't stopped, he could be emboldened enough to try to go beyond Ukraine. On the other hand, he's also saying these sanctions that were issued today, severe though they are, aren't enough to stop Putin overnight. Look, officials here are telling me the reality. They know there's nothing they can do right now that is going to control what Putin does next. But they say over the next month, you're going to start to see Moscow increasingly isolated from the rest of the world. The White House says these are the most impactful and significant sanctions ever issued, David. But you also heard the president say today that he checked back with me basically in a month to see if these sanctions are working.
Cecilia Vega at the White House again tonight. Thank you, Cecilia. President Biden also revealing today moves involving U.S. troops. So let's.
For tonight won't be an issue tomorrow and will actually become more southerly throughout the day. So that's going to lead to the warm up that we'll be seeing. And again, we'll.
Toe fungus in its tracks. Pick up.
Is here. Everyone in the world is watching this story. People were prepared for it. They're prepared for it mentally. They started to understand the geography. Imagine if we just arrived right now and we're trying to have to explain this and explain where the separatist areas were. So the public was prepared around the world. The government here was prepared to explain its story. So that all has been helpful, but it didn't stop the military assault, and we will see now if the Ukrainians, with the weapons they have, with the determination they have, and with the world's focus on them right now, are able to do that.
Understood. Thank you, and stay safe. NBC's Richard.
As a Russian target right now.
Well, Wolf, this is a key port city, a key city on the Sea of Azov. Wolf, when President Putin announced this war, and he doesn't call it a war, he calls it a special operation. He said that this was about the Donbass and about defending the Donbass against a Ukrainian offensive. That is where we are now, and now we are seeing Russian and pro-Russian forces quickly moving in on either side of this key city. Just about 15 miles that way to the east, where we have heard this increase in shelling over the course of the past 24 hours. You have those pro-Russian breakaway republics that President Putin has now recognized, where President Putin says he's soon going to be sending peacekeepers, the leaders of those breakaway enclaves, calling on Russian forces to move in, and we do have indications that they are moving into those areas. The question now, when will they cross into land that is still held by Ukraine? Because President Putin, in his recognition of those areas, said that it was not just the land that they're holding now, but the broader provinces that they are in, Luhansk and Donetsk, where I am standing right now. And then back behind me, Wolf, President Zelenskyy says some of the toughest fighting that Ukrainian forces are up against now are Russians coming out of Crimea and moving towards Melitopol, which is another town just about 100 miles away. So now you have these two sets of forces on either side of Mariupol moving in quite quickly, and this city now wedged between them, Wolf.
Alex Marquardt.
Girls, what do we have next?
In Washington, President Biden is vowing that Vladimir Putin's naked aggression, his words, cannot go unanswered as Russia wages an unprovoked war in Ukraine. Let's go to our White House correspondent, MJ Lee. MJ, President Biden spoke to the American people about this war. How did he prepare them for the economic impact here at home?
Well, Wolf, as you know, rising gas prices is an issue that the White House was already sensitive to. So given the escalating situation that we are seeing on the border, it is an issue that the White House is going to be watching even more closely. And when you listen to President Biden's speech earlier today, he devoted a chunk of it to directing a message to the American people, people that are worried about what this might mean, especially to their wallets. And he also had a broader message about why the American military is getting involved in the first place. Take a listen.
I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me. But this aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are.
Now, there were a couple of things that President Biden pointed to as things that they could try to do to limit the spike in gas prices. One thing was just keeping a close eye on energy supplies and trying to limit any major disruptions in those supplies. The other one, of course, is something that we have heard from the White House before, and that is releasing more barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Now, the reality, of course, that the White House is very aware of, including the president, is that high gas prices, that is not something that you can fix overnight. You are pretty limited in what you can do to try to fix that problem. So this is a political problem as well as an economic one that the president is keenly aware of, Wolf.
All right,
And I live on the Oregon coast. My husband, Sam, we've been married 50 days. Not so much.
All right, what about where we are right now? Let's bring in our panel. Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon, Harold Ford Jr., former Tennessee congressman, and Jillian Turner of Fox News, former National Security Council staffer under Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama. Jillian, let me start with you. You know, a lot of talk about the sanctions, should they have been pulled off swift, the financial system. It all comes down to what the European nations could agree to.
And how long it would take them to get there. The common theme among pretty much everyone on both sides of the Atlantic today, except if you work at the White House, is that this tranche of sanctions, yesterday's tranche of sanctions, would have been a lot more effective had they arrived weeks ago, so that they could have served as a deterrent. Ukraine's foreign minister sat here 2 nights ago, told you, Brett, that very same thing. Democrat Adam Schiff said today that the president needs to go further. Remember, at this hour, Putin is still insisting this is not an invasion, insisting he sent in peacekeeping troops, insisting he's not planning to occupy Ukraine. And really, all you can say to that is, if you believe him, then I guess I'm Santa Claus.
All right. There is also a communication issue here on talking about sanctions and what they're meant to do and how they have been talked about. Some confusion. Take a listen.
We've said all along.
Or muscle weakness. While taking Eliquis, you may bruise more easily. For 50 years, generations have tried.
Sent a chill through a lot of people's thoughts when we heard about it.
Prime Minister, I thank the right honourable lady very much.
Medieval. David, you have been writing recently that this may actually ultimately corner and reduce him. Explain.
Well, I think, what Vladimir Putin wants may not be what Vladimir Putin gets. He's made a number of big miscalculations here. So far, I can count 5. One, he thought that this was going to be reacted to much as his invasion of Georgia and Crimea was. That's not the case. He thought that NATO would be divided. They're not. They're unified. He thought that the U.S. would be weakened and not a good leader. The U.S. has been an excellent leader in all of this. I think he thinks that the Ukrainians are going to be a pushover. And that is also not apparently the case. They took back an airport today. They're fighting tough. His desire is to take Kyiv. But if he takes Kyiv, even if he puts in a new government, I don't think the people of Ukraine are going to go quietly. And I think the final thing he thought was, as in the past, he could do this bad thing and then resume his lifestyle, get on his yacht, go to Davos, have the life he wanted to have. But the world has changed its view of Vladimir Putin in the last 24 hours. They recognize he's the most dangerous man on the planet, and they recognize that he can't be dealt with as he was dealt with before. I think that's going to make stronger NATO, stronger pushback, more isolation, more pressure on him within Russia. And I think that is the beginning of the end for Vladimir Putin.
Now saving is more their style.
Low price guarantee.
Opioids. Breaststroke gives you better breathing.
We got information from our chief commander that one of the platoons of the 74th Motorized Brigade from Kemerovska Oblast surrendered. Also noting that they didn't know that they were brought to Ukraine to kill Ukrainians, that they thought they were doing something else there.
You know, and these are stories, and the Ukrainians are puffing up their chest for some of the fights that they've had success on the ground, Jen. But you know, when you talk to people behind the scenes, how long can the Ukrainians, with their force and the size and the equipment, repel an overwhelming Russian force?
Well, the initial intelligence assessments was that the Russians could take Kiev, the capital, in 48 hours, and that most likely the half of the Ukrainian military would be lost in the next 10 days. But I will like to point to you to an audio tape that we just got our hands on from Snake Island. It's a group of Ukrainian sailors who are told by a Russian ship in the Black Sea, this is a Russian military ship. I suggest you lay down your weapons and surrender to avoid bloodshed and unnecessary victims. Otherwise, we will open fire on you. The Ukrainians cursed out the Russian ship. They were fired upon. They were killed. President Zelenskyy said they will be given the Medal of Freedom. But this is the kind of bravery that we're hearing stories of tonight. So they are standing up. They're fighting. It's a real contrast to the Afghan government, President Ghani, and others who fled the country rather than stand up and fight for their country.
Yeah, in fact, Julie.
Vasilor 3.
On Eliquis didn't expect.
With a shower we love.
I think within 24 to 48 hours.
More to compass their end.
They already have Spetsnaz in Kyiv, and we have to stop the momentum. Let me be clear. NATO and the U.S., it's great to talk about supplies we're going to give them, but the momentum must stop, or else this is going to be a tragic
How
thing.
to do that, though, as far as Kyiv is concerned?
Well, you know, we know how to put an air cap over Kyiv and prevent the sort of bombs that are going to drop on that city and kill a hell of a lot of people. So there's work for NATO and the United States and the leader of NATO to do to try to prevent the carnage that's going to take place in Ukraine. We're better than that as a nation.
All right, well, I want to talk to you about where some of the fighting is most intense. We're told by Ukrainian officials, heavy fighting around Crimea, around the city of Kherson, right about here. Apparently they're pushing toward Mariupol.
They want to build,
why are they doing that?
They want to build a road that goes between Crimea and here, and that's widening the area that they're occupying, and they have the seaport down here, Sevastopol, so they're on their timetable. And I just think we've got to do something to stop this momentum. And our president must take the lead for the alliance to work.
Let's talk about the broader picture here. You talked to me about possibly broader ambitions for Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
If he occupies much of Ukraine, let's use the green here for that. If he occupies much of Ukraine, he could use that possibly as a base to establish a land route to Kaliningrad, where they have a big naval presence. But he's got to go through NATO countries to do it, right?
And that's a tripwire that I don't know. I don't think he'll want to do that, but there is a chance. He wants to reestablish the former Warsaw Pact countries, and that includes Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, etc. He wants all that to be back in the fold, as we call it, under Russian control.
All right. Well, General Jalman, thank you very much for your expertise. We appreciate it. Wolf, we're going to continue to monitor all of this in real time as these developments unfold on the ground, but it is moving, as they say, at a very fast pace.
Yes, moving very quickly, Brian. Thank you very much, General Jalman, as usual. Thanks to you as well. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. I'll be back in 2 hours, 9 p.m. Eastern, with the latest on the war in Ukraine. Until then, thanks very much for watching. Aaron Burnett out front starts right now.
Breaking news tonight, Russia launching a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin's forces unleashing an all-out assault on Ukraine from the land, sea, and air. Images of Russian helicopters attacking an airport near the capital, Kyiv. Russian troops seizing the Chernobyl nuclear plant. Explosions and sirens across the country. Reports that dozens are dead, including civilians. Our team there on the ground tonight. We're also seeing the massive traffic jams as thousands flee Kyiv. And inside a subway station where crowds are taking shelter from the bombs. President Biden addressing the nation today, saying Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences, he said. The new sanctions he announced against Russia as he deploys thousands more troops to Europe. In just a few moments, my one-on-one with Secretary of State Antony Blinken. I ask him, what does the U.S. hope these sanctions will achieve? Also tonight, the trial of the 3 former officers charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights. The verdict just handed down. And the deadly storm on the move, more than 100 million under alerts from Texas to Maine. Al Roker timing it out.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. The world looks very different from when we joined you last night. As we come on the air, a second evening of Russian attacks is underway in Ukraine, a country of 40 million people under siege as the largest European invasion since World War II plays out. The sanctions failing to deter Vladimir Putin. President Biden unveiling a new round, but the die has been cast. Russian forces are on the move. The U.S. estimates Russia has already fired more than 160 missiles from land, sea, and air. The attack striking largely military targets across a vast part of Ukraine. Ukraine's Ministry of Health reporting dozens dead, many more injured, including civilians. In addition to more sanctions, the U.S. tonight is deploying 7,000 American ground troops to Germany as Washington works to bolster its NATO allies. I asked Secretary of State Blinken, what now, in just a few moments. But first, our team is in place again, from the White House and Moscow to the battlefield, which is where we start with Richard Engel.
It was unprovoked, but this is what Russian President Vladimir Putin unleashed on Ukraine as the sun came up this morning. A missile striking an industrial park in western Ukraine. A helicopter assault on an airport outside of Kiev. Close, intense fighting. And there are civilian casualties. Local officials say this apartment building was struck in eastern Ukraine. Heartbreaking images of people bloodied, staggering out of their homes. And this is what remains of another family's apartment, a baby stroller among the debris. We traveled to this Ukrainian military installation near the eastern port city of Mariupol.
This radar station took a direct hit. Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another. But Ukrainian troops are fighting back, and Russia is also suffering losses here.
Ukraine says it's destroyed some Russian tanks using American-supplied missiles, that this is a damaged Russian helicopter, and that it has captured some Russian soldiers. On day one, the army has been holding strong, but they're being pushed to the limit by Russia's full-scale invasion with attacks across Ukraine, which is the size of Texas, from areas near those pro-Russian enclaves in the east to the capital Kiev in the west. Even capturing the still radioactive Chernobyl nuclear reactor. It all began from a desk before dawn, when Russian President Vladimir Putin declared a special military operation on Russian television. Russia cannot feel safe, develop, and exist with a constant threat emanating from the territory of modern Ukraine, he said, describing the government in Kiev as a junta of neo-Nazis determined to build nuclear weapons. It was a split-screen moment, Putin announcing his assault as his actions were slammed at the UN Security Council, Ukraine's ambassador blasting Russia's representative.
The Russian president declared a war on the record. Should I play the video of your president? There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell.
Later, after Putin stopped speaking on cue, the missiles and airstrikes began. Russian tanks rolling across the border from Belarus in the north and Crimea in the south. For Ukrainians, the choice was to hide in deep Soviet-era subways built long ago to shelter Ukrainians from an American attack, or to run if they could get through the traffic heading out of Kiev, or to ride it out, stocking up on food and cash.
How are you feeling? This is your mother.
I'm trying to keep my children calm. Putin is not helping. We are Ukraine, she says.
Putin says he's doing Ukrainians a favor by trying to get rid of their Nazi fascist government. What do you think about that?
He isn't protecting us, she says. It would be better if he sat there in Russia and did not touch anyone or anything here. Ukraine is fighting for its right to exist as a sovereign country and against a man who says Ukraine belongs to him.
Richard joining us now. Richard, Putin insists he's not trying to occupy Ukraine, but what can you tell from what you've been seeing about what might be the goal here?
Well, he might not want to occupy Ukraine, but he certainly wants to overthrow the government, and to do that.
Not just the United States, but all our allies, all our NATO allies are going to make this incredibly painful for them.
Thune says that the U.S. and its allies must support Ukraine and impose costs against the Russian aggressors.
Well, from gas prices to your 401k, a lot of people are wondering how Russia's invasion of Ukraine will impact their personal finances. KELO's Renee Ortiz spoke with 2 local professors to find out what you can expect.
I would say that in terms of real economic damage, the U.S. is pretty insulated from the Russian economy.
Russia's invasion into Ukraine sent the stock market on a wild swing.
Stock prices represent traders' beliefs about the future profits of companies traded in the stock market. So if stock prices go down, that means the traders on average think that some profits in the future will be lost.
These dips are most likely short-term reactions.
Investors are afraid of uncertainty, so the market will decline. But we're not going to enter a bare long-term decline, of the stock market. It's going to be short-term effects, and these things tend to bounce back rather quickly.
There are also concerns with sanctions increasing oil and gas prices in the U.S.
It will have an effect on travel because airline prices. It'll have effect on travel internally. But most people think that will decline. It's going to be a short-term spike because people are worried, and then it'll start to decline a little bit.
If things resolve faster than expected, if the damage will be less than expected, then the market will bounce back quickly.
We're probably not going to go back to $2 a gallon gas or $2.50, but it'll probably stabilize after this first shock of this invasion.
Renee Ortiz, KELO News.
Stocks in Europe fell sharply, while stocks in the U.S. recovered from some earlier losses. Ukraine is one of the largest countries in Europe, at about 3 times the size of South Dakota. While conflict with Russia is part of the country's fabric, so is farming and tourism. Ukraine has 24 provinces and has been independent since 1991. Digital reporter Ray Yost takes a look at the country's history in a KELOLand.com original.
A forensic exam of the South Dakota Corn Utilization Council says that there was inappropriate behavior in how the books were handled, but no fraud. A CPA firm released.
Warning Americans will feel an impact, with already high gas prices expected to rise even more.
I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. But this aggression cannot go unanswered.
And Peter, something else we noticed, despite mentioning it before, President Biden today did not sanction Putin personally. Is that still on the table?
Yeah, that's right, Lester. The president
found the body. And in this little snippet, you're going to hear how Jason Ravnsborg acted when he found that body.
I said, he called my name. I looked at him. He said, "There's a man." I walked over in the general direction of where he was pointing, between him and the ditch, and saw Mr. Bieber.
Now, again, this is the first time we're hearing some of this information. Right now, Emily Savell and Michael Moore, the attorneys who prosecuted the case, are testifying before the committee. You can watch that on the Dakota News Now Facebook page and website. Brian and Andrea.
All right, Austin Goss, thank you. Staying in Pierre tonight, state lawmakers discussing a resolution that would address Governor Noem's involvement with South Dakota's real estate appraiser program. At issue is a meeting held by Noem involving her daughter, Cassidy Peters, and state officials after Peters was denied an appraisal license. Peters later did obtain that license, but last November turned it back in due to the fallout over that meeting. House Bill 7004 was introduced by John Mills, a representative out of Volga. In it, it states that Noem's actions were unacceptable and not in line with the state constitution or her oath of office. A major magazine recognizing a Sioux Falls business.
And it all has to do with what employees think of working there. We have details on that in about 13 minutes. Phil.
We've had a stretch of very cold days, but a warming trend is right around the corner. Details coming up around 6:17.
The community of Garrettson in shock after their high school principal was fired last night. The story of what happened next on Dakota News Now at 6.
So, Lisa, you were there for the president's remarks today, and you've been talking to people. Tell us what message people are taking away from what he had to say.
Well, the president has been observing these events, monitoring them closely, we're told, by White House officials, from the residence and from the Oval Office throughout this. And it was clear tonight in his address, this afternoon in his address, that he was speaking to the American people. The message he is trying to send is one of expectation setting, realizing that this is not just a war about territory, but Vladimir Putin is setting a war about ideology. It's important, the White House says, that President Biden is stressing to the American people that this is about American values, the idea of freedom itself, something he says America must fight for. And he warned very clearly, Judy, that Americans may feel some pain from this, especially at places like the gas pump. He also did something interesting, setting expectations about time frame here. He told us today in the East Room of the White House that he expects Ukraine will feel this, will have a difficult, hard road ahead of it for weeks and months. That is a longer spectrum. And it's also important that he noted that he again stressed he will not send troops to Ukraine to fight Russia, but he clearly said if NATO allies themselves are attacked, then in fact that is on the table.
And Lisa, we heard the president also suggesting that there could be even harsher, more powerful sanctions to come. What would those be, and why hold off on them?
This is such an important part of the conversation right now at the White House and around Washington, in fact, around the world. Let's look at some of the sanctions that have not yet been launched by the White House, by the American administration here. First, at the top of the list, no sanctions yet against Vladimir Putin himself. Talking to sources on the Hill and here at the White House today, there is divide over whether that would be effective and, in fact, if they could even track down his actual assets. Second, something called secondary sanctions. Those are important. That's the idea of sanctions against banks, institutions, businesses which actually interact with Russian banks. These are the kinds of sanctions that really had such an effect on Iran, North Korea. That is something that this White House has not deployed yet. And then finally, the idea of shutting Russia out of the SWIFT banking system. That's not something the U.S. controls, but it is something that the U.S. could levy enough sanctions on to essentially freeze Russia out. That is something that it's debated how worthwhile it is, what effect it would have, but it is something that remains on the table. Why hasn't this administration launched those tougher sanctions, especially the secondary sanctions, with Russia invading now? Well, I'm told by sources again here at the White House and at the Capitol, it's because of Europe. European allies are not yet on board those. They would feel the pain from those sanctions more than America, and President Biden wants a unified front here.
And finally, Lisa, I know you've also been talking to sources on Capitol Hill. What are they saying right now?
Right. First of all, we saw unified rhetoric, Republican and Democrat, this morning coming after the attack, supporting President Biden, and moreover criticizing President Putin. But I have to say that has flaked away in the last few hours after the announcement of these latest sanctions. Some criticism, including from the Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who today came out and said that President Biden has effectively not deterred anything and needs to issue more sanctions now. I can tell you some Democrats privately tell me they agree. They think it is time for more sanctions now. Also, an interesting note, there is a differing amount of opinion now on what happens next. Some who are very well read on this, on the Hill especially, tell me they think perhaps Putin stops or is stopped with a third of Ukraine. But there is a growing sense, Judy, that perhaps he goes much farther than that, even establishing a puppet government in the short term. I will tell you tonight, you hear drums at the White House from a demonstration nearby. They are beating for Ukraine.
All right, Lisa Desjardins reporting across the city today. Thank you, Lisa.
Welcome.
And now Nick is back with more.
Protests tonight across Russia in more than 50 cities, according to an NGO. Vladimir Putin unbowed, confidently declaring Russia remains part of the global economy, reassuring Russian business leaders. His comments made before President Biden's latest sanctions announcement. His early morning television address was unscripted and often ominous, saying his security demands were ignored by NATO and America, referencing Russia's nuclear capability, warning if his enemies interfere, the consequences will be such as you've never seen in your entire history. But we found some of his own people are now frightened.
It's a tragedy.
Though others supporting the Russian president. The West ignored Russia. Russia has spoken, this man said. Then there's Tatiana and her 11-year-old daughter Margarita, who live in Moscow. Tonight, Margarita's grandfather is in Ukraine.
She's scared about her grandpa to be killed.
They haven't seen each other for 3 years because of COVID. Now their family's torn apart by war.
If you could speak to President Putin now, what would you say?
Please stop the war now. We are not enemies.
Meanwhile, after those protests, there have been more than 1,700 arrests. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you. As we've been seeing, this Russian invasion is sweeping across Ukraine, from the assault on a military installation in the east to Russian attack helicopters in the airspace over Kyiv to fighting in the west near the borders with Ukraine's neighbors in NATO. So one big question, how far will Putin go, and could NATO allies be pulled in? I'm joined by Admiral James Stavridis, former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO and an NBC News analyst. Admiral, thank you for being with us. Can this bell be unrung, or has Putin done it again?
Putin has crossed his Rubicon. He will not be able to unring the bell, and he doesn't want to unring the bell. At this point, this is an accountability process. He should be made to feel the pain economically from the Ukrainians bravely fighting, from resistance forces in Ukraine if necessary, and we should do all we can to support Ukraine short of sending troops there to fight the battle themselves.
But if he succeeds and occupies Ukraine, suddenly you have Russia or a Russian satellite sitting on the border with NATO countries. How much concern does that bring you?
NATO is well prepared. We already have Russia on many of our borders. We know how to defend ourselves. NATO outspends Russia 10-1 with a 3-1 advantage in troops. We have many more combat aircraft, many more warships. Vladimir Putin will not cross a NATO border the way he's gone across this Ukrainian border.
Admiral Stavridis, thank you for being with us.
You bet, Lester.
Up next, Al Roker with the latest track on that dangerous winter storm and the verdict in the civil rights trial of 3 former police officers in the death of George Floyd.
Maybe it's another refill at your favorite diner, or wait.
Of fighting that takes place in and around Kiev to the north, to what extent Russian forces.
'Cause 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 '
requirements of their budgets. And why is that? Because Germany is the richest and the second largest country in NATO, and they follow the German lead, and Germany won't do that. We've got to remember, too, that if you look at Pew polls, Germany is the most anti-American country in Europe. The majority of Germans now poll that they're more eager to deal with the Russians than they are with us. Same is true of Turkey. So if you've got an alliance of the two largest countries, Turkey's army and German money, and they're both anti-American, then you've got a problem with NATO, and we've got to correct that within NATO, because this can happen again in the Baltic states and elsewhere. But if you...
So does my Oral-B.
Oral-B delivers the...
I think the reason the Russians seized on that as a primary target is they wanted to have control of it and not have to rely on the Ukrainians to protect it, particularly a Ukrainian who might be motivated to sabotage it, to make it look like the Russian caused another disaster. Moreover, there are some 15 active nuclear reactors in Ukraine spread across 4 complexes. And so the Russians, who are not known for being discriminate about targeting, if they either wittingly or unwittingly attack one of these active nuclear facilities, we could have a Chernobyl ×2, which would be a disaster for the region, to include, ironically enough, Russia. So I'm very concerned about the nuclear infrastructure, whether past or present, in Ukraine.
Thank you very much, General. I appreciate your thoughts, despite that very sobering assessment.
Well, stay safe out there.
Next, we're going to take you to the Kharkiv region. Thank you so much, General. Ukrainian soldiers have blown up a bridge and a dam to try to prevent Russian troops from advancing. Plus, as Russian forces move into Ukraine, we are seeing more Ukrainians leave, and we're going to take you just across the border to Poland, where evacuees are now gathering. We understand some people here already leaving this country are waiting up to 9 hours. And we're live in Moscow, where anti-war protesters took to the streets. More than 1,700 reportedly arrested. And when you hear what they were threatened with, what they were told would be the consequences, and you think that they protested anyway, you will be amazed.
Back. Throughout the month of February, we're including a premium
at $15. Get yours today at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com.
And he continued to float his made-up excuse for waging war on Ukraine, claims that Russian citizens are being abused in 2 breakaway provinces and even subjected to genocide by a democratically elected government he falsely smeared as a regime. Now, let's just be clear. There is currently no ongoing genocide in Ukraine, and Ukraine is not led by Nazis. It is led by a Jewish president, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, a democratically elected leader who speaks proudly of his grandfather who fought the Nazis in the Soviet infantry. Putin's speech was just chock full of false allegations, deception, and grievances, revisionist history peppered with nostalgia for the old Soviet regime. And as Russia and analysts have been explaining, including on this show, it is clear that Putin is determined to reverse the progress made by Ukrainian citizens since a popular uprising ousted a Russian-backed president 8 years ago. He's aiming to end Ukraine's status as an independent sovereign state and turn it back into a Russian puppet state by, as the Center for Naval Analysis think tank puts it, pursuing regime change. Joining me now is Keir Simmons, NBC News senior international correspondent reporting from Moscow, and Malcolm Nance, MSNBC national security analyst and a former U.S. naval intelligence officer. Keir, I'm going to start with you because that term regime change, that reminds many people, I'm sure, of a very unpopular war waged in this country. And it was, again, a war of choice. And it doesn't appear that Vladimir Putin can manufacture the consent that I guess he presumed he could in his own country, because there were a lot of protests today. Give us a sense of sort of, I don't know how you can even really tell kind of how public...
An inch. Snowfall around the Great Lakes, 1 to 3. 5 inches, but as we get into New England and interior New York, snowfall rates could be 2 inches per hour or more, with a foot or more from Killington, Albany, all the way to Boston. Lester?
All right, Al, thanks very much. Up next for us, life during wartime, the assault on Ukraine and the human toll.
Ukraine, we talked to one family where the woman's father is in Ukraine, she's here in Moscow. So I think Russian people didn't want it to happen, didn't believe it could happen, didn't think it could happen, and now it's happening, and there's a real sense of disbelief. And then that rambling speech, you rightly describe it as rambling by President Putin, I think raises some real questions about how he's thinking, how he's seeing this. Because in that very speech, he criticizes the US over Iraq, and yet the same questions that the US learned bitterly with Iraq are going to be the questions that President Putin is going to face over Ukraine. So let's just think of a few of them. If you break it, you have to fix it. It's harder to fight in a place that is somebody else's turf. Just those two questions. And then that one that we all remember, what's your exit strategy? And I don't think we're clear what President Putin's exit strategy is on Ukraine. Now, okay, we're only at the beginning, but they're saying that they want regime change. Do they have a puppet government that they can install? Do they have a plan of how they're going to sustain that government? Because quite clearly, Ukrainian people, many of them, are against Russia, against this, and are going to fight against it, just as we've seen in other examples in the past. So this is a question that's important. The reason why is because I think we can talk about sanctions, but one of the potential ways that people in Russia could turn against President Putin is if this goes very badly wrong for him. Now, I don't say that with any pleasure, because the potential is that if the Russian people really do turn against him, and we should just say that there are many Russian people who still support President Putin, but if they do, then you can imagine him being backed into a corner, and that's the kind of thing that I think really frightens people about this whole picture. And another point too, just before I finish, Joy, we've talked about President Putin inside the walls of the Kremlin with a very small team around him. He's the one who makes decisions. We saw him earlier in the week humiliate his foreign intelligence chief at the Security Council. You know, when you treat people like that, you've known for 40 years, who are also in the KGB with you, are they giving you the right information? Are they telling you the truth? Are they being honest with you? Again, an important question, because a lot depends on the decisions that President Putin's making and the information he's being given.
There's a madness of King George feel about it, Keir, which I'm so glad that you walked us through that, because it does appear that he's hearing what he wants to hear. And you can't claim, and I'll bring you in on this, Malcolm, you cannot claim to call the U.S. a hegemon for Iraq and then essentially unlearn everything that we learned the hard way in Iraq, as Keir just said. You can't sort of try to place yourself, you know, where do you think you are in this storyline if you then are occupying a country that doesn't want you there, are going to try to fight an insurgency that's going to happen because you are not wanted, you're not being greeted as liberators, and on top of that, grabbing Chernobyl and already destabilizing something where there's already nukes, it doesn't seem rational. But I want to ask you very quickly, you can comment on that, but I also want you to comment on Ukraine. Because I'm old enough to remember when the former president of this country tried to bribe and blackmail President Zelenskyy to say, we will withhold military assistance from you if you don't give us dirt on the man who is now president of the United States. Wrap all of that around for me and tell me where you think all of this stands, given Zelenskyy's challenge and Putin's seeming irrationality. Malcolm?
Oh, was that for Keir or for me? Okay.
That's for you. No, it's for you.
I would have been fascinated to hear Keir's view of that, standing in Moscow. Certainly, well, let's go back to the fundamentals of Donald Trump's first impeachment. He was impeached because there were 1,000 Javelin missiles and defense funds which were going to be released to the government of Ukraine, and Donald Trump extorted President Zelenskyy, essentially said, I will not give you these funds and resources to defend your nation for this day, the day that has arrived, if you do not make up a false story and come out and say your prosecutors are investigating Joe Biden. So we have come full circle on this story. Of course, that didn't happen. Donald Trump was impeached. He wasn't convicted. But we've gotten to the point where those Javelin missiles are actually flying today, destroying Russian tanks, and are critical to the defense of that country. Look, I may look a little haggard. I just stepped off the airplane from Kyiv, but I know that that army is fighting and they are fighting for their lives. They took back a critical airfield, the Antonov test strip out in Hotomil, just northeast of the city, which was critical for the Russians to carry out their assault on Kyiv. They did that because they sacrificed their lives. They went out and they fought. The Russians are not going to have a cakewalk. I hear many people say U.S. intelligence is telling us that they're going to be able to take that country in 7 days. I've driven every inch of that country except to Luhansk, and I can tell you right now, there is no way they're going to take that country in 7 days. I've already had people, when I was out west in Lviv, ask, hey, how do how do explosively formed projectile improvised explosive devices, right? The copper disc that terrorized the U.S. Army in Iraq and Afghanistan, how are those made? I mean, they are forming an insurgency that is going to be backed up by whatever remains of the army. And Russia, what are they going to do? They can't sit in their tanks at every crossroad. They will be ambushed every day. And in fact, there's actually a statue at the War Memorial in Patriot Park of the partisans who fought the Nazis for years in Ukraine. So Vladimir Putin has bitten off way more than he can chew. And as you said, and again, I'd be interested in hearing Keir's view. What is the end game here? A Russian oblast, a neighborhood of Moscow? That will be fascinating.
It would be. We're going to have you both.
Miles at no added cost. So shop, buy,
and Touchstone.
Projections on what's going to come from what is happening in Ukraine. Is that the overall outlook of the Biden administration right now about what's going on?
Well, Judy, we've been deeply concerned about this for not weeks, but months now. We first started warning about this possibility in November when we talked about the unusual military movements inside Russia. First 10,000 troops, 50,000 troops, more than 150,000 troops in recent days. As our intelligence has built up, so too has our concern. We have talked about the increasingly imminent signs of the invasion that started in many ways in recent days, including with the barrage of missiles and attacks last night. And concerningly, the information we have made public, that this is not only Russian aggression against the territorial integrity of Ukraine, this is not only Russian aggression against the Ukrainian government, but this is intended Russian aggression against the Ukrainian people. In other words, this is a concerted effort on the part of Vladimir Putin to harm the Ukrainian people, to throttle them, to crush them, as our national security advisor said the other day. That is why we have been ringing the alarm bell in every way we can. I think you have seen the United States act with unity, act with purpose, act with seriousness with our allies and partners around the world over recent days to impose substantial, significant costs on Putin in response to this.
Well, and I want to ask you about that because you have been ringing the bell. You've been united to a large degree, but these sanctions, as you know, that the administration and others announced in recent days didn't stop Vladimir Putin. He is marching forward as if they didn't exist.
Well, it sure seems that Vladimir Putin has been determined to do this for some time, but we were also determined to use every tool, every opportunity we had to incentivize him, to deter him from not doing so. Look, if we were to have taken a different approach, if we were to have kept this information to ourselves, if we were, as some have suggested, to have implemented the sanctions beforehand, it would have suggested to Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation that, one, we weren't actually serious about diplomacy, and two, if we were to have enacted these measures before this week, not only would it not have deterred him, it may well have incentivized Vladimir Putin to move earlier. If we impose the costs that we've been warning against for some time, Vladimir Putin would have had no reason to give himself pause, no reason to think twice or three times, as he might have done in recent days and recent weeks. Our goal now is to prevent what we are seeing from becoming this all-out war, what would be a costly, devastating war for Ukraine, for the Ukrainian people, but also for Russia and the Russian people. Russians will be coming home in body bags. Russians may not see that on state-run television. They may not see their fellow citizens marching in the streets, but all of this will happen. This will be a devastating, costly war for Russia and for Ukraine.
What makes the administration, you, the president, others, confident that this set of sanctions that are announced today, on top of what you've already done in concert with what the rest of NATO and Europe is doing, is going to have an effect on Vladimir Putin when nothing has deterred him until now?
Well, we know it will have an effect on Vladimir Putin. These sanctions are unprecedented in terms of their scope and scale, far beyond what the United States did in 2014, but also significant in terms of the fact that we are acting with many of our closest allies and partners. In terms of the measures we announced today, we now have sanctions on Russia's 10 largest banks, 80% of Russia's banking sector assets. We now have export controls that limit Russia's ability to import some 50% of the materials for the strategic sectors that they will need to operate with any strength on the world stage. We've sanctioned oligarchs and others around Vladimir Putin, and our allies and partners have done the same. We've already seen the toll that these measures have taken on the Russian financial system. You need only look at the Russian stock market, at the ruble, at investor sentiment around Russia to know that these measures have been costly and they will be costly. The cost of these measures will gain momentum in the coming days and the coming weeks. And these measures will only escalate if Putin escalates. We're prepared to go further.
At the same time, you have leaders like the Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell saying the president should be putting forward much tougher sanctions than he is right now, pointing out what you and I have just been talking about, that it hasn't worked. We also heard the president himself say today, Ned Price, when he spoke to the press, that the Europeans are not behind, for example, the idea of imposing restrictions on Russia through the so-called SWIFT system. This is the global banking system that would clearly have some effect on the Russian leadership. To what extent is European opposition holding back President Biden?
Well, a couple points, Judy. I think today the fact that we worked in tandem with the 27 members of the European Union, with Australia, with Japan, with Canada, with the United Kingdom, with other countries around the world to impose these measures shows that A, we're not divided, and certainly we are united on this. The United States alone is some 25% of GDP. Acting in the way we did today, more than half of the world's GDP. The fact that we are acting collectively will take a large chunk out of Russia's economy and Russia's financial system. I know there have been some who've called for other measures. The measures we instituted today will have a more significant and sustained impact than some of those calls that we've heard. That includes SWIFT. That includes sanctions on any single individual. We have gone after Russia's banking sector. We have gone after Russia's strategic sectors. We have gone after Russia's oligarchs and its elites. All of these things have had an immediate cost, and those costs will grow to the Russian Federation in the days to come.
How long do you think this conflict is going to go on? What is the best information the administration has about how long the Russians are prepared to stick with this and how long the Ukrainians will fight back?
Well, we know a couple things. We know the Russian intent is to carry forward with this campaign until their objectives are achieved. Our intent is to bring this conflict to a close, to induce Vladimir Putin and those around him to stop the violence, to withdraw the forces, to not go forward with this planned brutality against the Ukrainian people, and to come back to the diplomatic table, but to do so in good faith. We, of course, have seen the Russian Federation at the table. I've sat with Secretary Blinken when he's been across from Foreign Minister Lavrov. The Russians to date have not done so in good faith. The Russians, if they're serious in the face of our very serious measures, need to come back to the diplomatic table, need to prove their seriousness of purpose.
You still have some hopes on diplomacy, given the fact that all the diplomacy leading up to this didn't work?
We are diplomats. We always have hope with diplomacy. We know that the only way we're going to save lives, that we're going to bring this conflict to an end as quickly as humanly possible is through diplomacy. So, of course, we're going to stick at it.
Ned Price.
Sides, and I don't think anybody really knows what that man's mind is at this point.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of risky to go in hard and conduct urban warfare against a capital that hates your guts. And that could get really, really nasty. All right, thanks so much, Buck. Let's go over to Bill Hemmer, who's at the map. All right, what's going on over there, Bill?
Jesse, good evening and good to be with you. Going to take you to spin around the area here. That gentleman you were speaking to from the orphanage, he's down here just east of Odessa, okay? You're with Lucas Tomlinson. He's in Lviv out here in the far west. Trey Yinks was with you. He's in the capital city of Kyiv. This is an image from 1:30 Eastern time earlier today, Jesse. By the way, it's coming up at 3 o'clock in the morning in Ukraine. Remember, the strikes first hit around 5 a.m. their time, so we're about 2 hours away from that window. As of 1:30, you can see the hits in the north and the west and the east and the south, just about everywhere. I think especially if you want to drill down and understand what the Russian strategy is, Crimea that was taken in 2008, there's clearly a force that's coming up from the south. Russian army there. There's obviously a force coming in toward Kharkiv. There's been fierce fighting there. Based on the reporting we're getting, the Ukrainians have fought back fiercely in this part. But again, the Russian military moving its way across the border here. And up in Belarus, they're trying to make a beeline down to Kyiv. It's hard to know right now, Jesse, just how successful that push has been. And I'll tell you why just in a moment here. If I clear this out and go to the next screen, you can see this. Remember Belarus, very friendly with Moscow within the past 60 days. They gave the Russians all kinds of military assets to go ahead and establish military camps in Belarus. They've taken advantage of that, Jesse. 24 hours ago, you got to see the military experts. Will they do that? Well, indeed, they did. They crossed the border. They're trying to make their way to Kyiv. Here is the issue based on the reporting we're getting. Chernobyl, April of 1986, the worst nuclear disaster in the history of the world, happened right here in Chernobyl. It's now a power plant. It's a restricted area. The Russians met the Ukrainians. Fierce fighting. It's our understanding that the Ukrainians lost this battle. However, down here now, the capital city of Kyiv, this is an air base here. It's carries a lot of cargo planes, so it's got a very long fortified runway. Jesse, at the moment, we understand the Ukrainians have fought back and maintained control of this air base. That is significant because if the Russians were to take this air base, you could fly men and machinery in from Russia all day long on that cargo.
To watch this, but also to understand how deep this is. And you made the point, Joy, that in part this fascination is they like the strongmen, they like the authoritarian. It goes deep. Donald Trump's long history with Vladimir Putin. So this is not a one-off. And my guess is the Republican Party will fall into line behind the entertainment wing of the party sooner or later.
And that's the danger here, Naveed, that, the Republicans are starting off I mean, even Ted Cruz, basically kind of said the right thing. But it won't be long before Donald Trump, who, by the way, has financial inducements to be for Russia. He makes a lot of money selling, overpriced real estate to Russian oligarchs, right? He's in bed with them financially. So he has good reason to be for Russia. Whereas these guys, it's hard to believe they will stand strong and stand with the American and the West, the position of the West, if he starts haranguing in the other direction.
I would agree. And there's one thing that these people, including Tulsi Gabbard, love more than this idea of a strongman, and that's money. So I would urge you that I don't doubt for a second that if Tucker Carlson's point of view was not making him $1, he would not be saying it. It's as simple as that. But let's talk a little bit about Russia. Look, we've had this moment where, you remember Marina Butina? I mean, the ability of the Russians to get into these circles it's bar none. And there's this belief, there's this refusal to accept that Russia targets people, that Russia, seeks to recruit people, that they are successful in doing that they can direct people, that they can get funds to the United States, that those funds can change your perception, can actually get you to be a directed agent, not an unwitting or a useful idiot, but actually a directed agent. Look, I'm proof of that. The Russians tried to do that with me for 3 years. It happens. We've got to get past this idea that Russian intelligence is not playing in the United States, that Russian intelligence does not see the divisiveness in the United States and is not beneficial to Russia. The more we are divisive, the more there is chaos in this country, the better that is for Russia. For them to spend $20, $100 million, it's nothing for them if that can be effective. We've got to take this moment that Biden, who unveiled intelligence that showed Russia was going to invade, we've got to look at that in the same prism of what's happening here in the United States. I promise you the Russian intelligence is active here. I promise they're attempting to recruit people and target people. And I promise you in some cases they've been successful. That's a reality. It's like, I don't know why we have such trouble admitting that, and certainly have any trouble actually having the FBI investigate it, honestly.
Yeah. It is a wild and strange world that doesn't seem to change a lot. It just keeps going in cycles. Charlie Sykes, Naveed Jamali, thank you both very much. Coming up next, America and its allies slap tough sanctions on Russia. But what more needs to be done to curb Putin's aggression? Stay with us.
Then in the recent Kim Potter verdict, we saw an officer held accountable for the accidental action she took that led to the death of a Black man, albeit though given a light sentence. And now in this case, we see accountability proceed a step further because these ex-officers were held accountable for the actions they failed to take. This case is different from the upcoming state case because that case is about the actions that the officers are alleged to have taken to have aided and abetted Derek Chauvin. What this case was about was the actions they failed to take, their deliberate indifference to George Floyd's medical need and their failure to intervene in Derek Chauvin's unreasonable use of force.
And the rejection of the defense argument that they were just following their training, that they had been shown officers doing what Derek Chauvin had done in their training, and that this was simply the bad training on the part of the Minneapolis police. What do you think of that?
So I think that the prosecution put on a very strategic case. First, they put on witness after witness from Katie Blackwell, who formerly led the department's training program, to Zimmerman, who was one of the most senior men on the force, to say that officers are trained to intervene in the unreasonable use of force. The prosecution even elicited testimony from the defendants themselves that they knew they had a duty to intervene no matter how junior they were. Now, the defense put on a use of force expert who testified that although Derek Chauvin's use of force was unreasonable, it was unlikely that someone like Officer King, who was such a rookie, would physically act to remove Chauvin from George Floyd. However, I think that the prosecution ultimately said this is a case of policy versus what the defendants were saying, that it's a case about a culture that wouldn't let junior officers challenge more senior officers. And we see that the jury ultimately sided with the prosecution, that policy trumps culture.
This is the sort of charge that federal prosecutors have not been bringing in previous cases. It's been unusual, and now they've got a conviction in a case like this. Do you think we might see more of these?
It's possible that we could see more of these cases because every case sets a precedent, and those precedents set an example for prosecutors onto what cases are reasonable to bring because it's feasible that those cases could be successful. But it's important to note that we shouldn't be distracted by these blockbuster cases because what ultimately changes policing is policy. So while we have had these recent convictions, the state case against Derek Chauvin, Chauvin's plea deal and his federal case, the case against Kim Potter, and this case today, we have to be mindful of the fact that, for example, Congress has not yet passed the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act that would have transformative change on policing policy.
Beyond policing policies, of course, earlier this week we had the hate crimes conviction against the 3 men in Georgia in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Are we seeing a shift, whether it's, I don't know if it's a tidal shift, or are we seeing a subtle shift in how people are viewing these crimes?
I think that we have a Department of Justice that is willing to bring these hate crimes cases. It's important to note, though, that of all the cases that U.S. attorneys look into as possible hate crimes, the Department of Justice ultimately goes forward with only about 17% of them. And the primary reason for that is lack of evidence. In this case, if one of the defendants himself, William Roddy Bryant, hadn't taped the killing and then made that tape available, there may not have been enough evidence in this case. And so although these precedents are important, these cases remain rare, and one case or even one verdict doesn't represent a sea change.
Shannon Prince, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Price, I'm sorry.
It is the latest fight over transgender rights, and once again, the epicenter is Texas. Governor Greg Abbott and State Attorney General Ken Paxton have directed state agencies to conduct investigations of families when they provide gender-affirming medical care for transgender children. Abbott and Paxton went so far as to say that this care should be categorized as child abuse. Amna Nawaz has our report.
Judy, even though this latest decision does not hold the weight of law, families in Texas are worried. Here's what Amber and Adam Briggle, who have a 14-year-old transgender son, told us.
It's traumatizing. It's anxiety-inducing. And there's enough ambiguity to create, I think, genuine concern that somebody's going to feel like they've been deputized to be a vigilante law enforcer.
People think that if it doesn't affect their kid, that they don't need to care about it. They don't need to think about it. And though we are a small minority in this country, the rights of my child matter just as much as the rights of your child do.
Medical experts, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, say gender-affirming care is safe and best practice for transgender patients. For more on that, I'm joined by Dr. Steven Rosenthal. He's a pediatric endocrinologist and the medical director of the Child and Adolescent Gender Center at the University of California, San Francisco. Dr. Rosenthal, welcome to the NewsHour. Thank you for joining us. So when people hear the phrase gender-affirming care, often they don't know what that means. What kind of care are we talking about? What's the sort of range of care you and your center provide?
Sure. Gender-affirming care really is an umbrella term that encompasses, first and foremost, a thorough assessment by a qualified mental health gender specialist, and then includes a range of possible medical options that range anywhere from fully reversible puberty blockers to gender-affirming sex hormones, and then in some older individuals, perhaps some gender-confirming surgeries.
And so what is the science? What does the evidence show us about that kind of care? I mean, what's the consensus in the medical and child welfare community?
The practice that we follow is not out of the blue. It is really based on what are referred to as clinical practice guidelines and standards of care, which are evidence-based. In fact, there are more than 25 years of published scientific evidence that support these guidelines. I think I could highlight one particular study that was published just 2 months ago in the Journal of Adolescent Health, which made the, I think, very compelling observation that access to gender-affirming care, in particular sex hormones such as testosterone and estrogen to eligible adolescents, that this led to a significant decrease in depression, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempts.
So when you heard officials in Texas equating this to child abuse, what was your reaction? What did you think?
I was horrified, and I can only imagine how families, patients would react hearing this. I cannot think of any medical reason to deny access to care when every reputable medical and mental health organization in this country have endorsed an interdisciplinary model of care that follows the clinical practice guidelines and standards of care that I previously mentioned.
So, Dr. Rosenthal, we should mention Texas isn't the only place that we've seen similar measures like this that do target transgender children. In particular, 20 other states have introduced similar measures in the last year, and some don't pass, some get stuck in court. But the very fact that this is a conversation, a national political conversation in many cases, is it having an effect on these children?
It's unquestionable that this is having an effect on children, feeling that people who, look, these are very complicated situations that are best handled through a very, I think, intimate relationship between the patient, the family, and qualified healthcare team. And when I say intimate, I mean medical professionals and mental health professionals that have been working closely with the patient and family and really get to know them and can do a proper assessment and figure out what is in that person's best interest. This should not be in the hands of politicians, particularly politicians who likely have never read the science, nor have ever even visited a gender program such as ours.
So, Dr. Rosenthal, if you're a teenager in Texas right now, if your gender identity differs from the sex you were assigned at birth, if you're a family like the Briggles we heard from earlier, What are your options? What can you do?
We need to let people know that they're not alone, that they're being heard, and that people who are continuing to contribute to the science and to advocacy efforts are tirelessly doing that work. And of course, what recently happened in Texas is not legally binding, and we will do everything we can to let people know that we will find ways of supporting them, and that we will continue to do the science so that we can continue to have a rational argument and contribute that to the discussion, and not just leave this in the hands of politicians.
That is Dr. Stephen Rosenthal of the University of California at San Francisco's Child and Adolescent Gender Center. Dr. Rosenthal, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Sanctions. He amassed about $600 trillion in cash. He actually made this alliance to sell China natural gas and natural resources, right? So he was ready for all of this, and we're kind of stumbling around at this point saying, well, in a month from now, maybe we'll get this right. I got to tell you, there's going to be a lot of Ukrainian people who crave freedom who are going to pay a price for these bad decisions.
Unfortunately, that is true, and that is sad. Thank you so much, Mike. Great expertise, as always.
Thanks, Jesse.
Just now, Tony Blinken tells ABC he is convinced Putin will overthrow the Ukrainian government.
And here we are talking about a war, a different type of crisis. U.S. markets obviously plunged at the open. They did rally by the...
Improve without treatment.
Ingrezza is a prescription medicine to treat adults with TD.
In terms
of flavors. In some beer and coffee beverages, creating a foamy texture. Nitro Pepsi will have a widget in the can to help keep that texture. Officials recommend customers drink Nitro Pepsi without ice and straws to help keep the drink as foamy as possible. A little bit snowy out there for some of us. What can we expect going into the evening? Tyler will let us know right after this.
Keep up with all the current news.
System increases heart rate and blood.
This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
I think that is our job.
Chris Bryant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is absolutely right. We equivocated shamelessly after Crimea. We were spineless. We must not be spineless now, because what will inevitably happen is either the Baltic states, one of the members of NATO, or perhaps Sweden or Finland will feel the wrath of Putin next. And that will mean British action. Don't we need to try and set in train now a process whereby Putin himself ends up in the dock in a court? Norman Burkitt said, who was the alternate British judge at Nuremberg, said at Nuremberg, initiating a war of aggression is not only an international crime, it is the supreme international crime, differing only from other war crimes in that it contains within itself the accumulated evil of the whole. He must be brought to a court of law and end his days in prison, mustn't he?
Mr. Speaker, I think one of the most fascinating things about what Putin is doing is how close an analogy there is between his actions and those of Slobodan Milosevic. Exactly the same nonsense being peddled about the mystical union between Kosovo and Belgrade as between Kiev and Moscow. Exactly the same aggression, and remember that Slobodan Milosevic died on trial.
Sorry. Mark Harper.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the package of sanctions set out by the Prime Minister and the fact that he's confirmed more will come. If they are to be successful at punishing President Putin for what he has done to date and deterring him from going further and attacking our NATO partners, they must be sustained. And if they're to be sustained, we must be honest with the British people that there is going to be a cost for them. We are going to have to pay an economic cost, but it's a cost we must pay, and it is it pales into insignificance compared to the cost of the people of Ukraine.
Yes, and not only is that true, Mr. Speaker, but the opportunity and the reward for success and being strong is huge. Because if this should end, Mr. Speaker, with the rejection of aggression and the rejection of the Putin regime's view of the world, then that would be a massive, massive benefit, and an economic benefit as well to the whole world.
Chamberlain.
Mr. Speaker, up until May 2021, Valentina Yakovleva was my constituent. She resided in Scotland for 20 years with her daughter and her family. But due to an initial error in an application, she eventually exhausted appeals and was deported with 2 COVID jags last year. Now that 71-year-old is sheltering in a subway. In response to the Honourable Member for Central Ayrshire, who's no longer in her place, I would reiterate, does the Prime Minister agree with me that as we face a likely refugee crisis, the UK must be doing all it can to extract individuals who have immediate family relatives in the UK, and urge for support for this case?
Yes. Again, I thank.
Love you more. David's going to take.
Uses a down payment up to $1,000.
Community.
Combine that with lending options and
Air war, and they have tanks now moving in on the Capitol, and their desire is to encircle it and either create a surrender situation or then go in hard and go door to door, apartment by apartment, building by building, and take people out until they finally get to the president. And then it's a decapitation situation. So there's been casualties, but you've heard all hour that there have been encouraging reports about some success by the Ukrainian military. They're putting up a hell of a fight so far. We don't know how much farther they can push, but we'll keep you posted. Thank you so much for joining Jesse Watters Primetime, and Tucker Carlson tonight is next. Thank you so much.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Russia invaded Ukraine last night, as you know. Russian troops completely overwhelmed the country's air defenses in just hours. They moved faster and much more aggressively than anyone, including the U.S. State Department and certainly this show, ever anticipated. The fighting continues as we speak. U.S. officials say they believe Ukraine's capital could fall to Russian forces at any time. The casualty numbers we're getting at this hour seem puzzlingly low given the scope of the invasion. 137 dead is the number we just have, though we should tell you that much of what you hear at the beginning of a conflict like this later turns out to be mistaken. It really is as muddy as they say. So we'll be as careful as we can in telling you what we know. With that in mind, we want to begin tonight as close as possible to the center of the story. Our Lucas Tomlinson joins us now from Ukraine. Lucas, what do you see there? What's the state as of right now?
Well, Tucker, all is calm here in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. It's the cultural capital. It's about 6 hours west of Ukraine's capital of Kyiv. Of course, it's 3 in the morning here. You wouldn't expect a lot of people out tonight. Earlier, the authorities actually came to our live shot position here and said we weren't allowed to show any of the lights. What we saw on the streets today was people very concerned, people worried. It wasn't just the State Department, Tucker, but actually people on the ground here were not expecting this large-scale invasion. 3 lines of attack from north from Crimea, south from Belarus, just 2 hours from the capital, and east from Belgorod. And Tucker, the U.S. officials say that the Russians fired over 160 short-range ballistic missiles and cruise missiles in this country. Now, as far as reports are concerned, you're right. We have to be careful about what we're hearing. The Ukrainian authorities say that they massacred a Russian air assault that was taking place into an airfield just about 20 minutes outside the capital. Now, how did we get here, Tucker? Let's go back. This is a crisis 30 years in the making. The fall of the Soviet Union in 1991 in the woods of Belarus at a hunting lodge. They didn't even have a computer, a typewriter. That's where the end of the Soviet Union took place. The leaders of the Soviet Union, Ukraine and Belarus. For Vladimir Putin, it was one of the saddest days of his life. His goal has been to put the Soviet Union back together. That 5,000-word essay he penned over the summer in July, he essentially read that 2 days ago. He thinks the Ukrainians and Russians are one people. That's what he wants to see. He wants to see this come back together. Of course, he also fears NATO expansion. President Putin is on his 5th U.S. president. He's been president for over 20 years. Back in 1999, when NATO expanded to the Warsaw Pact countries of Hungary, of Poland, and the Czech Republic, Vladimir Putin, that really made him angry. He saw the NATO bomb Serbia 3 weeks later. He thought, you know, it could be Belgrade now, could be Moscow next. That's one of the reasons he has been very angry to see NATO expansion. He does not.
In response to the invasion.
This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia.
He made it clear that the U.S. would not send troops to fight in Ukraine, but the Pentagon announced that some 7,000 U.S. troops that had been placed on standby would be sent to Europe, possibly to bolster the defensive NATO response force.
I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of Joint Chiefs General Milley about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies.
Ukrainian forces are fighting back. They say they shot down at least 2 Russian helicopters and 5 other aircraft. A senior U.S. official familiar with the latest intelligence assessments tells me there is fairly good resistance by the Ukrainians, particularly around the city of Kharkiv. However, it's the U.S. view that Russia has already established air superiority over Ukraine. Its intent to control at least the eastern 2/3 of the country. Russian troops allowed a CNN team to film them on the ground. These forces less than 20 miles from the capital, Kyiv. And tonight, Ukraine says the Russian military has taken control of Chernobyl, the site of the infamous 1986 nuclear disaster. Some Ukrainian citizens attempted to flee, with a possible refugee crisis developing.
My family stays in Lviv, and I feel like I don't know when I will see them. You know, I don't know if any of them will die or my friends will die.
As Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy urges calm and shows strength.
Dear world leaders, leaders of the free world, if you don't help us today with a strong and powerful response, war will come knocking at your door tomorrow.
The horrors of Putin's war are becoming apparent. In multiple cities, civilians were killed as Russian forces shelled residential areas and beyond.
That was Jim Sciutto reporting. We're going to talk to Jim in just a moment. He's in the western part of the country. I want to start with Clarissa Ward, who is in the east. 24 hours ago, Clarissa, you said Kharkiv felt like a city on edge. In Jim's report, there was talk about potential for resistance by Ukrainian forces around Kharkiv. What is it like now?
Well, Anderson, I don't know if you remember 24 hours ago, behind me, the public square in the center of the city here was all lit up. It was very quiet. It was certainly tense, but nothing like it has been today. There has been steady rounds of strikes coming around the town. There's a curfew in place now from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. We heard from the Kharkiv Military Civil Administration basically asking people to volunteer as drivers to try to keep the city functioning, to try to be able to continue basic services here. They've also been asking people to donate blood. Anderson, reportedly 400 people came forward today to do that. And as we saw, many were finding shelter in subway stations. It's just surreal to think there would have been commuters there one day, and then today, hundreds and hundreds of people, children, dogs, animals, families hunkered down, waiting this out, trying to get a better sense of what's going to happen, because this city, as you just mentioned and as Jim mentioned in his report, is uniquely vulnerable. We're just 20 miles away from that border with Russia. We know that Russian troops have already come through. We hear that Ukrainian forces have been engaged in fighting them, trying to defend this area. But the real question becomes, at what point do they start an all-out assault on this city, if that is indeed their plan? It's also possible that they might try to surround the city or to lay siege to it or even to bypass it completely. But because there is such a lack of clarity here, Anderson, what you're seeing is an entire city of 1.4 million people in a state of deep fear and really not being given any information as to what they should do to protect themselves, where they can go that's safe. I asked one woman, I said, do you have a car? Is there somewhere you can go? And she said, but where? Yes, I have a car, but where is there to go? Where is safe in Ukraine anymore, Anderson?
Jim, you're in Lviv. Just in terms of what you've been seeing and hearing and what the people you have been talking to, where are people's heads at tonight?
Anderson, there's not a part of this country, the second largest country in Europe, in fact, after Russia, that has not been targeted by Russian airstrikes in the last, well, just under 24 hours. Lviv hit by rocket attacks just outside. There were light restrictions in the city because of that. And it shows the scope and breadth of this Russian operation. And just to give you a sense of how this country feels it is now necessary to respond, it was a short time ago that the Russian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy instituted a general mobilization order. That means calling on conscripts to come up. It means calling on reservists to come up and do their service. It also, really a remarkable requirement when we think about it, that all males aged 18 to 60 are now barred from leaving the country so that they can be called upon to help defend. The trouble, Anderson, and this is the sad fact of the mathematics of this war, is that the Ukrainian military is vastly outnumbered. It's outgunned, it's out-armored. Russia, as I mentioned in the story, already maintains air superiority. This is a mismatch. It's not clear that the Ukrainians fighting on their own can keep up this defense for long. U.S. military assessments of the battle are not hopeful, frankly, for the Ukrainian military. They're calling on everyone to do their part. It's not clear how long they can defend themselves.
Caitlin, what is the latest from the Biden administration tonight about how the invasion is unfolding, and talk about the sanctions that they've announced today?
Yeah, well, and they're monitoring what's happening right now very closely, given, of course, it was about this time last night when these attacks kicked off in earnest, and so they are watching closely. But you saw President Biden impose those sanctions today, the ones that he had been saving in case Putin took the steps that he took last night, invading and attacking Ukraine. But something that President Biden was pretty blunt about today during that press conference we had when he was taking questions is that these sanctions are going to take time to go into effect, and they are seen as a punishment for Putin for what he did last night. But President Biden said he ultimately hopes that they weaken the Kremlin, but he said it will take time, and ultimately it won't prevent Putin from doing what he wants to do here. And I think one of the most chilling remarks that President Biden made during that press conference was saying that Putin is not just going after Ukraine. Yes, of course, you heard the Secretary of State say they believe they're going to try to overthrow the government there. You've heard the president in Ukraine say that they are targeting Kyiv, but the President Biden here at the White House saying today that he is going after rebuilding and restoring the entire Soviet empire, not just Ukraine. And so I think when you look at the sanctions that they imposed today, they felt like they had to do it because it's seen as a form of punishment, but they don't ultimately think that it was ever going to stop Putin from achieving this goal or was going to deter him from doing this.
And Caitlin, just in terms of sanctions, they are drastic sanctions. They are not the complete options that were, had been discussed in the past, personally going after Vladimir Putin's wealth, stopping all, U.S. dollar transactions in the international monetary system. Why didn't they decide to use everything they could have? Or did Europe not want to go along with some of that?
That is true for some of it. For others, they were basically trying to maximize the punishment for Russia, but minimize the effects that other countries in Europe would feel. Because it's not just the United States, as the president was saying today, could see energy prices affected by the response to this. But of course, Italy and Germany, this is top of mind for them. When it comes to SWIFT, the financial banking system, and potentially removing Russian banks from being able to use that, that is something that has to be done in agreement with the European Union. So it's just a very complicated process. And then, of course, for President Putin himself, that is something that President Biden has said in the past he's told me he was considering. Today, he said it's still an option on the table, but he did not take that step today when he announced these sanctions. But they basically were trying to go after Russia in the ways that they could to maximize punishment on them, while also trying to be careful about the effects that it would have on other nations. I should note tonight that there are some Democrats on Capitol Hill, including Senator Bob Menendez, who say they do believe that these are good, but they need to go a little bit further.
Jill, what's
him? He will stay one of the richest men to have ever walked the face of the earth, no matter how much the rest of the Russian economy and the Russian people suffers. And does he care about economic pain for his people? Well, he doesn't really have to. As long as he can sustain the dictatorship, he's not susceptible to any democratic consequences from his own people's unhappiness. I mean, what are they going to do, vote him out? Look, though, This was, I think, a piece of this today that nobody could have predicted with confidence. Look at the protests against what Putin did today inside Russia. Look at this. This is St. Petersburg, Russia today. Look at all those people. Russian authorities put out dire warnings today, threatening the Russian people that anybody demonstrating, anybody protesting, anybody saying anything against Putin's invasion of Ukraine would be treated as a rioter, would essentially be treated as a terrorist. But look at the people turning out in St. Petersburg, in Moscow. I mean, here's the lead story tonight in the Associated Press. Dateline Moscow. Shocked Russians turn out by the thousands today to decry their country's invasion of Ukraine. Emotional calls for protests grew on social media. Some 1,745 people in 54 different Russian cities were arrested today. 54 different Russian cities? At least 957 arrests today in Moscow alone. The Russian people have no say in the behavior of their government under the Putin dictatorship. He has criminalized standing against him in elections. He's criminalized even journalism about him. He has criminalized human rights work. He has criminalized history. He has criminalized all protest. A single person standing holding a single protest sign is considered to be a riot in Moscow. And yet, the Russian people, by the thousands, still took to the streets today to say, no, they can't bear it. They cannot bear him starting this war. Look at this. Today in court, the Russian opposition leader, Alexei Navalny, stood up at a court hearing where they're trying to lock him up for another 15 years. He stood up at his court hearing, apologized to the prosecutor, apologized to the judge, and said, I am against this war. He said, the war has been unleashed to cover up the robbery of Russian citizens, to move attention away from internal problems in the country, from the degradation of our economy. This war will bring a massive amount of casualties on all sides. It will destroy lives and continue the impoverishment of the Russian people. And he said it as a prisoner. He said it in this kangaroo courtroom, but he said it. So we're going to talk tonight about the sanctions response, about the insistence by President Biden that there will be no U.S. troops defending Ukraine inside Ukraine, but that the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory. If Russia takes Ukraine, they will be very much up against the border of NATO territory, and U.S. troops and Russian troops will be looking at each other from an inch-long border across numerous states. We'll be talking about the unity of the United States and its allies against what Putin is doing, the utility of that, the potential limits of that. We're going to talk tonight about the flow of Ukrainians out of their country and what it will mean for the neighboring states. We're going to talk tonight about the fight back of the Ukrainian people and what help they can and cannot expect. All able Ukrainian citizens were asked to register to fight to defend their country today. We're going to talk about Russian troops taking control of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster site. We're going to talk about what NATO is going to decide when they have their emergency meeting tomorrow. There's a lot to get to. There's a lot to get to, and we're going to try to get to as much of it as we can tonight. This is the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv at this hour. It's very, very early morning there. It's 3:15 in the morning. And of course, the citizens of Ukraine, the capital and elsewhere, are wondering what dawn will bring in a few hours. Dawn yesterday brought Russian missile strikes across the country, including around the capital of Kyiv. After midnight local time in Kyiv tonight, the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, addressed his nation in a video that he posted to social media. He announced that 137 Ukrainian soldiers were killed today. 137 Ukrainian soldiers killed today. He announced that another 316 were injured in the Russian invasion. He also said that he personally and his family are targets of the Russian invasion, saying, quote, the enemy marked me as goal number 1 and my family as goal number 2. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. But he said his family is still in Ukraine and that he is staying in Kyiv. In an address to European foreign ministers this afternoon, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken warned, quote, all evidence suggests that Russia intends to encircle and threaten Kyiv And we believe Moscow has developed plans to inflict widespread human rights abuses and potentially worse on the Ukrainian people, which is sort of particularly ominous when you consider how spot on U.S. intelligence seems to have been thus far about Putin's plans, including the timing. But as Russian forces reportedly move toward Kyiv from the north, from Belarus, they have also been surging further into eastern Ukraine, where Russian separatists have been fighting Ukrainian soldiers for years. Eastern Ukraine is where tonight we find our friend Richard Engel, NBC News chief foreign correspondent. He's in the port city of Mariupol, near the Russian border, and nearby to areas that are controlled by Russian-backed separatist forces. Richard, I know it's dark 30 there. Thank you for being here. I know it's been a long day.
Well, I've gotten used to this with you, Rachel, over the years. The middle of the night in trying times, so it's we have to stop meeting like this.
Indeed, it's almost always terrible news when I see you anywhere other than a bar. Richard, let me just ask you, tell us about Mariupol, tell us about the region of Ukraine that you're in, and the overall scale of the invasion. A lot of the U.S. intelligence about this had been that this was going to be a full-scale invasion, that this was going to involve the whole of Ukraine and not just previously contested areas. What's it like in the region that you're in, and what do you make of the scale of what Russia's done thus far?
So this area is quite unique, and this is sort of the area that that Vladimir Putin has been playing to, because we're quite close to the Russian border. The population here is mixed. Not everyone here supports Zelenskyy. Not everyone here supports the government. There's probably, according to just people I've been speaking to, 25% of the population who, well, I would say 24 hours ago, liked Russia, who thought that this, the idea of joining up with Russia was a positive, and some of it's because of nostalgia of their memories of the Soviet Union. Some of it's because they watch Russian television. Some of them are just very poor, and any alternative seems better than the lives they have now. Probably.
One question: what should be the American response to what we've seen?
Man, you know, the American response now should have been done beforehand, but it can still have a chance to work right now. And that is, we just need to come to just accept the reality of the situation, that Ukraine is never going to come in NATO. It was never going to come in NATO, and we recognize it's not going to. Now, once you come to that first, just bottom line, then you have to say, why would we then want to keep the fiction that the NATO's door is open when we know it's not, when we know for sure that that is Putin's #1 red line? And look, this idea that Putin is saying that he wants to, reconstitute the USSR and it's all about, denying freedom to people, that's a smokescreen. He has been unambiguous since 2007, 15 years, consistently saying it's NATO expansion to my border in Ukraine. And he said as recently as December, as he has this big buildup, he said, I am deadly serious about this. I don't know why people don't believe me, but I mean this. Now he has shown that he means it. All we had to do was say, okay, we're going to, quote, give in on this one point, which is something we didn't want to do anyway. It's in our interest not to do that, but we didn't. And so we gave Zelenskyy false hope that if he just held out and didn't talk to the Putin, then that someday he would get that NATO protection. That was a false hope, and now that it's been exposed as such, even in this late hour, we can still say, okay, look, Zelenskyy, he needs to declare neutrality. He needs to say, we're not even going to seek NATO membership. We need to say it's not going to be extended, but we're going to continue to maintain our Article 5 obligations throughout NATO. So we're not going to be weakened by this, and it could stop the war, because that's probably the one thing that Putin is just not going to give in on, NATO on his border.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we would get out of having Ukraine and NATO anyway. I was always kind of confused. I mean, if you think about it through the lens of America's interests, I never understood why that was necessarily something we'd want, but...
Yeah, and that's one of the things about NATO expansion, is it has to improve NATO for any member to come into it. And that is definitely not the case, because you're bringing in instability, and that would be bad for all 30 members.
Colonel Davis, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Always my pleasure. Thank you.
So quick democracy check. The polls show, and these of course were taken before the invasion, that the vast majority of Americans oppose getting involved in the conflict in Ukraine. Tulsi Gabbard has watched all of this from the beginning. Of course, she is a military veteran currently serving, by the way, a former member of Congress. She's been denounced as a foreign agent for speaking on behalf of the majority of Americans. She joins us tonight. Congressman, thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you.
So what's your reaction?
Thank you for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Dave.
Coming up, as the conflict between Russia and Ukraine rages, reporters are on the ground wearing their flak jackets and helmets, putting themselves in harm's way. We'll show you some of the close calls that occurred on camera in the field. That's next.
Nothing to do with politics. Everyday Ukrainians, and they're afraid, Tucker, and they're angry. They're angry at Russia, they're angry at America, and they're angry at the failure of leadership that could have prevented this. And that is the thing that is most tragic about this heartbreaking situation with this war, is that it could have been avoided. If President Biden and NATO had done exactly what you were just talking about in agreeing, hey, we're going to take NATO off the table for Ukraine, something that both the U.S. and NATO have agreed is not likely to ever happen, and something that is a legitimate security concern for Russia, that they won't accept having U.S. and NATO troops on their border within Ukraine. Had the U.S. and NATO leadership done this, this situation could have been prevented. I think that the problem here in America is that people who bring this up, people who ask these questions, people who challenge the decisions that the Biden administration has been making in this are smeared and caricaturized as traitors, rather than actually pointing at the truth, which is this administration is not acting in the best interest of the American people. They are turning their backs on the American people.
So now that the current policy has failed, and I don't know anybody who thinks the invasion of Ukraine is a good thing, how volatile a situation is it? I mean, people don't seem to want to address that question, but these things tend to escalate in ways you don't anticipate, like sideways. Are you worried about that?
I'm extremely concerned about it, and this is what you and I have talked about in the days and weeks leading up to this situation, forecasting exactly what we are seeing playing out today, where you see this back and forth, where you have the leader of Russia and the leader of the United States of America saying, hey, yes, if they cyber attack, we are going to attack back stronger. This escalation of a tit for tat will only continue to increase, and no one in the Biden administration, the leadership in this country, is saying, where does this go? Where does it end? What does it resolve, and what will it continue to cost the American people?
Talk about this in his speech today, Putin's desire to remake the Soviet Union. Do you think that is actually, I mean, it may be an ideological aim. Do you think it's an actual realistic thing he believes he could achieve?
I think in the sense that Biden seemed to be talking about the recreation of this old Soviet Union and all 15 what were republics and are now independent nations is not only impossible but crazily expensive. Why did empire collapse all over the world historically? Not only the Soviet Union, but Austria-Hungary and all the rest. Empire is expensive. Russia is not a wealthy country in the main. Its entire economy is the size of the economy of Texas. And most of those resources come right out of energy extraction. It's a very fragile economy for a country that large. Today we saw the ruble crater. We saw the Russian stock market crater. We also saw something very curious, and I have to say, maybe even unexpected. Despite a continuing crackdown on dissent in Russia that's been going on for years, we saw protests of modest scale in dozens of Russian cities, and according to one report, over 1,500 arrests, brutal arrests, and so on. So to see politics on the street is, I think, startling to Vladimir Putin, because what he dreads the most, what he fears the most, is some kind of uprising against him. And so we're coming to a reckoning here where internal Russian politics are concerned too.
So what is the significance of Ukraine to Putin? I mean, when he decided to take territory by force, why start with Ukraine?
Well, a logical person, whether just on sheer strategy, to say nothing of moral logic, would tell you that you're probably not going to seduce a country back into the fold by dropping missiles on it, by bombing it. History is full of examples of this kind of quote-unquote seduction through military means, and it fails. It's quite likely that if Vladimir Putin wants to, his armed forces can take Kiev, can arrest Zelenskyy, and install a puppet government. But then what? How long does that last? How expensive is that? What do Russians think about this as the information begins to come into the country? So that's why I was so surprised and heartened to see not only the resilience of the Ukrainian people, which is so incredibly moving, and the dignity of President Zelenskyy's speech compared to the madness and erratic behavior of Vladimir Putin. It was also really an interesting sign to see what was happening on the streets of so many Russian cities today. I'm not saying that there's...
I think we should stick with this just to see what's happening as he is doing this.
Yeah, I think
and we'll get to our other correspondents in a moment, but this is where it appears there are things going on.
Whew. But not all of the good reporting involves flak jackets. There are some great analysts from the studio, like former U.S. Ambassador Michael McFaul, who called out the BBC while on the BBC for interviewing a Russian MP named Vitaly Milanov.
But I want to ask a question to the BBC. If it was September 1st, 1939, would you put on the air a member of the Nazi Party to try to explain this ridiculous, absolute falsification of history and information that we just heard from Mr. Milanov? Because this is complete, utter nonsense, what he just said. And I'm wondering if we're doing a service to the world by giving him a voice on the BBC.
You can hear the audio there, something wrong with the video, but bottom line, this war is absolutely awful. And yet journalists are literally risking their lives to bring back the story. And hopefully analysts like Ambassador McFaul will keep the rest of the media as honest as they can. Coming up, new sanctions have been slapped on Russia, and there is a very real threat that Russia could retaliate against the U.S. by unleashing a cyber attack. And it could be a lot worse than many think. Up next.
And it's easy to
into their 80s from leaving the country. I don't know the purpose of that. I don't know if it's true. Have you heard that?
Yes, it is true, and it's not the Ukrainian president. It's the Foreign Minister Affairs, which create that order. And yes, it's still in place. And yes, I've got calls from the border asking me what to do about it. There's all kind of ways to get around that. But yeah, it's still in effect.
We won't ask you to elaborate on those right now. Shlomo, I appreciate your coming on tonight. Thank you. Good luck.
I wanted to mention something. Our mission here in Ukraine is highly and very dangerous. And we would like to ask the people to go onto our website. It's on the screen, I think, or it's going to be on the screen, and to donate us and support us. This is one of the most important things for us. It's Atala Ukraine, and we're working very hard here, and we need the support of the people. And it's very, very important for us. So I would kindly ask if they can put it on the screen so we can get the support of the people, which is extremely important in those tough times.
We appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we want some sense. It's hard when you're talking about countries on the other side of the globe to know exactly what is happening where. Maps help. No one's better at explaining those than Fox's Bill Hemmer. He joins us now to do that.
Nice to see you, Tucker. Good evening. I just want to show you a few.
It can all add up. Kesimpta is a once-monthly at-home.
Is an aromatase inhibitor or fulvestrant alone. Kisqali can cause lung problems.
100 jets at high alert.
Their route, so
a pair of jeans that fit just right.
A living cell that can actually impact.
Like right now.
The sleet has kind of died down a little bit. We're still having it fall here, but let me show you what has happened here just on the shores of Lake Erie here in Cleveland. Look at all this sleet that has fallen on the ground, and as you know, that's pretty much worse than snow because it's these little tiny pellets of ice, and they kind of get embedded into the ground that's already cold, and they don't melt away just so fast. They kind of stick there and create a slick layer, and that's what we've got right here. Not only on these bricks here at the marina, but this is out on the roadway. So if you are on a roadway that is in a side street that hasn't been treated before the storm came in, well, you've got ice accumulating already on your roadway, and that will get your tires spinning, and it will be really difficult to drive and to get any traction while you're driving around there. The city of Cleveland, along with ODOT, the Ohio Department of Transportation, has been out there with their trucks putting the salt on the roadways and putting the brine down, that mix of water and salt, so they can get it onto the roadway to pre-treat it to make sure that they have something to melt it with, Jeff. But for right now, if you're anywhere outside of that system, you're going to be slipping and sliding already, and this is just getting started.
It is just getting started. Thank you very much, Dave. I think Dave's in a little bit of a break there, but it'll probably fill back in as we head through the overnight hours. All right, speaking of the overnight hours, let's go ahead and put this all into motion. Chris was mentioning earlier about the snow back here in the Midwest. As we head through the next several hours, it's going to continue to snow in places like Chicago and Milwaukee and back to Madison, even to Peoria, but it quickly moves out of the area once we head past.
But don't you think it's time for NATO to build anti-Putin coalition? Thank you.
NATO stands in solidarity with Ukraine, and NATO allies are imposing severe costs on Russia for the reckless invasion of Ukraine. NATO allies, in close coordination with the European Union and other partners all over the world, are now imposing severe economic sanctions on Russia to demonstrate that we follow up on what we said, and that is that it will be a high price for Russia to pay. NATO allies have also over a long period of time provided support, practical support, military support to Ukraine, and helped them to build a much stronger, much better equipped, much better trained armed force today than the Ukraine had in 2014. And I would like to recognize the professionalism and the bravery of the Ukrainian men and women in uniform who are now standing up against the Russian invasion.
Brutal assault unfolds. Deep underground, scenes reminiscent of the Second World War. The shock just sinking in that what was unimaginable is now reality. As 36-year-old Daria tells.
Detective, you have no idea that the hoodie you...
Relief, you just have to decide that now...
President Biden has been insistent and sort of stalwart on the fact that there will not be any U.S. troops on Ukrainian soil in this conflict at all. But there's a lot else that the U.S. government is contributing and can continue to. Joining us now is Michigan's Democratic Congresswoman Elissa Slotkin, who's a member of the House Armed Services Committee. Before becoming a member of Congress, I should tell you, she did 3 tours in Iraq as a militia expert for the CIA. She held various defense and intelligence positions, including a senior post at the Pentagon, where she oversaw policy on Russia. Congresswoman Slotkin, thanks for making time. I know it's a really busy time right now.
Thanks for having me.
On the full spectrum, the full scale of what the United States could do to help Ukraine and to try to stop what Russia is doing, to try to punish Russian President Vladimir Putin for what we're doing. How far along that scale are we? How far down the number line have we gone, and might we yet further go?
Well, I think the spectrum is long, because it goes from everything from just saying things in public statements to all-out warfare. Something that we were always worried about during the Cold War and never actually got to, thankfully. So I think I don't know if we're in the middle, or we're just not far along the spectrum, because we've made very clear that we're not going to send American sons and daughters to fight on behalf of Ukraine. But there is still more that we can do. And the sanctions, I think, that have been announced have been a good start. We can amp those up and throw the book at them in a more serious way. We can, again, in Congress, help grease the skids for more military aid to go to Ukraine. You could amp that up and have it not just be defensive weapons, but offensive weapons of different kinds and levels of sophistication. You could do more on training and advising, even from over the horizon. There are things that we could do in addition to what we've already done. I guess the question is, is Putin's calculus actually affected by moving up that spectrum? And that's an open question. I think he's just working off a different playbook right now, very different.
I don't know if you heard the conversation we had moments ago with Ambassador Ivo Daldar and with Richard Engel, who's in southeastern Ukraine. But the question of what Putin's calculus is, where he thinks this ends, how much of Ukraine he intends to take, and how he intends to hold it, it doesn't feel like he has great options. Obviously, the hopes and prayers of the world are with the people of Ukraine, but where Putin ends up with this, it just doesn't there isn't any outcome, any stable outcome to imagine that's better for him, other than the outcome of hurting, killing, and menacing lots of people along the way. Where he ends up in terms of trying to hold that territory is going to be very unstable, very expensive, and very distracting for him in terms of everything else he's trying to do in the world. Given that, is there something that the United States can do, short of U.S. military forces being involved directly, to make it even a worse bet for Putin, to make it even more expensive, to make it more uncertain, to make it something that he regrets more trying to bite off?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is where the sanctions are going to have to be, really, he's going to have the impact of those sanctions really settle in. I mean, we're going to make it nearly impossible for him to get spare parts for any of his military vehicles. We're going to make it nearly impossible for him to get technology, anything that has a microchip in it is going to be hard for him to import. We know that's going to affect the economy. So you're going to start to see some economic consequences here over the next couple of weeks. It's not automatic, but over the next couple of weeks, which will certainly increase the pain on the Russian people, who will in turn, I hope, continue what they've been doing today, which is very bravely coming out and protesting. But I agree with your other two speakers. It just seems so confusing to people in the West to see him going into a country that we know he can't reliably hold. He can't reliably occupy. The Ukrainian people have been extremely brave. Even the stories today coming out of Kyiv have been amazing. So he's just working off of a different plan. I think it's legacy building. I think he sees himself as the hero of his own story and wanting to go down as a historical figure in Russia. And therefore, what he's doing doesn't make great logical sense to folks here in the United States and in Europe.
And to the extent that it's going to end with not only his global ostracism, but the further economic and political ostracism of his nation in a way that will be very hard to reverse no matter how things change in the post-Putin world. Yeah, he's going to make history, all right. It may not be the history that he wants. Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, thank you for your time tonight. Your expertise and your background, particularly on a night like this, is really irreplaceable, invaluable to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next, as I mentioned, we're going to go live to Kyiv, our correspondent standing by there. Within the last half hour, we're now told that at least 2 loud booms have been heard. Again, this is the capital city of Kyiv, well away from the disputed eastern territories, including the separatist-held areas. We're going live to Kyiv next. Stay with us.
Well, it's a remarkable story, and I hope that you'll join us again for as long as you're in Ukraine. Matthew Williams, thank you.
Cheers.
So according to news accounts, the president, Joe Biden, has reportedly been given options to launch a cyber attack against Russia, an attack that could disable, for example, domestic transportation. You can understand the impulse. Is it a wise idea for our interests? That's worth considering as well. Joe Ken is running for Congress in Washington State. He's a retired Green Beret. He joins us tonight. Joe Ken, thanks so much for coming on. So, keeping in mind, as I know that you do, first and foremost, America's interest in all of this, what do you think a wise response is? I'm afraid we have lost Joe Kemp, but we will come back. Over all of this looms the threat, and it is real, that American troops could potentially be drawn into this conflict. Today, Joe Biden said he's considering sending U.S. soldiers to Germany and Poland. In fact, he plans to. Watch.
Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia's aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea, I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies.
Eric Prince, a former Navy SEAL, the founder of Blackwater, seen more wars in more countries over more years than maybe any living American. We're happy to have him join us tonight. Eric Prince, thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks, Tucker.
So the concern, again, I don't think anybody approves of what Putin did yesterday. I certainly don't. But the concern is that this could move in directions we don't anticipate and end up ensnaring the United States to a greater degree than we'd like. Are you worried about that?
Absolutely. This is the permutations that can come from this are awful. What should have happened, right? Effective executive leadership comes with carrot and it comes with a stick. The carrot should have been, of course, Ukraine does not need to be part of NATO. It doesn't benefit the United States and it doesn't really benefit NATO. And I can understand why the Russians would even be concerned about another NATO member moving farther east. Okay.
Do you mean, you know, with the SWIFT protocols, stopping Russia from being able to do banking with that?
So, look, absolutely Putin should be sanctioned directly. He's solely responsible for the largest war in Europe since World War II. So absolutely we should go after him directly. Now, a lot has been said about the fact that we haven't targeted the SWIFT system. Obviously, we don't have all our allies on board with that specific sanction. I think actually that's overplayed a bit, because the reality is that in today's tech-enabled world, Putin and his allies can figure out ways around SWIFT. So I'd like to see SWIFT. I don't think it's essential, but these are exactly the kinds of negotiations the administration is having right now with our allies. And when I was in Munich last week at the security conference with national security leaders from around the globe, I was continually impressed by how tightly our NATO allies are all working together. Yes, we have details to work out, but everyone is united on sanctioning the people responsible for this. And when you say the people responsible, it's Vladimir Putin, let's be clear.
You use the analogy of the Vladimir Putin having trouble getting a soda out of a vending machine. Does that reference the idea that some have raised of cyber attacks by the U.S. or allies against Russia itself?
Well, that's certainly a capability that we have, and I have personally encouraged the administration to be willing to use it. You know, the challenge with our cyber capabilities is that every time you use one of those tools, you essentially give it away. You explain, whether you like it or not, you show the Russians how it works, and then it's hard to use it again. So that's why we've been very careful to use these type of cyber tools in the past. But look, my view is if you're not using it now, what are you waiting for? This is the most significant threat to national security the world over that we've seen in decades, and we need to be aggressive at confronting it.
You sit on the House Armed Services Committee. Is there anything you think Congress can do here, should do here?
Well, obviously it would have been helpful. It would have been a helpful gesture, at least, if we had come together in a bipartisan way before the invasion and passed a sanctions bill. It's not essential because most of these sanctions are put in place by the administration. And I know that most Democrats and Republicans, aside from a fringe group of far-right extremists, are aligned behind the United States, behind NATO, and confronting Putin. It's only Trump and a few of his allies who are supporting Putin in this action. but there's still more that we can do, and it means something to the international community for Democrats and Republicans to clearly come together to actually vote for sanctions through the House and the Senate. So I would like to see that in the future, and I'm prepared to go to Washington tomorrow if the leadership says we're ready to do that.
Congressman Seth Moulton, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Anderson.
Up next, CNN continues our coverage of the ground in Ukraine, where one of our correspondents had a close encounter with Russian troops today.
Here, against the wall. How can I find it? Focus. Should we run that way?
Right. We'll drop him over with the driver as well.
Thanks for having me, Dan. And it's interesting, you know, been nearly 24 hours since I was called earlier by a different network to talk about this. And what I've said is that in combat, the best laid plans never survive first contact with the enemy. And one of your previous guests made the comment that the Russian troops are already having very challenging times holding territory. It appears to me that the strategy right now is to siege Kyiv, surround it. But the issue will become in an asymmetric war, which is almost every warfare we've seen post-World War II, and look no further than the problems that we have had in Afghanistan with Taliban fighters and the rest, is that they understand the terrain, they have capability. I've trained with the Ukrainian military. They are very, very proud, and their leader, Zelenskyy, is staying there with them. And as long as they have the will to fight, this is going to be a very challenging problem for Mr. Putin, and it is illegal and unconscionable what he's done.
Do you think we're talking about sort of door-to-door, street-to-street fighting in Kyiv? Because if that happens, it would seem that it could get very dangerous for the Russians.
Well, I think that his strategy, at least it appears, is to control the skies and the access points into the city and surround it and just siege the city. Think about, you made a comment in the earlier segment about cyber attacks, food, ice, water, medical supplies. That's going to be kind of the focus. And I'm calling on all the Western nations and everyone to provide maximum humanitarian support into that region, as well as military support. You talked about the soldiers from Fort Bragg that are going out now. That's to do sustainment and logistics to help get things there. But once the city is surrounded, we're not putting people in the ground in the middle of that.
If you're advising President Zelenskyy, is there anything that you can say that he should be doing or not doing that can help?
Well, he has excellent capability. They speak the language. They understand the culture. They have the terrain. They can sort out who's who because they live there in those neighborhoods. So it is not easy to dislodge a local population. I mean, think about the Revolutionary War in this great country. If you did it just based on mathematical probability, we stood no chance, but that's not what happened.
Yeah. All right, I guess we just have to wait and see. You know, I keep getting these reports on my phone of the latest, et cetera, and, you know, each time it's fairly depressing when I get the latest reports about concerns from, you know, the intelligence community about what's happening there. And, you know, I keep rooting for the Ukrainians, right? I'm rooting for Zelenskyy to be able to stick this out.
And Dan, we've seen in these countries when they have a leader that takes a plane and flies away in exile, it happens quick. And so we got to give him credit for holding the line there. I don't want to predict how or what will happen, but as long as the will of the Ukrainian people have that patriotic pride to defend their nation, I think this doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting, we were talking earlier about some of the Russian propaganda on the RT network that's available somehow all throughout the United States. And one of the things their propagandists were saying is, well, we understand that Zelensky's already fled to Germany, right? Because that would be a real morale problem for the people in Ukraine if that happened. It hasn't happened, but it's the reason that RT is suggesting it happened for exactly the reason that you mentioned, that he, as the leader there, remains an incredibly important figure.
That's right, and information war is a real part of this, beyond just cyberspace, misinformation, misdirection, and the rest. So It's still unclear to me exactly what his ultimate objective is, that being Putin. But I think the reason this is so important to Americans, and that's always a big deal, right, Dan, is this matters because they share a border with Poland, a NATO ally. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are watching critically at what has happened. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and the rest, all of them are watching to see how the world reacts to this.
Retired Major General Mick McGuire, thank you so much for coming on the show. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan.
Coming up earlier, we showed you the heroic journalists putting themselves in harm's way to bring facts from Ukraine. But then there are the partisan pundits trying to use this tragedy for political advantage. That's next.
Meet a future mom, a first-time mom, and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Cha-ching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms all have Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools. One bank with the power of both. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Welcome to the Eat Fresh Refresh at Subway.
So you just need to make the little...
One of my favorite
analysis. HomeLight uses the same tools banks and lenders use, and HomeLight is backed by the nation.
We hadn't considered the alternative. We're Ukrainian. We're actually the Russian special forces.
So with the white,
just a few hours before.
The ones with the white bands on their arms, those are actually Russians.
No, all those troops you saw in that video there were Russian. You know, there were no Ukrainian troops around there. He said, we're Russian. I was like, you're Russian. He's like, ya Ruski. You know, I am Russian, he was saying to me. And I looked at his armband, and actually it had these orange and black armbands on, or ribbons on, which is sort of St. George ribbon, very sort of common in the Russian military, which is a symbol of the Russian military. And yeah, so that was absolutely astonishing that they were so close to Kiev. It was about 15 miles away. And of course, it's not just there, but it's in other key installations around Kiev as well. You get this, this idea that the city is being surrounded in preparation for something much bigger. You really got a sense that that is what's happening now, Anderson.
And Zelenskyy, we believe, is he still in Kiev, is he saying? And he said that there's always saboteurs in Kiev.
Yeah, he did say that. He said that in a public address that he's put out on social media an hour or so ago. He may have been talking about those sabotage groups. He may have been talking about those Russian special forces, because the concern now is, of course, it's been expressed by the US Secretary of State, it's been expressed by Ukrainian officials here, is that the plan for Russia may be to come in and not just encircle Kiev, but to come in and decapitate the leadership and to replace the government here with a pro-Moscow administration. Zelenskyy mentioned in this tweet, I've got what he said here. He said, according to our information, the enemy, the Russians, have marked me as target number 1. And they've marked my family as target number 2. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. And so, you know, the president of this country and the top leadership are absolutely, you know, I don't want to say freaking out, but they are absolutely concerned, as much as you can be concerned, in bunkers at the moment somewhere in this city and elsewhere, I expect, sort of waiting for the possibility that they are going to be, you know, encircled, rounded up, and I don't know what, toppled.
Matthew Chance in Kiev, be careful, you and your team. Thank you so much for being there. We'll be right back.
Anderson Cooper 360 is brought to you by SIOUX.
Of ICBMs, of intercontinental ballistic missiles. They fired cruise missiles off of a Navy frigate. Putin parading his nuclear arsenal this past weekend, showing off to the world what Russia is capable of before he launched his full-scale invasion into Ukraine, is, you know, unnerving on its own terms, as it's meant to be. But those exercises took on new meaning when Putin just went ahead and said it, when he offered a thinly veiled threat that if any nation dared to try to stop him from invading Ukraine, they would be met with the threat of nuclear war. He said any nation that attempts to interfere with his invasion would be met with consequences they have never seen. And he described Russia as a nuclear-armed nation and said that Russia has advanced weaponry that no other nation has. As the situation in Ukraine continues to devolve, there are a few nuclear components of this crisis to be aware of. The first, of course, is that threat from Vladimir Putin. Seeing this kind of behavior and this kind of aggressive behavior and this kind of nuclear-specific rhetoric from the man who is, after all, in control of the largest stockpile of nuclear weapons in the entire world. As a world, we kind of freak out about the prospect of Iran having a nuclear weapon or North Korea having a nuclear weapon because, boy, those guys are crazy, and what would they do with it if they had a nuclear weapon to use? Well, here's a guy who has 6,000 nuclear weapons, who started multiple wars in recent years, including the largest land war in Europe since World War II, completely unprovoked. Talking about how he's invented some mythical history in which he believes he deserves nearby nations, that they don't really count as countries, that really they're his. And by the way, his nuclear weapons can back up all his threats. Now, we worry about Iran, we worry about North Korea. Well, here it is in the form of Vladimir Putin. He's talking about actively using nuclear weapons. Also, he's moving that weaponry closer to NATO borders. Belarus is now moving to clear the way for Russia to move its nuclear weapons onto Belarusian soil. That'd be the first time since the collapse of the Soviet Union that they want to move Russian nuclear weapons into Belarus, right up against NATO. But if there's one other nuclear-related thing to pay attention to here, it's not about nuclear weapons directly, it's about nuclear waste. One of the most radioactive places on Earth is in Ukraine, in Chernobyl, which is north of Kyiv, quite close to the border with Belarus. In 1986, part of the nuclear power plant at Chernobyl exploded. It was the worst nuclear disaster in the history of the planet. Because of all of that radioactivity, the 19 miles surrounding the Chernobyl site are now considered to be indefinitely uninhabitable. That whole area around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant is called an exclusion zone. It's miles and miles of nothing and a vast amount of very dangerous nuclear waste. Today, the Ukrainian government announced that Russian forces had seized the Chernobyl exclusion zone by force. That area, as well as the old power plant, all that stored nuclear waste is now fully under Russian control, and nobody quite knows what that means. One advisor to the Ukrainian president saying today, quote, "It is impossible to say that the Chernobyl power plant is safe." Nuclear weapons pose one kind of risk, especially in the hands of that kind of a leader. Nuclear waste poses a different kind of risk, but now Russia has direct control over both in and around Ukraine. Why does Russia want to be at the Chernobyl site in the first place? How dangerous is their presence there? And what do we make about Russian President Vladimir Putin essentially threatening that nuclear warfare, that nuclear weapons might be part of how he considers his usable arsenal in this confrontation, not only with Ukraine, but now increasingly with the entire unified Western world? Joining us now is John Wolfstall. He served as Special Assistant to President Obama. He was Senior Director for Arms Control and Non-Proliferation at the National Security Council. Mr. Wolfstall, I really appreciate you making time to be here. Thank you.
Sure, Rachel. Thank you for having me.
I realize that was a sort of provocative comparison that I raised in talking about Iran, talking about North Korea, and global fears about nations like that getting access to nuclear weapons. Comparing a nuclear-armed nation like Russia to those rogue states, I realize is a provocative claim to make. That said, Russia is, in effect, acting as a rogue state now while referencing its access to nuclear weapons in a way that makes it seem like he's threatening to use them. That's how it seems to me as a lay observer of these matters. As somebody who has real expertise in this field, let me just ask you to tell me that I'm wrong.
Well, I would love to tell you you're wrong and that Russia's behaving better than we had hoped, but that's not true. Russia has basically violated every norm and law that we have tried over the last 70 years to build around nuclear weapons. It has violated solemn commitments to respect Ukraine's territory, which it made in 1994 to convince Ukraine to give back 1,400 nuclear weapons that were left on its territory when the Soviet Union fell apart. And all of the agreements since then, including one that they made just several weeks ago with the United States and other nuclear states, promising that a nuclear war cannot be won and therefore must never be fought. And then here we are a month later with President Putin saying, I'm prepared to use these nuclear weapons, so don't get involved in my backyard.
In terms of what he may be thinking about in terms of his nuclear weapons, what do you make of this, what appears to be an effort to clear the way to move Russian nuclear weapons to Belarus? Obviously, it's one of the great high-wire acts of modern history that when the Soviet Union collapsed, all of their weaponry that was in the various Soviet socialist republics ended up getting consolidated through the kinds of agreements and promises that you made, including to Ukraine, that they would be protected if they agreed to give up the weapons that were on their soil. What does it mean? Why would the Belarusian leader and Putin want to move Russian nuclear weapons to Belarus? Do you think they will? And what kind of new threat might that be?
Well, I do think that President Putin is serious about moving nuclear weapons into Belarus. I think there are a couple of things behind it. First and foremost is he wants to put NATO states under threat. It's an old Soviet play out of their old playbook, which is you want to divide and create tension inside the NATO alliance. The NATO countries that are next to Russia very much want to be in a nuclear alliance because they think that deters Russia. The states much farther west are less committed to having nuclear weapons as part of the forward deployed NATO forces because they worry that it could be seen as provocative. It is useful to keep in mind the United States does forward deploy nuclear weapons in Germany, in Turkey, and a number of countries that are close to Russia. And I think Putin wants to basically use that judo move against us and start moving nuclear weapons closer to NATO territory to create this tension within the alliance.
I'm sure that always ends well, right? That certainly always ends in peace and stability for everybody involved.
Well,
I mean, it's
and that's the other.
Yeah, please.
Well, that's the other element involved here is that the United States and many of our allies believe that nuclear weapons can be stabilizing. What we're seeing here is a fully armed nuclear country using nuclear weapons as a shield. And behind that shield, it then wants to undertake all manner of gray zone and conventional conflict to achieve its strategic objectives. Nuclear weapons basically form the stalemate at the strategic level and leave countries able to use conventional weapons and other means below the surface. That's not a recipe for stability. That's a recipe for escalation. And as Ambassador Dalder talked about before, we think we're really smart about these things, but they can get out of control quickly. And any brandishing of nuclear weapons by either side is something that should be avoided.
John Wolfstall, former Special Assistant to President Obama, former Senior Director for Arms Control and Nonproliferation at the National Security Council. Mr. Wolfstall, thank you. This is difficult stuff. Thanks for being so clear and helping us understand.
Thank you.
This was a train station in southern Poland today. This is in Poland, but right across the border from Ukraine. And what you will see here are Ukrainian citizens stepping up. Do we have that footage? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Ukrainian citizens stepping off the train. This was the first train carrying a group of Ukrainian citizens into Poland, Ukrainians who are fleeing the Russian invasion. The president of Moldova tweeted these pictures today of 2 new refugee camps that they have set up for an anticipated flow of Ukrainian refugees coming across the border into his country, into Moldova. She says more than 4,000 Ukrainians have already crossed into Moldova and are seeking refuge. Today, an estimated 100,000 people left their homes in Ukraine, trying to get their kids to safety. Thousands of those people are expected to abandon their home country entirely and flee across the border. Some of the other people who left their homes will be going to other parts of Ukraine, seeking places that they think might be safer. The most immediate crisis of the bombs and missiles and gunfire being lobbed into Ukraine right now is that direct violence. But immediately and simultaneously, we are already starting this knock-on parallel humanitarian challenge. Ukraine borders 5 friendly nations to the west and to the south: Poland and Slovakia and Hungary and Romania and Moldova. They're all expected to see a sudden influx of refugees crossing the border, and indeed today that started. There are huge lines at gas stations and at ATMs today, Ukrainians trying to fill up on gas, trying to get cash on their way out of the country. Those lines translated into bumper-to-bumper traffic on the road, outbound traffic lined up for miles. This is a radical dislocation of what will end up being tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people in a semi-permanent way. It's not just a humanitarian crisis for the people who are directly involved, not just an economic crisis for everybody whose lives are touched by this. It's also potentially a diplomatic challenge for Europe. I mean, so far, Europe and the rest of the Western world has been quite unified, surprisingly unified in its response to Putin's aggression toward Ukraine. If you were going to be critical of lots of things about the Biden administration right now, uniting the world against what Putin is doing here is not something that you can criticize them from. They have pulled that off. But it's not that it won't be challenged. This mounting refugee crisis, which we started to see take shape today, it does have the potential to destabilize some of that unification, right? The strain of widespread humanitarian disaster, the need of other nations around the Ukraine crisis to adapt, to essentially come to the rescue, that creates political, diplomatic, ultimately economic difficulties. That coalition is mission critical right now for any chance of countering Russia's blitz through Ukraine. How do you retain that unity as we start to see these challenges build almost immediately as soon as the missiles started flying? Joining us now is former U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul. He was in that role, ambassador, when Russia invaded and annexed Crimea in 2014. Ambassador McFaul, it's really good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm really glad you're able to be here.
Glad to be here, Rachel. Welcome back.
Thank you. Let me just ask you first for how you are feeling. How you, as somebody who's been watching this so closely, as somebody who has lived through a smaller version of this before in terms of what happened in 2014, how are you feeling watching what's happening in Ukraine? What is your overall reaction to what Putin has done and what he's been able to pull off thus far?
Well, my first reaction is I'm incredibly sad. Rachel, I have lots of friends in Ukraine. Hundreds of people have trained in our various programs here at Stanford. I used to go there often. And when they started to attack last night, I was on various platforms talking to Ukrainians, some of them now rather prominent Ukrainians in government and other places. And it was terrifying to watch my friends react to what was going on. And for all the unity you just talked about, and it has been really remarkable unity that the Biden administration has put together, one of my friends said very pointedly, I can't believe we have to fight this. And then she used a word I'm not going to use on TV. It begins with B, alone. And Ukrainians are alone. Despite all those things, all the solidarity, at the end of the day, Ukrainians are driving to Lviv. They're picking up weapons. They're in metro stations alone. They are fighting Russia alone. So that's my first reaction. My second reaction is anger. I want to tell you honestly, I am angry at this evil act by this evil leader attacking an innocent nation, a democratic nation, and he's attacking them because they are a democratic nation. That's what this is about. He is trying to undermine what the Ukrainians called the revolution of dignity back in 2014. He has been angry about it ever since, Vladimir Putin, and he said it very bluntly. I listened to his speech. He said it very bluntly. We're going to go in to do two things. One, to destroy the Ukrainian military, and two, to denazify. That was the word he used. Of course, that's not the right word. There's no Nazis ruling Ukraine. But what he means by that is he's going in to overthrow Mr. Zelenskyy and his regime, and there's intelligence reports that they're going to round up and arrest and perhaps kill the people that were the peaceful protesters that launched that Maidan revolution, that revolution of dignity back in 2013, 2014. So I'm angry about that.
The way you're describing that and those historical references, I think, to me, have been lining up in a way that raises one very big question, right? When we saw in 2008, when Putin waged war against Georgia, we saw him denounce the leader of Georgia as a Nazi. I remember they hacked the website of the Georgian leader, Georgian president, and put up all these pictures of him looking like Hitler, right? They trying to create this case that he's some sort of Nazi, just like they're making that preposterous case about President Zelenskyy and the Ukrainian government today. You were in Russia as ambassador when he took and annexed, when he invaded and took Crimea and took other portions of eastern Ukraine in 2014. And I remember, you know, in 2008, I remember John McCain running for president saying, we are all Georgians now, and talking about the unity that brought, the rejection of that aggression from Putin brought not only to the Americans on all sides of the political system, but to the entire West. I remember the international outrage in 2014 when Putin did what he did. And I remember the sanctions, not only from the United States, not only from the European Union, but from a unified Western field of sanctions that really bit in Russia in terms of making real economic consequences. And yet here he is again. And this time, maybe he's going to try to take all of Ukraine. And who knows how long he's going to try to hold it for, if not permanently. It feels like sanctions is the big idea from the West, and the sanctions are getting tougher, and there will be, I imagine, even more announced in further days. But it feels like that's sort of baked in to Putin's calculations at this point, that he doesn't think that sanctions are important enough to stop him from doing anything he wants to do. And yet it seems like it's the strongest weapon that gets wielded against him.
That's right. We talk a lot about sanctions because that's the instrument we're willing to use. There are other instruments that we're not willing to use. I think rightly, by the way, I agree with President Biden, but that means we focus on that. And I think we make a miscalculation when we talk about sanctions. And I want to be crystal clear. I support what the president announced today. I would go farther. If he wants to do 100% sanctions, I want to do 110. And I hope there's more to come. At the same time, we need to be realistic and understand that this is a dictatorship in Russia. Sanctioning banks, I know the two heads of the banks that were sanctioned today. They're not going to go in and tell Vladimir Putin, hey, you better stop your war because my bank was sanctioned. You know why? Because they're the leaders of those banks because Putin put them there. I think that's an important thing for people to understand. He controls that economy. So we were not going to see the consequences of pressure on Putin for, I predict, months, if not years to come from these sanctions. So it's the right thing to do. There has to be a response, but let's have no illusions that this is going to change his calculus, at least in the short run.
On that last point there is a sort of common wisdom about sanctions that you don't sanction directly the rogue state leader. You don't sanction the dictator personally. And you saw the president today sort of fending off and not addressing, not answering questions from a lot of different reporters as to why Putin personally wouldn't be targeted with sanctions. The common wisdom for why you don't do that is because once you've sanctioned them, that essentially precludes the possibility of negotiating anything with them, of talking to them about anything. And in this case, however this is going to be resolved, it's going to have to be resolved through some sort of conversation, so you need to leave open a door to have a conversation. At some point, does Putin become a person who doesn't get talked to? At some point, does the door to sanctioning him personally become a more important door, a more important, essentially, tactic to use than keeping over the prospect of talking to him, essentially given what's happened with previous conversations and commitments that he's given up in the past?
Well, Rachel, you're absolutely right about why our nation, our administration and governments, Democrats and Republicans, don't like to sanction the head of state because they want to leave open the possibility to meet. I respect that. I think it's more symbolic than real, but I do think it underscores something else. Is we've got to start calling, you just used the rogue state, pariah state, those are the right terms to talk about Russia today. Tragically, Putin has transformed the state of Russia into those things, and we've got to treat him that way in many different shapes and forms, not just in this moment, but across the board. Isolate him, don't engage him, don't pretend we're business as usual after this war is over. And we've got to stand up to evil. Let's call it what it is. We've got to stand up. There is right and wrong in the world. There is good and evil in the world. My government and my country sometimes has been on the wrong side of those. Let's be honest about that. But in this case, there's right and wrong for those brave Ukrainians that are withstanding evil. We've got to be with them. And by the way, I'm glad you reported it earlier in your program, there also are brave Russians standing up. 1,700 were arrested today. 53 cities were there. Don't underestimate how unpopular this war is. They want to hear our voice being as strong. They were prepared to be arrested today. We need to show that we are going to be as strong in standing up for good versus evil.
Michael McFaul, the former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Professor McFaul, it's always a pleasure to have you, but particularly tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, we're going to go live now to eastern Ukraine. Marcus Yem is a foreign correspondent and an award-winning photojournalist for the Los Angeles Times. Mr. Yem, tonight, is located in the city of Kharkiv. Kharkiv is very close to the Ukrainian border with Russia, and Kharkiv is currently under attack by Russian forces, according to Ukraine's government. Kharkiv is Ukraine's second largest city. Mr. Yem, thank you for being here. I know this is it's really late at night right now, and I know this is not an easy time. Thanks.
Thank you for having me on the show.
So we spoke not that long ago when you were in Afghanistan. You've been covering international conflicts for years. You've been in a lot of places that have been sort of, you've been in a lot of places when they've been going through their worst times. What is your impression of the situation in Ukraine today, the scale of the attack and the level of fear among the Ukrainian people?
I mean, it's horrendous. I mean, not horrendous. It's extremely chaotic. Nobody knows what's going on. There's so much information flying around. And one of the things about these conflicts is that civilians oftentimes pay the highest price. I mean, when governments are waging war, and today we found ourselves at a metro train station, and it, you know, while it looked like an everyday scene, if you didn't know what was going on, as soon as you go downstairs into the platform area, you'll see hundreds of people just huddled around on the floors, in the dark subway cars, you know, in any space they can find in the stairwell. People bring pets, you know, people bring children. They're restless, they're tired. Some try to make light out of it. And everybody's confused. I mean, like Ukraine, I mean, this part of Ukraine is a culturally and linguistically porous part of Ukraine where a lot of people speak Russian and Ukrainian at the same time and have relatives on the other side of the border. So a lot of them are emotional. They're confused why it is happening. Most of them just want peace and to be left alone. And some have been there since the early hours in the morning since the invasion started. So as you can tell, you know, it's a very trying time for a lot of these people.
Those pictures that you took today are amazing. We're showing some of them while you're talking, Marcus. To be clear, when people are taking shelter in the underground, in those train stations, are they moving in and staying? Is there an air raid sort of siren system wherein people know, okay, now is the time that we're at risk and we should get underground, but then when that time has passed, they're leaving and coming back above ground? How much mobility is there? Obviously, those images that you took today show, in a way, very emotional to look at them, and seeing people taking shelter and being together and doing what they need to do to take safe. But that isn't a place where you can stay that isn't a place where you can stay for too long, presumably.
No, you can't. I mean, you can't really, because, you know, obviously it's not a place that is meant for permanent shelter. There's, you know, just maybe in that entire station, maybe 2 water fountains servicing hundreds and hundreds of people in there. I mean, I don't even know what the bathroom situation is like for most of them. And, you know, most have told me they want to remain in there until they know, you know, until they think, you know, some think that this war will be over quick and they can just go back home and maybe go back up. And I'm sure some will go back after they think it's safe to go back outside again. And there is a warning system in place. I mean, it's just a lot. I mean, war is a great equalizer. I think I've met so many people from all walks of life down there, you know, from doctors, lawyers, students, even international citizens are there. You know, we met more than 100 students from a nearby Ukrainian medical school of South Asian descent. And a lot of them don't even speak Ukrainian, and they're all confused. And, you know, they ask me what's going on, like, you know, when can we get out? Our parents are concerned, you know. So, you know, it's chaotic. That's one way to say it.
Yeah. And you are a man who knows of what you speak when you talk about chaos and places going through dark times. Marcus Yem, foreign correspondent, photojournalist for the Los Angeles Times. Marcus, thanks for being with us. I know it's 4:20 in the morning where you are. Really appreciate you being here. I hope you stay safe, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we've got much more ahead here tonight, including an interview we're going to be doing live with the former commanding general of the U.S. Army in Europe. You're going to want to see this interview. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
When you're shopping for a new vehicle, how do you know which brand you can trust? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's Most Trusted Brand winner 7 years in a row. In fact, Subaru has won Most Trusted Brand for more consecutive years than
as intense as some of the others as it's been described to us, but Donbass was also taken in 2014 when Russia invaded and took Crimea as well. That was 8 years ago. The third prong comes from Belarus at the top, and the direction is toward what's been described as a two-prong approach in the capital city, northwest and northeast. And I'll just advance this one time, and I'll give you a better explanation of that. In the past 60 days, Belarus, very friendly to Moscow, they've allowed the Russian military to establish these military bases on this northern side of the border of Ukraine. Remember, Russia's to the east, but they're very friendly governments here. So what happened earlier today, some 24 hours ago, here came the Russian army, and they went right for the Chernobyl nuclear site. That's the site that blew up in April of 1986, worst nuclear disaster in the history of the world. There was a fierce fight, we are told, in this area. The Ukrainian army fought back, but they have lost that area to the Russians.
Yes. Should he be tried as a war criminal?
I think he should. I think he should. We have been, the West, very lenient over the years. And again, when I say this is a defining moment, a defining time in history, in world history, this will be one of the questions that will have to be resolved when this is over, however it comes to an end. It will come to an end.
President Zelenskyy said tonight, so far, it's only been one day, 137 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed since the invasion began. How much longer do you think Ukraine can keep up this fight? They obviously don't have the capability to defeat a superpower like Russia.
Well, I think they'll be able to put up a good fight for a while. They have an army today that they didn't have in 2014, for much more sophisticated, much more advanced, much more capable. But the overpowering weaponry and military and cyber capacity that Russia has will overwhelm them, I'm afraid, unless something stops that, unless something intervenes. That could happen. But eventually, if this thing is moving more and more toward the military decision of how it ends, then the Ukrainians will not be able to sustain it. And I think that Mr. Putin wants more than just Kyiv and Ukraine. As he said in his demands of NATO, all those countries, Bulgaria, Romania, Poland, the Baltic states, I don't want them as a NATO country close to my border and threatening me. Well, that's not going to happen. Those NATO countries will be reinforced. They're being reinforced right now with more American troops, more NATO troops. And I think that Mr. Putin's not going to be satisfied. And I think this will be part of the reason this ends. Moldova, for example, as he tries to militarize that as well. So who knows? The question, the way this ends, the consequences that we know are coming, I don't think anybody can predict. But there are some certainties that we can see, that we are aware of, we know, and we control. And Putin doesn't.
The president today warned Russia again that if it engages in cyber warfare against the United States, the U.S. will respond. How worried should U.S. industries, the infrastructure, national security apparatus be about a major Russian cyber attack on the United States?
Well, I think we need to be worried about it. We need to be prepared for it. The president said today we've been working with business, not just this year, last few months, with over the years, last few years, to harden their capabilities on cyber attacks. And we have, we're not perfect. We have chinks in the armor. There are pieces that we don't have that we wish we did have. I fully expect Wolf, that this will go cyber. I fully expect that the Russians will use their cyber capability, as we've seen them in the past. They're excellent cyber warriors. We're very good. I think we're the best. And I think Americans need to be aware that we're not going to be untouched by this, whether it's cyber attacks, whether it's gasoline costs right in the wake of inflation from COVID and supply chain problems. No, we're going to be affected as well.
Yeah, I've been told by U.S. officials that they're bracing for a major Russian cyber attack, and the president said today, if Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. And he says the U.S. has sharpened, and I'm quoting him now, our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks. That could be a major, major development. Secretary Chuck Hagel, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Wolf.
All right, we're following the breaking news. Matthew Chance is joining us once again. He's in Ukraine. Matthew, I understand you're hearing explosions once again. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, we've heard one big explosion here shatter the calm, such as it's been over the past several hours in Kiev. Not quite sure where it's come from. It seemed to have come from this direction over here, which is to the south of where I'm standing right now. I'm not sure what kind of target there is over there, but clearly it comes 24 hours almost to the minute, after those barrages of cruise missiles targeted air defense systems, military sites around the Ukrainian capital. At the moment it's an isolated explosion that we've heard. We've heard the sort of smaller caliber weaponry, we think, fired as well, but we're not sure whether that's from a different location or whether it may have just been a sort of nervous reaction to that explosion. It's not clear whether this is some sort of start to some kind of battle for Kiev. Although I have to say that we do know for a fact that there are Russian forces, special forces, that have been airlifted into strategic positions around this city, and the concern is, and the belief is amongst Ukrainian officials, is that within within a short period of time, the Russian plan is to encircle Kiev, to capture the city, and to target the leadership of it. President Zelenskyy, the Ukrainian president, issuing a sort of national statement on his social media platforms earlier today, saying that this, according to our information, the enemy has marked me as target number 1, and they've marked my family as target number 2. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. He also said there's information that they've got of enemy sabotage groups that have already entered Kiev. And so, a lot of concern, even amongst the Ukrainian leadership right now, from including the top person, the president of the country, that they will now be targeted by Russian forces in the capital, Kiev. Wolf.
Yeah, and U.S. officials for days
of the country under attack in some way, shape, matter, or form. Senator, what is the best way to handle this?
Well, first, it's become popular for people to go around saying, I've seen this now a couple times lately, oh, we only would have agreed to not let Ukraine join NATO, which they weren't going to join NATO. This would all have been avoided. That's just fundamentally untrue. That's just false. Putin laid out his conditions, and one of those conditions, Sean, in addition to NATO and not ever, Ukraine ever becoming part of NATO, one of those conditions was he wanted every country that joined since 1997 out of NATO. In essence, he wanted all troops out of any country after 1997. That's Romania, that's Lithuania, it's all the Baltic states. Right there, he's telegraphing to you what his intent is, and that is not necessarily maybe to govern those countries, but he wants them to look something like Belarus, that has a government in place that responds to him under his sphere of influence. And I think we need to make clear, and I think some of these troop deployments are making clear, that that's not going to happen. But at the beginning of the program, you touched upon what it is that gives Vladimir Putin leverage. Obviously, tactical nuclear weapons in the battlefield is one, which is the Russian doctrine to escalate in order to de-escalate, but the other is oil and natural gas. He has weaponized energy, and to hear Joe Biden say it's not our goal to disrupt the supply of Russian oil in the marketplace, it's not to disrupt it, it's to displace it. American energy, if we really ramped it up, if we did what Putin is doing, we could begin to chip away at that advantage that he has, and will certainly protect us, which is our #1 obligation.
Well, I think you've hit on the main point here, and he said, oh, we're going to look at our oil reserves, and other countries will do so, and energy-producing countries, we're looking to them.
To limit the danger that you're describing and trying to increase the pain, reduce the potential reward for Putin here. Obviously, President Biden is clear as day that there's not going to be any U.S. troops fighting in Ukraine. But we are seeing thousands of Americans deployed to Ukraine's borders. And that wouldn't be happening if there wasn't a reason to do it. What does the U.S. military contribute to America's capabilities here as Putin seems to still be expanding his attack?
Well, of course, as is designed in our Constitution, the military is an instrument for use by the civilian leadership. And so, frankly, I have to say, as an old retired guy, I'm very proud of how quickly U.S. Army Europe, U.S. European Command, our great Air Force, how everybody has reacted and responded to move capabilities around, to put them in place in time to give our political leaders some options and also to signal to the Kremlin that this is not some exercise. This is not an academic thing. This is for real, and we are prepared. And that's the essential nature of deterrence. Now, I had a good friend from Lithuania a couple of years ago was talking to me about how much they wanted to have American soldiers there. I said, why is it so important to have Americans here? We have allies from multiple countries. He said, General Hodges, Russia has never fought against American soldiers. They are scared of American soldiers. That's why we all want American soldiers, Americans here. And I think, actually, this is probably going to be one of the outcomes of President Putin's reckless and terrible calculations. He's going to end up with permanent basing of American soldiers in Poland, Lithuania, Romania, Latvia, and Estonia. Instead of rotational, he's going to have permanent on his doorstep because all of these countries know what it's like. And we all recognize now what the Kremlin is up to and how what Putin is willing to do.
Yeah, he's settled the argument as to his malign intentions. He has proven all of his worst critics correct in an irrefutable way. Retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, former commander of the U.S. Army in Europe. General, it is great to see you. Come back soon. I'd love to have you back as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Rachel.
All right, we've got much more ahead tonight. Stay with us.
We need to reduce plastic waste in the environment. That's why at America's beverage companies,
our bottles are made to be remade.
Not all plastic is the same. We're carefully designing our bottles to be 100% recyclable.
Navy, I want to show you a transcript of what was said. An officer on the Russian warship apparently approached the island and told soldiers, and I'm quoting now, "This is a Russian military warship. I suggest you lay down your weapons and surrender to avoid bloodshed and needless casualties. Otherwise, you will be bombed." To which a Ukrainian soldier responded, "Russian warship, go F yourself." It appears that may have been the Ukrainian soldiers' last words. We are told all of the Ukrainian soldiers there, all of them were killed. I want to bring in the former European Affairs Director for the National Security Council, retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. Colonel, thank you so much for joining us. What's your take, first of all, on the state of the battle and how much longer Ukrainian forces potentially can hold off this massive Russian assault?
You know, Wolf, I wrote a lengthy piece on this, and I kind of laid out much of the scenario. I saw this coming for definitely for quite a few weeks. And one thing that I certainly got wrong was how maybe overrated would be a good way to put it. The Russian forces were, and underrated the Ukrainian forces are performing. So the Russians were supposed to land some very heavy blows, massive aerial bombardment, cruise missile strikes, really disrupt and destroy a lot of the command and control political leadership. They have not been particularly effective there. A lot of the Ukrainian Air Force is intact. And the Ukrainians are putting up a massive resistance. And this is going to be a slog. I don't think this is going to be as easy as the Russians think that it is. And frankly, I don't know if this is going to turn out the way Vladimir Putin thought it would. Certainly not without the costs. The costs now seem pretty heavy. Even amongst his domestic population, there are protests on the street. And then the stories of heroism emerging from that Snake Island transcript that you just offered, or the ghost pilot that's flying over Ukrainian Air Force pilot, may have destroyed 4 to 6 Russian aircraft. It's pretty amazing how hard the Ukrainians are fighting to defend their homeland.
Having said that, Colonel, how likely is it that Russia eventually, whether within a few days or a few weeks or whatever, will take the capital of Kyiv? What will that mean for this conflict?
Yeah. So it's interesting. Once the first shots are fired, the geometry changes, and it's really very difficult to see how things unfold. Do the protests in Russia, the unexpected protests in Russia, materialize into something far more challenging? Do the Ukrainians put up such a significant resistance that it changes the calculus, and Putin recognizes he may not be able to achieve his maximalist objectives or risk some sort of issues at home? I think those things are difficult, but yes, the numbers are on Russia's side. Russia's been preparing for this for years. Frankly, this conflict was inevitable. Whether it was now or later, it was inevitable because for more than 2 decades, Putin has preyed on his counterparts. He's preyed on his Western counterparts. As a case officer, he's identified hopes and he's identified fears. For the hopes, he promised greater cooperation, a Russian integration. And for the fears, he does what he always does. He does the saber rattling to indicate that there is potential risk of nuclear war. And frankly, that's what's keeping us, the U.S. position, so mild at the moment. Yes, we're levying sanctions, but in reality, this is a democracy struggling for its survival, struggling for security in Europe, so it's way bigger than that. It's going to have a geopolitical impact. It's going to have an impact on the U.S. population. It has a high possibility of spillover, and I really think we should be doing everything we can to support the Ukrainians. But I think there is a deep fear of the Russians somehow, spinning out of control, escalating, which is a false premise. I wrote an article in the Atlantic today. The Russians have no more interest in a confrontation with the U.S. or NATO than we do. They are deathly afraid of a war with the U.S. They know they would lose. They don't want to go in that direction. There's evidence to substantiate this. When the Russians attacked us in Syria, we killed 300 of them without a response. But we are still succumbing to those fears because that case officer has effectively understands where he could prey on us, where we're vulnerable, and we self-deter.
Ukraine's president, as you know, Colonel, President Zelenskyy says there are already Russian sabotage groups that have entered Kyiv looking to target him and his family. Do you think he is in immediate danger?
Absolutely. I think he's in immediate danger. I think there's a target list of various priorities. The folks in government, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, heads of security services, they're in danger. Their families are in danger. But also civil society, the folks that made this country what it is today, the folks that mobilized the street in 2014 and resulted in the revolution of dignity, the folks that are dragging Ukraine or pushing Ukraine towards the West, those are all on the target list. We don't really understand how the Russian mindset is here. They're going to be barbaric. Right now it seems like they're actually being restrained because they think they could achieve their objectives without significant casualties or collateral damage. As soon as it turns rough for them, they're going to do what the things they did in Syria. Bomb churches, mosques in the case of Syria. They'll bomb churches, they'll bomb schools, they'll bomb hospitals. This will be a brutal campaign.
Very quickly, before I let you go, Colonel, as you know, Putin has used explosive words in describing what's going on in Ukraine. He says his effort is simply to protect people in Ukraine from genocide. He says that he's working to denazify the country. He's talking about Nazis in Ukraine right now. President Zelenskyy, as you know, he's Jewish. What do you make of what Putin is saying?
It's patently absurd. It's meant to influence his domestic population. There is really no merit. Of course, the Ukrainians have been struggling for independence under the Soviet Union, under the Russian Empire, and most recently, and there are radical movements that tried to exploit that. But you pointed out that Vladimir Zelenskyy is Jewish. When he came to power, the prime minister was Jewish. There was only one other country in the world, Israel, that had a Jewish president, prime minister. The Jewish community embraced. It's central to the country, and there is nothing to this Nazi narrative, fascist narrative. It's fabricated as a pretext.
Yeah, even the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum here in Washington today condemned Putin for uttering those kinds of words. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me on.
The breaking news coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine will continue right after this break.
Come on. He's yours now.
We got your car, sweetie.
A dealership? I thought this was an online thing.
It looks like you done picked the wrong website, Chief.
It's time to sign, baby.